sky. News on the airwaves, spreading good vibes. Friends together, watch how our spirits rise. Kick back, unwind, leave your troubles behind. This podcast is gold, a treasure you'll find.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm a little better today. How are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. Thank you for asking.
Of course. Hello, everybody.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. Mama Bear's link is pinned in the chat as always. Guys, please don't forget to hop over and say hi and hit the like button and share it out if you would. Good morning. Let's see here. I know I'm not super peppy this morning. I'm only on cup number 2. Sorry. It'll
Looks
happen.
like you had a late night.
Little bit, not too bad. Good show though.
Thank you, Trish.
Let's see who we got in here this morning. Stormy, SRBBBBBBBBBBBBBBBB. Miss Cassie's in the house. Now this is only cup number 2, Cassie. That's why I'm so slow. Trish Crow, welcome back. Kathy Tolan, good to see you this morning. Mikey's in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Miss Brandy B, the OG. Good to have you here, dear. Egg burn, Johnny Gobble's dead, floozy mother. Thank
Had
you.
to perk up a little bit for that one.
Of course I do, because I enjoy saying it. Welcome back to you. Stephen, welcome back with Crime Mobsters. Show. Smelling salts, it's not that bad, Cass. God. Compared to what I have been, right? Probably. Maybe it seems that way, but oh, it is wonderful to see you too, Miss Trish. Smelling salts, it's not that bad. We're getting there. Oh, let's see. Two more and less bullshit in the ears. Okay. There you go, Mike. It's always something, ain't it, folks? Always something.
Yep.
It is Thursday, the 20th of March already, guys. Where did the month go? God, it's going by so fast.
Seriously.
How did your night go? Did you sleep well, at least?
I don't know. It was weird for me.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what it was. I took some medicine for my head.
Yeah.
Laid down and went to bed. In the middle of the night, I woke up and it was almost like when you break a fever.
Oh.
That really bad sweat.
Yeah.
And then the nausea.
You okay?
Yeah. But it was weird. I was like, what the hell is this?
Have you been like getting sick or anything? I know you had a headache, but are you carrying something?
No. Not unless there's like a hint of it, because the bonehead I'm married to is sick.
There we go.
I don't know. It was weird. Never done that.
Don't. Well, see, that's the thing though, is you don't really get sick, so
Right.
You could be carrying a little bit of it, and that's just how you did it. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
That could have been where the headache came from, and then bonehead. I love it too. I know, but you love how she talked about all of us. Well, us guys. I'm Derp and he's bonehead.
Yeah, when we first got married, he used to call me chicken butt.
What's up, chicken butt?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. I love it.
Hey, Brandy, hon.
It's
I
cute.
do want to see your new house, hun. So maybe after
Yeah,
the live, we can do
yeah.
that.
I mean, I could give a whole tour for the whole world if you want, but it's really nice, actually. I was very proud of her. And considering where she was at, I mean, nothing wrong with her home. I'm not saying that, but she got to move from a trailer to the house.
Hmm.
She had miserable
Which there's a
summers.
plus right there because she has more
100%.
stability during those stupid storms they get.
Well, she still doesn't have a basement, but
Mhm.
it's not a metal box. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
That's the better part of it all. So, um, she's got central air now.
Yay.
Yeah, right. Because you know how miserable her summers have been, especially
Oh
Matthew.
yeah.
My God, poor kid. So there's another one up. So I'm grateful for that for her. And it's just a nice house. It's really, really nice inside. So she did a
That's
good job.
awesome. Good job, Brandy. I'm proud of you, honey.
She's got a beautiful yard. And nice place for Matthew to go play. She's gonna put up one of those the play things for the kids.
Hmm.
So she's doing good. She's doing really good, and I'm very
That's
proud of her.
amazing. That's
Absolutely.
good to hear. And you can
Absolutely.
tell in her I guess voice. Her I've used quotes voice. In her
Yeah.
text and stuff, you can tell she's a lot happier.
Oh God, yeah. I mean it, yeah. No doubt there in my mind. I would be too. I don't blame her. Absolutely
Yeah.
don't blame her. Let's see here.
Brandy said, "Sure you can, Diego. I don't mind." She's proud of her house.
She should
And
be.
that's
It's
a
a
good
really nice
thing.
place. It's a nice place. It is. Garage, yard, everything. She's all set up.
Awesome.
And there. I even came over to say hi to you.
Well, hello.
Let's see here. Thank you, Miss Stormy. Please make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door, guys. Share this out. Please and thank you. We got some things we're going to talk about for sure. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of this. Yes, we are. We're all happy for you, bro. You deserve it after you've been through a bunch of stuff in a short period of time. So you deserve something good. Miss Wisdom here. Yeah, we're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at the Stearns hearing today. They got the piece of shit in court finally.
Good.
Um,
It's about
that
time.
that stuff there and some other stuff. So welcome, Miss Wisdom. Good to see you. It's okay. No worries. Uh,
Oh
let me
no,
see.
not another lawyer to put me to sleep. That's not good.
Right, 27 peeps in the house. Let's
Huh.
see what we got here. 7 likes. Come on, guys. 20. You can do more than that, please. And don't forget to hop over and hit the like button on Mama Bear's side too, please. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. As always, appreciate you. Oh, my sinuses were acting so weird yesterday. What the hell? Drong? Oh, droning
Droning.
on. I was like, what the heck? Drong. All new beds and couch, washer and dryer. Hey,
That's
see?
awesome.
That is amazing. Good for you. On the phone charges. All right. Looks like, let me see here. I don't think. Yep. We're going to thank you, Stormy, for dropping that. We're going to look at that too. That's all right. She's still worried about being late. Miss Alicia said she's going to be a few minutes late.
Mhm. She's fine.
That's why I said no worries. None of you guys ever have to worry about that.
Mikey, you wouldn't have to charge your phone already if you went up all night texting girls.
Oh. Mama Bear said, "You're a player, Mikey." The single guy life. I don't remember what that's like. That's the first thing I do when I go hit. Thank you. We appreciate that, Trish.
Yes, very much.
As it said, oh, oh. Well, they got your number, Mikey.
He knows I love him.
Oh yeah, Mikey's a good dude. He's a good dude. We don't have many fellers in here. We got, I don't know, a good
Especially
handful.
that have been around as long as Mikey.
Mikey's been here from day one. That's true. Adding new contacts at 4 a.m. The last one. Yeah, I still don't get that. We went over that stuff last night, Mama Bear. I ran a show last night, you know that. And
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's what, first, I guess we can start our discussion with some of that. We talked about a lot of that, and I'm telling you, I don't understand. I don't understand some of they spent the whole night on social media. Literally, they after everything that happened, they sat and they were on social, they were on Instagram, Snapchat, texting back and forth. So I'm like, call 911. You could have done that, you know?
Yeah, that's the only thing I didn't get.
It doesn't make sense. And then at one point, Dylan checked her Indeed. What?
Yeah, they called everybody and their brother but 911. Like he said, I wasn't up all night, definitely not charging my phone. That's what I'm saying, Mikey. I've known you way too long.
Yeah, we love you, bro. Sauntering in to the toxic sauce. IYKYK, just saying. I don't know what that means. IYKYK. Catch me up. Good morning, Miss LR. Good to see you.
If you know, you know.
Oh, well, fine then. That's what I mean. We don't know what the text messages were between them and their friends, or the Snapchats, or the Instagrams, or there was a lot going on in there. None of it seems to be reaching out for help for anything. Not for 6 hours at least, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, Summer Thunder. Welcome.
Hey, Summer.
Join us. I don't know. I was, as we're scrolling down, of course, Willie joined me for a little bit. We're rolling through this, and he just kept giggling, like, dude, what is? And I couldn't help it. I was with him, and I was like, are you kidding me? Indeed, you're going to check your job application in the midst of this too?
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't know. And that Stitches, that's something I was wondering too. Well, that I don't know if they were told not to until around noon, but I wondered if they contacted somebody within the sororities or whatever, and they said things to them. I don't know, you guys. I know that doesn't make sense, but
hi, Elizabeth. Hi, Simply Solo.
Miss Elizabeth Yinzall. I love it when she says that. I love it. Good morning, Yins.
Yeah, Trish, we had that. I don't know.
DKM's in the house.
Weird. Of course, it was just like flurries. It wasn't like snow, but
it's supposed to snow tonight here.
Is that really?
I mean,
north.
Well, it's weird because it was like 65. It was 50 this morning when I ran up to the doctor's, and now it's like 30. It's going down quick. So,
yeah.
Good morning, everybody jumping in here. Elizabeth Lander, DKM, they were all here with us last night too. Summer Thun, I appreciate you guys joining us this morning. Very much appreciated. We're going to talk about a few different things here and just catch up on what's going on in the world around us. Welcome to the morning show. Meatballs in the morning.
Hey, Steven.
Mr. Steven, good to see you. I always smack the like button at one point. We appreciate that, Elizabeth, very much.
I do think thunder snow is pretty cool, Cassie.
Thunder snow.
Yeah, when it's thundering and then there's snow, it's cool.
Do you sing? Now I got a lisp. Yeah. Do you sing the Thunder Buddy song when it's thundering and lightning outside?
No. I don't know the Thunder Buddy song, and I don't want to know the Thunder Buddy song.
You've never heard the Thunder Buddy song?
I don't think so. I know the Thunder and Lightning song that I played for you.
Well, yeah.
That video.
The one that made me almost use the bathroom in my pants?
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elizabeth. It went from 81 to 64. Lord. Yeah,
We
it's
went from
cooling
probably
down.
64 to 34.
Yeah, the Thunder Buddy song is from the movie Ted.
If I watched that, it's been 100 years ago.
It's been 84 years.
Mhm.
It will be 80. Of course it will be, because you live in the depths of hell in Texas,
Seriously.
tomboy. So I don't know how anybody can live in Texas. I just don't get it.
And it's not just the heat, it's all the stuffs in Texas.
You've never heard the Thunder Buddy song either, Trish? Oh my gosh. Maybe I'll have to play it for you guys. Let me see real quick here. Now, it could be offensive to some people, but this is how, when you're afraid of thunder and lightning, you deal with it. What just happened?
I don't
What
know
did I
what
just
just
do
happened.
here? Hold on a minute. Here we go.
Hello, Donald. Good to
Welcome,
see you.
Dawn. Well, man.
Yeah, it almost got too hot last week. I'm not ready for it to be that warm. I mean, I was ready when Ghost was taking me for a walk. I almost had to put on some shorts. It got that warm, and I was like, I'm not ready for this yet. I want like 60s, 70s for a while. Even 50s wouldn't be that bad. High 50s, low 60s,
All
just
right, everybody. If you're
comfortable.
not awake, you're going to be after this. Are you ready for this? This is what happens when it's storming outside and you just can't handle it.
Oh, God.
I am not.
Thunder Buddies for life, right, Johnny?
Fucking right.
All right, come on, let's sing the Thunder song.
All right. When you hear the sound of thunder, don't you get too scared. Just grab your Thunder Buddy
And say these magic words. Fuck you, Thunder!
You can suck my dick. You can't get me thunder because you're just God's farts.
Okay.
That's the Thunder Buddy song. Like I said, it's a bit vulgar to an extent, but just saying. Yes,
No,
right.
honey, I'm in Indiana. I don't wear shorts year round.
I do.
I mean, I do in the house, not
Well, I don't
outside of the
ever
house.
leave. Of course, you sang along, Cassie. I have zero surprise that you did.
I don't know if I've ever watched that, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the Thunder Buddy song. My adult children think that it's the funniest thing in the world. I'm like, it's a tiny bit vulgar, you guys. Come on. If you take out the one part of it, I can deal with it. You know, that's a bit much, but
Yeah,
we're
well,
singing over it to
tomboy,
the
you're a
worship.
little goofy.
Me?
No, tomboy.
Oh, Tomboy's goofy. Yeah, she is little. I wear shorts all year round.
I was in Washington State and wore shorts year round. Well, like I said, you're a little goofy, honey. I love
I
you, but
won't.
you're a little
Good
goofy.
morning, Moonlit. I won't leave. If I don't leave the house, then yeah. If I leave the house, I'll put pants on. But if it's cold out, no. But I like it. I like warm weather to an extent. So, let's see here. All right, guys. I guess we'll start off with this. And everybody was flipping out last night. Some people, not everybody, but some people were saying that there was no shower curtain, that Brian Kohberger took a selfie and there was no shower curtain. There's a picture of him. There's a shower curtain. You can see it. It's pulled all the way to the right and it's just sitting there in the corner. So it's there, but you can see it. I guess we'll start off with this new stuff here, since we did do that last night, and follow up with it now. Ted Bundy, not a teddy bear. I know, Mark. I know. Good old Mark Wahlberg and his teddy bear movie. The teddy bear. It's a comedy, interesting comedy. Yeah, the shower curtain's definitely there. It's pulled all the way to the right. You just have to look at the pictures. People were like, "Nope, there's no shower curtain. I told you." And then there were people saying, he took it down and that's what he used when he killed the. Okay, guys, it's there. Just look. It's in the picture that he took. Because JLR was like, "That's proof. That's 100% proof he did this."
Oh, jeez.
Okay, Jonathan, whatever you say, sir. All right, let's see what Ashley and Brian are talking about this morning. Thank you guys all for joining us again. Appreciate
that breaking news out of Idaho. And once again, it jumps off the pages of court filings, this time from prosecutors and the defense in the upcoming quadruple murder case of Brian Kohberger. The technical reason for the pages tonight, the state is answering to Kohberger's request to throw out his Amazon activity. And there is damn good reason that his Amazon activity is problematic for him. Like nail in coffin good reason. The court documents reveal that he indeed bought a K-bar knife with the sheath identical to the one found at the murder scene.
And this has become a big deal too. Now, the only thing I'm going to say about this, okay, I'm not denying that he did it. But as Willie pointed out, and it's been proven, he does have a family Amazon account. The whole family has this account. They all use it together. Like his sisters, him, his mom, his dad will go buy things on there. Not saying that means anything. I'm just saying that's there too, okay? And he did not buy another knife. So that didn't happen. It's the way you read it. You have to a bunch of people think that he went and bought another one. I don't believe so. The times of the text she goes over is good. Helps tie with 911 call. Right. Yes, Miss Sherry says common sense now, right? That's it. We have to use that common sense, you guys. There was no secondary knife bought. Hey, Michelle. Let me check here. All right, I'll play this. Going down through. Hold on, I'm sorry, guys. You're making me watch Basefield this early. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tomboy. I know. I know.
With his DNA on it. State also says Kohberger purchased a sharpener for his brand new knife. But the defense claims his Amazon history proves nothing and may have been influenced by algorithms outside of his control. Here's the state's response to that, and I will quote.
What she's explaining here is that, just like here, guys, an algorithm, okay, if we're in the algorithm, which we're not, but when we are, whatever is trending at that point in time, it will show up on your with my Amazon account. I look at toys all the time because I'm a toy collector. So when I open my phone, my Amazon account pops up automatically, and it's the toy stuff. Okay, it's always the toy stuff that it's advertising for me. Now, I'm not saying that's his Amazon account shows nothing but knives. It shows things that are in that realm,
niche.
that niche. There you go. Thank you. And that's what she's trying to say, that's what the algorithm thing means. For anybody that doesn't understand what that means, I'm not saying you guys are dumb, because most of you guys probably get this already, but I'm just explaining. It's in that realm of whatever that means. Okay, that's what she's explaining there, and that's what they're saying with that. So again, it doesn't mean anything in particular. It's just like when we talk about, we've all said this as a joke at one time or another. You'll be sitting in your house talking with your family. Next thing you know, you get a commercial on your phone for something you were talking about, and we're like, they're listening, that kind of thing. But anyway, it's what you have a tendency to go into, whatever niche, like Mama Bear said, it advertises those things to you, and it shows up on the thing there. That's all it is. So I don't know. That's what that means by what she's saying. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that's what she's saying as far as the algorithm thing.
Defendant appears to argue that the evidence of defendant's Amazon.com click history is not relevant. That is not the case. A K-bar knife sheath with a USMC logo was found next to one of the victims at 1122 King Road. The defendant's DNA was found on the K-bar knife sheath found on scene. Applying the test for relevancy first, Kohberger's click activity, which shows a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath before the homicides, makes it more than probable than it would be without the evidence that the K-bar sheath found at the crime scene was Brian Kohberger's. End quote. You could say mic drop. You could say smoking gun. Probably say smoking knife in this case. But there's another bombshell out in another document as well.
No. You talk about whatever you want to, Simply. You're okay, and don't apologize for that. You're fine. Are you raising your hand, Cass? Really? It's a question. You're cute. What's up? Listen, guys. If the man bought a knife, let me be basic and blunt. If the man went into Amazon and bought the knife, it's damning. There's no two ways to look at that. It is damning. It is what it is. Okay. It does, Sherry. It has that USMC logo on it, I believe. We'll look into that. But go ahead, Mom.
But how many people buy this K-bar knife from Amazon or wherever on a daily basis? It's
A
not
lot.
just 100 people.
No, it's a very high rate of people that purchase this thing because it's a very popular knife. With it having the Marine Corps logo on it, people think it's going to be tough. It's going to be strong. It's something that they're going to want. So yes, a lot of people buy it.
That's my only argument towards
We're
it.
going to look at the photo. Don't worry, I have it. Well, if you weren't listen, because there's a lot of people. This is a man thing, okay? Truly. What I just said, Cassie. Okay, like mine, for instance. Okay. This was a gift to me, though. So I have this. I don't have a K-bar. I don't know too many men that don't have some form of a knife, okay? And this was a gift. It's a bone-handled. It was a Native American type thing that was given to me from my friend that is Native American. Anyway, I don't have one of those, but I do have one of these. And these are useful when you do certain things. And that's why a lot of people get them. Guys
and
like
maybe
them.
he had a grandparent, an uncle, or something that was in the Marines, and he got it, just because of that. I mean,
Well, there was also, from my understanding, a gift card in this realm of something, and I was wondering, was it a gift that he
No.
bought for somebody else? And a lot of people get them given to them when they go to the Army, I believe. I think they do. I think you get them in the Army even if you're not in the Marine Corps, I think. I don't remember. Don't quote me on that one.
Brandy said James had one when he was active. It had an Army logo on it.
Maybe they get different for the Navy and Army, Air Force, maybe. I don't know, guys. Don't quote me on any of that. I don't know nothing about that stuff. Simply said, it seems like most students in that area have K-bars, so possibly BK bought one to fit in. I don't know. I mean, it could be. I said if he bought one, he went across the country to a new area he's not familiar with. He's from Pennsylvania, in the rural areas of Pennsylvania per se, and we protect ourselves any way we can. So if you're going to be across the country, you're not familiar with an area, and you're going to be taking a long road trip. Maybe he bought it for protection for himself and put it in his car, shoves it down between the seats or something for protection. I don't know. This is just a theory, folks. I'm not saying that this is what happened. And maybe he gave somebody a ride. They stole it. There could have been many things that could have happened with this. Okay. Or it just is what it is. And the man bought a knife and he committed a murder. Many murders. Okay. It could be either one of those things. We don't know that. That's the whole thing. I'm just trying to take both sides of the tracks here with you guys. So, and that's what I said, Michelle. What if he bought it for somebody else? Maybe not everybody has the ability to, I have purchased things on my Amazon account from my mother-in-law because I have Prime. Not everybody has Prime. And when you have Prime, you don't have to pay the shipping. You get discounts on things like that because it adds up. Maybe he has Prime and somebody else didn't want to pay full price, pay for shipping. So he bought it for them on his account. There's many ways you can look at this. There's many options,
Yeah, I do that all the time for my parents, my brother, my sister,
Yeah,
his
yeah.
family, my
And
in-laws.
the knife that they found in PA was way different than a K-bar knife. It was more along the lines of like something like this, actually. Not as big though. Yeah, me too, Stormy. It's interesting to hear what people think on it because there's a lot of different angles you can look at with this. Like I said, it could be as blatant as he bought a knife and he committed 4 murders. It could be that, or he purchased a knife because his dad said, "Hey, dude, you're going across country. You ain't never been there before. You might want to protect yourself. Pick something up," and he did that. What's up, Cap? And he left it in his car. Somebody stole it that he gave a ride to somewhere, maybe, I don't know. Or he bought somebody a gift. There's many things you can look at with this, guys, truly. So we can't just settle in on one. And it doesn't mean that the man committed the crime just because he bought it, is all I'm saying. It is very damning. Don't get me wrong. Especially when you find the sheath at the scene of the crime. I would look at it and go, well, what are we going to do here? You know what I mean? They say, they only said the style of one of the knives, not the other. It was simply listed. Yeah, right. Exactly. Exactly. That's what we want here. That's what we're looking at, is the truth and true justice for the victims, period. I don't care otherwise. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter to me if he did or didn't do it. What matters to me is that there's justice for these kids. End of story. Young adults. I'm sorry. I hate saying that. Mitten, welcome. Also, if he bought it in March of that year, not sure if it shows premeditation. Maybe the state will try to get, and they will. Come on. I mean, think about it. They absolutely will show premeditation for that. That's what they're going to use. I don't know. It's just it's something to look at and to think about. Still need to prove him at the scene. That's my point, DK. They still have to show this man at the scene, and still with the fact that if Brian went in and did this and left that house, how did you do this without taking any DNA with you from any one of these victims, without anybody seeing you in or out of the house, and leaving no DNA in your car, in your home, your office, your parents' home? Nothing. I can't get past that. That's something that has like stifled me from the beginning. I haven't even got to look at that, Tomboy, the autism thing. It's interesting too.
Yeah, there were so many that went out. I was like, holy cow.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what the last date was you looked at the
Right.
documents.
Yeah, well, last night I went back. I noticed they dropped a ton from the 17th and they dropped some on the 19th. They're just dropping them left and right. That's why we keep doing these shows. Donald said March of 2022. Date said 20 through 22. 22 dates. I heard. Yeah, right. And yeah, SRB. So he premeditated a murder before he even knew these girls. I don't know. And that's the hard part to accept with this. Okay, here's a probability. Yes, you can premeditate the situation. I'm gonna go do this at some point. I'm gonna handle this. This is gonna happen. But you don't have victims. So this was that can still be considered premeditated. That he had planned to do it 2 years beforehand. It was something he was building in his mind per se. Okay. And he just had to find his victims first. That's how the prosecution is going to present that, in my opinion. I don't believe it though, and I'm kind of with you on that too, SRB. You know that I don't know about that. Like, I can't imagine somebody that's going to do something like this not having a premeditated target already. Meaning, this is my target. Now I'm going to plan to do what I'm going to do. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, no, I know you did. I was just saying that's how I was thinking about it. You know what I mean? Of course I know you know this, but yeah, we definitely are going to go over that document for sure. I didn't get to look at that one. So thank you for that reminder, Tomboy. Anyway, I'm going to shut up now and let's play this here real quick, and then we'll look for that document, see what we can find on that. And yeah, that's true too, Tomboy. A full 8 months before he moved to Pullman. So that's a long, you know what I mean? And then people go back to that ad he put out for that whole thing. What would you do? How would you do it? Blah blah blah. That was still way before this. That happened way after he moved there and stuff. So it's like I don't understand. I don't know. It's true, Donald, but that's what we're talking about. Is how it's going to be presented to the jury is going to be the problem. In that case, that anyone that owns a weapon, then something happens. It would be it is, and I agree with you. That's really stretching. I agree. That's the problem. All right, here we go.
A very disturbing photograph of Brian Kohberger himself. It is a selfie taken.
Okay, here's the shower curtain right here. For those that didn't see it, it's right there. Now, once again, guys, pay attention to something. First of all, dude, you need some sun. Jesus. This man supposedly committed a quadruple homicide. There's not a scratch on this guy's face, his hands, his neck, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know what somebody was talking about hair dye. I don't know about that at all, but I think it just might be lighting, you guys.
Virginia said, "Look at his hand." I don't see anything. But
The one with the thumb up. Yeah. I mean, there's a little bruise there, but that could be anything. I don't know. Or it could be because he committed a crime. I told you guys, I'm in the middle on this. And you show me proof, we'll talk about it. He really does look like a creepy ghost. It's weird. That's what I said, Cass. It looks like the lighting to me.
mm-hmm.
I dye my hair from time to time, so I don't know. Now, one thing I will tell you, if he did dye his hair, I do like a brown, medium dark brown. It looks reddish when it's sitting there. So I don't know. That's the thing. Is it a bruise or is it a shadow? And that's the thing. She's right. We've seen.
Well, Tomboy said, "You mean his birthmark on his hand?"
Is that what that is? I was going to ask does he have one? Because we could look at other pictures of him and see if he's got that there. Because remember when we covered the Indiana stops, you guys, when he was stopped a couple times? That's what I said too, Critical. His hair has like gel in it or it's wet or something. His hands, everybody was flipping out saying his hands were all this and that. I can almost swear that I remember seeing something on one of his hands like that. So I don't know. I don't know. Guilters are saying his knuckles are chapped from wearing gloves. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Seriously, like you're reaching, guys. There's nothing chapped there. The man's doing this. Okay, that's what he's doing. I mean, what does that mean? There's no chapping.
Yeah. I don't know.
If anything,
telling a photo
make white knuckle. That's it. Unbutton the top button of your shirt. I hate that. Yeah, that's crazy, you guys. Psoriasis, maybe. I mean, he's very fair-skinned. These things are ridiculous. He does look better.
How about we just get back to the video? And
yeah, I'm gonna.
we're getting way off track.
I'm with you, Moonlit. Some of these people go way out there.
At about 10:30 a.m. on the morning of November 13th. And yes, that is just a couple of hours after the bloody murders that he is accused of committing. You can look for yourself up close. He appears to be freshly showered. The shower is actually visible right behind him. And you tell me, I think he looks very pleased and proud about something. Thumbs up. 10:30 in the morning. Kids were killed at 4 in the morning. There was so much information in the documents that were just made public that it is hard to sort through them all right before showtime, but we also discovered something else, a very complete timeline of communications between the surviving roommates during the murders. It happened all night long and all throughout the following morning, right up until the 911 phone call. I know you think that you've already seen some of these, but you've only seen a few. This is a very long list of communications, and I'll start with 2:10 a.m. on November the 13th. And it was 2022. Remember that. It's coming up on 3 years ago this fall. So the text is from Dylan Mortensen to an Uber driver to see whether he was still driving, and the driver said he was. 2:10, Dylan Mortensen texts to EG, the Uber driver, asking that question. And the Uber driver, EG, texts to Dylan confirming. 2:53 a.m., Maddie Mogan calls roommate Bethany Funk. Maddie is still alive at this time. But then an hour passes. At 3:51 a.m., Dylan is still awake and she's creating a new phone contact in her phone. At 4:19 a.m., Bethany calls Dylan before Dylan starts to call everyone in the house, and those calls go unanswered. 4:19 a.m., Bethany calls Dylan. 4:20, Dylan calls Xana. 4:20, Dylan calls Kaylee. 4:20, Dylan calls Bethany for 41 seconds. 4:21, Bethany calls Xana. 4:21, Dylan calls Maddie. 4:22, Bethany calls Maddie. 4:22, Bethany calls EC, who we think at this point is Ethan Chapin. And then we come to the text that we've seen before in a prosecution document. 4:22, Dylan to Bethany. No one is answering. Dylan to Bethany. I'm really confused right now. Dylan to Kaylee. Kaylee. Dylan to Kaylee. What's going on? 4:23, Bethany has an outgoing message on Snapchat. Can't read it. It's disappeared. 4:23, Bethany to Dylan. Yeah, dude, WTF. That's what the F. 4:23, Bethany to Dylan. Xana was wearing all black. We don't know if that's in the form of a question because of the phone call they've already had, or whether she's making the statement. Xana was wearing all black, but it appears it might be a question. 4:23, Dylan to Bethany. I'm freaking out right now.
Okay, so hold on now. The document we looked at last night did not have that. Yeah, dude, WTF.
Are you sure?
Positive. That's weird. I'll show you guys. We looked at it last night. And I think the whole Xana was wearing all black thing is because I think there's something in here that's not on here that says it wasn't in there last night. SRB. I'll show you guys in a minute. That she saw somebody wearing all black with a mask. That's why these two conversations are happening. I don't know if that's her saying Xana was wearing all black, like that maybe who you saw. Okay, you guys say so, but when I pull it up, we'll see. Hey, Jeff.
Dylan to Bethany. No, it's like ski mask almost. Bethany to Dylan. STFU. Shut the F up. 4:23, Bethany to Dylan. Actually, 4:23, Dylan to Bethany. Like he had something over his forehead and mouth.
And I pulled up a tactical mask last night that basically describes what she's talking about, where it covers this. You can still see the eyebrows, and it covers this. And it's almost like a balaclava with a facial cover.
4:24, Dylan to Bethany. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. 4:24, Bethany to Dylan. So am I. 4:24, Dylan to Bethany. Phone is going to die. F. 4:24, Bethany to Dylan. Come to my room. Bethany to Dylan. Run. Bethany to Dylan. Down here. 4:24, Dylan calls what we think is Ethan Chapin. 4:24, Dylan to Bethany. No message there. 4:25, Bethany to Dylan. No message there included in this doc. 4:27, Dylan, outgoing call. And sometime around now, it appears that Dylan goes downstairs and spends the night with Bethany in her room. 4:27, Dylan calls Kaylee. 4:27, Dylan has an outgoing Snapchat message. And then 4:27 again, outgoing Snapchat message, but we can't read them because they disappeared. 4:27, that's when Dylan calls Kaylee. 4:28, Dylan calls Xana. 4:29, Bethany.
Okay, I'm eating as much crow as you want. You were right. I found it. I'm not even going to show you because I know you were right. All of you. Sorry.
He calls Maddie. 4:30, Bethany calls Maddie again. 4:30, Bethany calls Kaylee. 4:31, Bethany calls Kaylee again. 4:32, Dylan texts Kaylee, but the verbate is missing off this doc. 4:34, Bethany accessed Snapchat. 4:37, Bethany accessed Instagram. But less than 3 hours later, Bethany is the first one, it seems, to now be awake at 7:30 in the morning. So just stop there for a second and think about it.
No. Let's not create a narrative here. Okay. One thing I'm going to say, that they were awake all night. It's proven through these messages and all this that they were awake the whole night. Okay. You can see it all the way through. There's no sleeping. I was woke up at 4 a.m. because I thought Kaylee was playing with her dog. You were awake at 4 o'clock because you had just added a new contact to your phone. So there's that too. Okay. And Jeff, yeah, that's a good point, sir. And I can believe that wholeheartedly. Maybe all those outgoing were saying, is that you guys that are pranking us? Please stop. You're scaring Dylan. That does make some sense, bro. I can get with that. I can.
4:37 is sort of the last time these girls seem to be at least awake and active. And by now we know that those 4 roommates had been knifed to death in their beds between 4 and 4:30 a.m. A lot of confusion. Let's go to the morning calls and texts and social media activity now. 7:30 in the morning, Bethany calls her dad. 8 in the morning, Bethany calls her dad again. 8 in the morning, Bethany calls another number. Then 8:01, Bethany calls home. 8:02, Bethany calls her mom. 8:09, dad calls Bethany back.
And you know what some people were saying last night, and it's actually kind of right, Bear.
Mm-hmm.
If we go back to, and I hate to say it and bring this out, but when Kim was in here telling us about Instagram and messages and stuff going out at 8 o'clock in the morning, here they are.
Yep.
Okay. So there's some truth to that extent. I gotta believe. Are you saying that something Jeff, you know I love you, dude. I don't ever have issues with you. It's not me. Yes, Jeffrey said something that makes sense, guys. Jeff's actually a smart guy, everybody, but understand that. Not everybody cares for him, but I do. So yes, sir, you did say something that made sense. You've said many things that make sense, bud. You know that. That was funny, though. That was good.
Meanwhile, by 8:05, Dylan is now back on social media and texting Maddie again in the morning. Again, now Maddie has been dead for about 4 hours. 8:05 to 10 a.m. That's almost 2 full hours. Dylan is on Instagram. Think about that.
Dylan was on Instagram through this whole thing and all night on it. She was on Instagram, Snapchat, and so on and so forth. The whole night, I said. They were both. Dylan was mostly on social media more than anybody, but a lot the whole night long. And I'm just sorry that if I listened to something like this go on in my home, I'm telling you that they heard this. We know they heard it. They were terrified. They said they were. I can't sit here and play on Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat and take a picture and send it. That doesn't make sense to me, you guys. That's what's bugging me with this. A whole lot.
8 a.m. until 10 a.m., Dylan is on Instagram. She's likely down in Bethany's room still. At 8:41, Bethany's taking pictures. At 9:04, mom is texting Bethany. We don't know the verbate. At 10 a.m., Dylan is messaging, incoming and outgoing on Snapchat. 10:01 to 10:03, Dylan's now on Instagram again. And then she's on Indeed.
That's the one that gets me right there. Throughout all this, you have time. You're going to stop and go check your Indeed app. What?
Well, and what is Bethany taking pictures of?
That's a big one too. What did you take a picture of? And did you take a selfie and post it? Smiling with your whatever those lips are called? Come on, this is weird. This is absolutely weird. Wait, 4chan said what? Hold on. 4chan said Xana was behind the door 3 days after the crime. Oh, you mean that's when they put it up? Duck lips. Thank you, Jeff. That's what I couldn't think of. I mean, were you doing the duck lip selfie thing
right
after this is all going on in your home? That's a little weird to me. Sorry, I'm not at all the time, but thank you, Jeffrey, and everybody else for helping me with that. I appreciate it.
And then she's messaging again on Snapchat, in and out between 10:04 and 10:23. Then 10:23, Dylan texts Maddie again. Think about this, guys. These girls are downstairs in Bethany's room. They're on Snapchat, they're on Instagram, they're checking their soch, they're texting back and forth, calling their parents, and then again trying to reach the roommates upstairs. They still don't seem to know what happened.
Yes, Ashley, but they heard it. They know something happened. They've said that already more than once in more than one way. Hey, horse, welcome. Cap, good to see you, brother. If I didn't say it already. And I think maybe they did think it was a prank, possibly. Okay. I have to say that does make sense. Steve said that too, so on and so forth. I get it. But to hear what they had to have heard, guys, and to say that they're terrified, how are you all so comfortable just to sit here for hours and play on social media?
Well, Jeff said, I feel like Dylan saw a weird guy, but other than that, heard playing with dog and crying across the hall that could be perceived as a relationship issue. Nothing 911 worthy yet.
And that is possible too. Yes, that does make sense, Jeff. And there's two things now, Jeff, you said that makes sense. You're on a ball today, brother. But yeah, that does make sense too. I agree with you. I do. Hold on. When my grandkids play hide and seek and try to scare each other, I could see them texting that they're scared, just not that kind of scared. Now that I don't know. I mean, I see what you're saying, but I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know, Jeff. I don't know. That one there, I can say, but I see where you're going, but I don't know. I said this last night and I'll say it again. Why did they have to wait to get the phone records from the carriers when they could have just downloaded the phones at the interview? I don't know, Tomboy. That's a question. That's a real question. I get it. Yeah, and Demon says an 8-hour prank that takes devotion. It does. I agree. Tomboy says texts and stuff were deleted. Is that what it was, or is this how they automatically do what they do? I don't know, but it could be. It could be. The photos. Yeah, the photos bother me too. My problem is I'm a noisy old heifer. I would go look for noise. Yeah, I'm
Me
same
too, Wisdom.
here. I said that in the beginning, like all that noise, I'd have been out the door, like, what the hell are you guys doing? And supposedly we heard at some point, which now I'm wondering, is this just were a rumor? Or she opened the door and said, shut the hell up or something like that? I don't know, I don't know. And that's Jeff's right on that too, that some pranks are really cruel. Come around a corner, have a pitcher of water thrown on you. People, especially kids nowadays, they get pretty, they post their shit on Instagram and all this stuff, and they're doing these crazy things to other people. So yeah, but that I don't know, man. I don't know. Why they go? Why do you said it? What did I do, Donald? What? Well, it says they say that they were home, Tomboy. So I have to go with that because I thought that they may have left too, but until they said what they said in that document. I don't know.
6 hours before, just one floor up. 10:24 to 10:25, Dylan is again on Instagram. 10:30 to 10:45, Dylan's messaging, incoming and outgoing on Snapchat. About 35 minutes after that, at 11:21, someone identified as JM texts Bethany.
And we figured out who we thought that was last night. I wrote it down in here. Where did it go? One of you guys that were here last night, who did we say JM was? Good morning, Miss Beth. Thank you for joining us. And Miss Paula.
Morning.
Always a pleasure. Brian's in the
guys.
house. Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're feeling good today, Brian. Kelly Coker. Good to see you guys. Jenna, that's it. Jenna McClure. Thank you, Tomboy. God love you guys. I wouldn't do anything without you guys. JM, we believe is Jenna McClure.
Bethany's brother's girlfriend.
Jeff, you didn't answer me. How do you ignore the silence when you knew they were just awake? Sorry. We don't know what was going on around 4, and it's clear that they didn't know either. 2 freaked out girls, maybe more one than the other, trying to figure it out. I mean, yeah, but after all the everything else, Jeff, they're here clearly saying they're freaked out. They're terrified. You know, I don't know what's this, what's that. I don't know. I don't know how to put this, but Paige said, welcome, Paige. I would like to know if law enforcement has pinpointed the exact location of DM and BF when all of these texts were going out. I mean, I would hope that they should, but the way to do that, I don't think you can pinpoint somebody inside a house in a specific room. Can you do that?
Beth said that picture they are saying is the day after. First of all, we all know he wasn't so little. It's an old pic.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Good point, Beth. Good eye. Good eye.
Again, verbatim's missing here. We don't know what they said. 10:56, all the way till 11:29, so over a half hour. Dylan's on Instagram and messaging on Snapchat. At 11:29, Dylan again, texting upstairs to her roommate, Kaylee, but we don't know what the verbate is on that text. 11:29 to 11:32, Dylan's on Instagram again and messaging on Snapchat. 11:35, Dylan's on Yik Yak. 11:36, she's on TikTok. 11:37, she's messaging on Snapchat. 11:39 to 40, Dylan and her dad texting back and forth. Don't know the verbate there. 11:49, Bethany calls Jay.
Hold on, you guys. As soon as Ashley's done with her thing, I'll pull the document back up because I have it sitting right here, and we'll go back up and look at it.
JM. 11:50, JM texts Dylan. 11:44 to 11:50, for 6 minutes, Dylan is on Instagram. At 11:50, Dylan calls who we think is Emily Aland. That's Hunter Johnson's girlfriend. And we think by now it was Hunter Johnson who found the bodies later after they called 911. 11:51, JM texts Dylan again. 11:51 to 11:55, Bethany and JM text back and forth multiple times. Again, we don't know what the verbate is on their texts. 11:54 to 11:57, Dylan is again on Instagram. 11:56, Bethany now calls 911. It is an astounding timeline. They seem to be completely confused about anybody upstairs being anything other than just unreachable. And then bam, the 911 call. It is a lot to unpack, I know. Joining me now, News Nation senior national correspondent Brian Enton, who's been covering this case since the very beginning. Brian, I know that literally up until this moment, you have been going through these court docs, and I think you're...
Okay, let me answer this real quick. And I've asked myself this in the past couple of days too, with Kim and Dave, right? Kim is the only one that I know for a fact that said things like this, okay? And I've talked to her, I don't know how many times, you guys. Dave, I don't know anything about, Daniel has that info. And Dot, I'm telling you, Dot doesn't exist. Not in that fashion. The person that we talked to, that CJ and I interviewed and all that other stuff, that is not a real person. In the effect of that, or in the it is a real person, don't get me wrong, but that was not who everybody was played into thinking that was. We debunked that completely, and Jules did it as well. She is a person that did TikTok. We found her, showed her face, her voice, everything, and she admitted to it at one point too. So that Dot person did not exist in that sense. That's what I was trying to say. So Dot was not real. Okay, who Dot was pretending to be is a real person. That girl never spoke to anybody like that in here on YouTube. So that doesn't exist. But those things that were talked about, I just said that to Mama Bear too, about the Instagram, Snapchat stuff happening between 8 and 10. Nobody wanted to believe that. I never said yay or nay on it. And she swore up and down that that's what it was. And there it is, folks. So I think some people probably do owe her an apology for that kind of stuff. It is what it is. It's up to whatever people take it as. So
Beth asked, where does it say they called anyone else over to the house for people to be heard in the background? Where do they come from?
Hold on here. Jesse, what is up, brother? Good to see you, my friend. It's been a minute. I always said, and you did
Hey,
too,
Jesse.
Kim's story made just too much sense, even when everyone was attacking her. Good point, bud. It's great to see you, brother. Okay, Beth said, where does it say they called anyone else over to the house for people to be heard in the background? Where do they come from? We know for a fact that the neighbor was there.
Yeah.
We know for a fact that Hunter was there. That's two. I'm going to venture to say that Emily came with Hunter. Okay. And
Probably.
whoever else lived in that house with the neighbor, I can't remember her name, probably came too, considering the situation. So I don't know how many people that includes, Beth, but that's a good point. I'm gonna say that a lot of what we've read through these messages, they're on Instagram, Snapchat messaging people. I'm wondering, were they contacting their friends saying, hey, something happened here. I need everybody to get here. Can you guys come? Can you come? Can you come? Maybe there were other people there. You know, we were told there was quite a few people, and that's something else Kim did state too, that there was a good couple handfuls of people there at that point. I don't know, you know, I don't know for a fact, like the number of people that were there, but it's interesting to think about now. Good question though, Beth. Very good question. There were a lot of calls. Brian says, yeah. Jesse says they were using Snapchat to talk to everyone else. So I would think it would be worth checking if they always used it. And see, that's a good point, Jesse. My son, okay, I never understood it until he explained this to me. They don't talk like we used to do. They don't just text. They talk through Snapchat.
Mm-hmm.
My son, the 18-year-old, that's all he does. He doesn't use Facebook anymore or Instagram or that. He talks to his friends through Snapchat. It's a thing. I don't know why, but that's what they do. So yeah, Jesse, that's a good point. And if that was the case, it would suggest a text for a cover story. I mean, it could. It could. You are absolutely right. It could. Sassy said Snapchat combos definitely seem to be more popular than texting, though. Very true, because the messages go away. I guess that's their thing. I don't know. Yeah, me too, Horse. I was very surprised that Dylan was on Indeed during this. Seems really strange. It's beyond strange. That I agree with. It just seems too relaxed. You know what I'm saying? To be able to sit there and do that kind of thing is very relaxed, considering what you just explained that you were feeling during the situation. I don't know, you know?
Yeah. Beth said, but Hunter wasn't one of the calls.
No, Emily was. And I imagine that maybe it's because they're together all the time, possibly. You know what I mean? They probably figured Emily was with him or blah, blah, blah. Or maybe he was with Emily when she contacted Emily and Emily said, yo, this is what's going on. We need to get over there or something like that. You know what I mean? That is the only thing that makes sense to me. There was another call made that doesn't have a name attached to it. So maybe that could have been it. I don't know. And the footprint thing, yes, Beth, that's something we were talking about too. Annie was in here a couple days ago and somebody asked her the direction that the footprint went in. And she said, how did she explain that, Mama Bear? That it was not, was it facing in towards Dylan's door or out? I can't remember.
I can't remember. And with my head hurting, that makes it doubly worse.
I get it. I know, Brian. I know what you're thinking, buddy. I get it. And Brian, I've never said you were wrong, bud. I just said we got to watch how we say things. But I've never said you were wrong about your situation that you've been thinking the whole time. We just don't know yet. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Keep going.
Still going through them. So there may be more shoes to drop, but let's start with what we know. And let's just start with that K-bar knife because, I felt like the biggest moment in this case was that they found the knife sheath. And then the second biggest moment was that they figured out DNA on the snap, that little spot here on the knife sheath, the thing that
Mhm.
snaps it shut, that's where that little tiny speck of DNA was, and that it matched Brian Kohberger. But now we have him in court documents from Amazon buying a K-bar knife, a sheath, and a sharpener.
Yeah, more than 100 pages of court documents came out just within the last couple of hours, and this was buried in the documents. And you mentioned it. I mean, this is a massive deal. This is a huge, huge piece of evidence, something very, very helpful to the prosecution. They are saying that between March 20th and March 30th of 2022, so that would be about 8 months before the murders happened, that Brian Kohberger, through his Amazon account, bought the K-bar knife, bought the sheath, and also bought a sharpener.
So what I thought was also interesting, and I may be superimposing my thoughts over their documents here, but it felt to me that the prosecution was making its case by saying we did not cherry pick. We didn't cherry pick anything.
So I'm guessing this is one of the prosecution's big bombs. You know what I mean?
Right.
He bought the knife. It is damning. I'll say that again.
Did was we found a purchase of what was a murder weapon, similar to a murder weapon and a sheath. And also we looked at other activity, and never did he seem to be a hunter. Never did he seem to be a fisherman buying this stuff all the time. It seemed to be just this one time that he bought this kind of weapon.
Yeah, they looked at all of the activity, all of the Amazon activity for several different time periods leading up to the murders. And what's interesting is the way we found this out is there's these filings going back and forth between the defense and the prosecution, because the defense is trying to get a lot of this Amazon information and Amazon activity thrown out. Obviously, I mean, now we know why. It's damning to Brian Kohberger. So they've been saying, hey, the state is cherry picking, some of this stuff shouldn't be included. And in those filings back and forth, that's where this massive tidbit was, right, buried in the documents, that Brian Kohberger had bought the knife sheath on Amazon.
Sure will be interested to find out what his answers are to where is that knife that you proudly bought. It wasn't in any of...
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Real quick, if you guys wouldn't mind, it takes just a matter of seconds. Mama Bear's link is pinned in the top of the chat, guys. Please jump over there just for a quick second. Hit the like button, subscribe, and hit the notification bell. If you guys haven't, please and thank you. It would be really, really appreciated. It just takes a matter of seconds. So thank you guys so much.
Well, we don't know, but I didn't see it on a manifest of any of the search warrants at his apartment or in Pennsylvania. I didn't see a K-bar knife, a knife sharpener, or a knife sheath in anything that they were able to seize from all the places that they searched of his. So it would be interesting if this had nothing to do with anything. Then where's your precious K-bar knife that you spent all that money on, on Amazon back in March? And he, better have a pretty good answer for that. Let me jump to that selfie. It just sent chills down my spine to see him showered up and giving the thumbs up and being super proud, looking freshly washed right in front of the shower. And this was exactly at, was it 10:39, that photograph that was taken?
10:31 a.m.
10:31.
November 13th. So the day of the murders. The murders happened sometime around 4 a.m. This is 10:31 a.m. I was looking at it really closely. It looks like maybe he's in the bathroom, like in front of a shower, if you look closely. And this was just sort of buried in these new court documents. We haven't really seen photos of him like this before, but they recovered this photo from his phone.
What is this supposed to mean, though? The man took a shower, got dressed, and he's given a thumbs up. What does that mean? That's what I'm saying. This is disgusting in a sense to me, because this is propaganda right here, okay? They're saying same thing JLR did. They're saying he showered and cleaned and thumbs up. I did it. That's what they're doing right now. Okay. And that's ignorant. That's not what this is about, guys. This means
something
nothing.
out of nothing.
Right. It means nothing. And I'm not standing up for Brian right now. I'm not defending Brian. I'm saying this means. So if I go and take a shower and give the thumbs up signal, that means I did something wrong before this. Come on, you guys. That makes no sense to me. And the shower curtain's right here, by the way. For those that don't think it's there, it's right there. Right there.
Yep. Stormy said maybe he's just having a great morning.
Right. Or just, we don't know. How many other times did he do this? Maybe he sent a picture to somebody like saying hi to mom and dad in the morning. Hey, I'm ready to go to work or whatever. Okay. But again, other than the fact that he's ghostly white, there's no blemishes, no marks, no bruises, no nothing on this man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got earbuds in too. Yeah, they're the ones that go in and then like over your lap, whatever the hell that's
Yeah,
called.
I
You know what
used to
mean?
have something like that.
I can't wear those because they drive me nuts. I don't like having things hanging on me. Anyway, it is the bathroom. I'm pretty sure it's the bathroom because Steve, back here's there's the rod for the shower curtain. There's the shower curtain. There's the towel rack that a lot of people have mounted inside apartment bathrooms.
Mm-hmm. That's probably the back side, and over here behind the curtain is probably the shower head and stuff.
Jeff, what did you say, Jeff? But the purpose of this photo is to show the state of his bushy eye. Oh, yeah. I understand.
Well, heck, I think Brian Enton's got bushier eyebrows than Brian Kohberger in this pic.
Brian probably gets his done. Brian Enton does, I should say. I know a lot of people that do these. My wife does these all the time. My son has done this. Sorry, guys.
And the reason that the prosecution is so interested in this photo is because of roommate Dylan's account that he had that whoever came into their home had bushy eyebrows. That was one of the main things that she said. So this is apparently the photo closest to that time period of when the murders happened. And the prosecution wants to use this photo at trial to show the jury so they can look at this picture for themselves and decide whether or not, he's got bushy eyebrows.
Wow, super clever, right? Prosecutors can say, this is 10:30 in the morning, and look at the bushy eyebrows that, couldn't have possibly been plucked 6 hours before if this is the guy that Dylan saw. But, there's the double entendre here, and that is he is freshly showered and proud. Why? 6 hours after the murders and an hour and a half prior to the 911 call.
Let me point that out. Thank you, Jeff. Okay, let's go with something for a minute, okay? Again, this is not to defend Brian Kohberger. This is just to state the obvious. If this is 10 something in the morning, so I don't know, 6-7 hours before this man commits a quadruple homicide. Does he look like I don't know. I can't see it. I can't see somebody looking like this after committing something like that. And there's nothing here that looks, I don't know, you guys. I just can't, I'm not feeling it. That's all I'm saying. Maybe, I don't know. I guess Bundy could do stuff like this too, but he's not Bundy. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
Limlet said he went to Albertsons after church. It fits timeline.
Yeah. And like Brian just said, for all we know, he could have gotten some. That's possible too.
Yeah.
He did have the Korean girlfriend, supposedly.
Beth said that's an old picture.
Well, they're going by the timestamp on it that they took, Beth. So I don't know. Be nice to each other, guys, please.
If you need some space, hop over to my side.
Yeah, there's no reason we can do this and still be nice to each other. Let's do that, please, and thank you. I appreciate it.
Even being placed. This is the photo he is taking of himself in front of the shower. Let me go on to the other amazing document, and that is the map. The map of all the times and places where the white Elantra was spotted on all the ring cams and surveillance cams. Let's put that up on the screen because, Brian, this is perhaps one of the most telling things. This is all around the times of the murders. So sort of do a summary of what we're looking at on the screen.
Yeah, this was fascinating to me for someone who's just been diving deep into this case since the beginning. These are all the times that the suspect car, the white Elantra, was spotted on surveillance camera. So that blue box on the left side, that would be near the crime scene, near 112 King Road. 3:30 a.m., 3:33 a.m., 3:38 a.m., 3:40 a.m., 3:56 a.m., 3:58 a.m. So those are all times that they're saying the surveillance camera saw the white Elantra just passing by the house. And then 4:04 a.m.,
one more.
Which is the time.
Yeah, that's the big one, right?
Yeah, 4:04 is the time that prosecutors believe that Kohberger went into the house to commit the murders and then left at 4:20 a.m. So it apparently took about 16 minutes. So those are all just the times that he was near the house. But if you look at those other boxes, and I won't read them all, but they have also traced him around that same time frame to these other surveillance cameras in the area, sort of making the point that he must have been, according to the prosecution, just driving around and you know, passing by until finally deciding to go in.
I mean, we've got, you know, 2 addresses on Linda Lane that's right next to the murder scene. We've got Ridge Road, 2 times spotted on camera there. Paradise Drive, 2 times spotted on camera there. And then the South Main Street Sunset Mart, where that's the, you know, that's the route out of town. That's really, really telling. Just all the times that he's spotted going back and forth and around the King Road home, if that's him in the Elantra. Okay, last real quick, the timeline of the girls talking to one another. I mean, it appears to me just more evidence to show they had absolutely no idea what happened in that house upstairs, but never thought for a moment that it was something that they needed to call 911 about until they did.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that way. I mean, there's
I agree with that, Jeff. And again, guys, this is MSM. We know that they're handed a script and said, this is what you say, whether you think it or not. That's how they have to do it. So don't forget about that. Okay. This is not their own person. Like, they can't just do what they want. They do what they're told. That's all there is to it. I'm not defending them either, but that's just how this works.
still a lot of holes in this in terms of we've got the times, we don't know what the specific messages were. In some instances, we don't know a lot of calls there. We don't know what they were saying on the calls. That'll obviously come out during the trial. But from what I can tell too, I mean, the indication is they had no idea what was going on until that 911 call came in at almost noon. I mean, even the fact the fact that that she went on Indeed, Dylan was on Indeed. I think it was Dylan. You know, that's like a job posting site. I mean, so you can't imagine she would be like looking for jobs, having known that something really, really awful happened to her.
Bingo, Brian. Anybody else? I mean, come on. Okay. Yeah. Now let's not play this off now and say, well, they didn't know. They didn't think anything but was happening. No, that's not true at this point.
Right.
They knew something bad happened. Period. There's the problem. Hold on, I'll pay it back for you, SRB.
I mean, even the fact the fact that that she went on Indeed, Dylan was on Indeed. I think it was Dylan. You know, that's like a job posting site. I mean, so you can't imagine she would be like looking for jobs, having known that something really, really awful happened to her roommates. And you know, they didn't really sleep much either. I mean, I think there was like a 3-hour window there where they went.
They didn't sleep at all. So he said it right there. The problem is if they didn't think anything bad was going on, they didn't have any increment as to what was going on. Yeah, that makes sense, Brian. But here's the thing. We now know that they did know something happened. Something bad had happened. It's been in these text messages throughout the whole thing, guys. So you can't have both. You can't take it both ways. You know? Right. There you go.
Yep.
Thank you for being here, Jesse. The 911 call starts with crying, yet they still know nothing. Come on, guys. Bethany's on the phone and you can hear her crying. Something happened. Something happened. And let's stop now. Back up. Where Dylan gets on the phone and says, can I just tell you what happened? And she starts to say, but the 911 operator cut her off. Around 4 a.m., you knew something happened. Okay? So you don't get the cake and the icing too, Brian. I'm sorry, buddy. I love you. You're a great dude, but no, not today.
When they went dark, essentially, but then she's up calling her dad, and just fascinating to see. I mean, you read them out. I mean, it's just so interesting. I'm so looking forward to the trial to find out what they have to say, because there's so many questions about what was going on there.
All right, that's it.
Christy.
But the thing is, Jeff, is they didn't do that. They didn't do that, Jeff. When they first called 911, Bethany is crying, okay? They had not even walked up to the door from what we're understanding, unless they did, okay? But that's not in the PCA, nor was it in any of this other stuff that we've read. So from what our understanding is, they called and had Hunter come over. Because remember during the 911 call, she says, "Is she passed out? Is she breathing?" I don't know. Let's go check. That tells me that they hadn't been there yet. Okay, they didn't know.
She said, "Come on, we have to go check."
They didn't want to go check. Why didn't you want to go check this? Because you know something bad happened. They risk reported a quite. Yeah. Yes. Maybe they can't get into Xana's bedroom door. Well, of course they couldn't, or they didn't try to, and only can and can only see the little climbing the ladder to Xana's window. She's just laying there. I don't know that they did that either, Jeff, but that's possible. But if that's the case, you again knew something bad happened when you called 911 and said, whatever. You know, I don't know where to go. I'm just telling you guys what I'm seeing and hearing. That's all.
Michelle, we
Right.
already covered those, honey.
Covered what?
She said, Dago, did you see Jules had the crazy text in-house and in-morning?
Oh, yeah.
VF called dad, mom, DM.
Yep, we covered them last night and a little bit this morning. I'm going to pull the document back up. And I'm also going to, hold on a minute, guys. Give me a second here to get this right. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open the panel up if anybody wants to discuss this. I always enjoy hearing you guys' voices, thoughts, theories, feelings, and everything on this. So, hold on a minute here. Oops, hold on. What did I just do? Okay, so the link is pinned for the to come up here with us if you want to join us. But of course, no yelling and arguing and all that, as always, guys. We just everything respectful. That's all. So anybody's welcome to join us to talk about this. Let me pull this document back up. Thank you, Alicia. And review and talk about these things because it is a thing, guys. It really is. And there's a lot of questions, and like somebody said last night on the show I had last night, this has done nothing but create more questions. Truly. Many more. And that's all that this stuff is going to continue to do to you guys, and we all know that until these things make some sense. Okay, here we go. And again, guys, if you haven't been up here before, just please take a quick 3 or 4 seconds. Show me your face so I can make sure you're not trying to show your waist. And that's all. You don't have to keep your camera on. You guys can do it without it. But just
Jeff,
for
we're not putting any blame on the surviving roommates.
Not at all. Nope. I have questions, Jeff, and that's it. I want to know why things were done a certain way, and I want to know why things weren't done a certain way. That's all I'm asking. Period. In my opinion, from what I've seen and heard, especially after hearing what I believe to be the 911 call is a real call, that's true emotion, and they were terrified. I feel bad for them for that, for going through this. The problem is, I don't understand any of this. Okay. What I don't understand, okay, and I'm just going to say it, is knowing what we know now and what they have had to have heard and the experience that went on is it's so easy to just say, call 911 or to call somebody. They tried to call the roommates. They knew something was wrong. They were texting and calling the roommates throughout a period of a lot of time just because they knew something happened. And at some point says, please answer, Kaylee. Please be passed out, stuff like that. You know what I mean? And that's it. We just have questions about their actions. This is not blaming anything, okay? Everybody, and this isn't you, Jeff. I'm not going at you. I'm just saying, a lot of people are coming down and saying, oh, everybody's attacking these two, and this. No. I don't think they did anything, okay? Let me clarify that. I don't think that they had a hand in this at all. I just question why things happened the way they did. That's clearly all it is.
Jeff said, I just don't think they misreported a quadruple murder. That's what I was referring to. Okay. Sorry, Jeff.
You don't wait. Where did he say it? Let me look for it. Hold on.
I don't know if you have your timestamps on 12:19.
I don't, unfortunately. I see.
He's in
There
between
it is.
Beth and Bombshell. There you
There
go.
it is. I just don't think they misreported a quadruple murder. That's what I was. Oh, wait. You don't think that they misreported the, as in like with the call, Jeff? The initial call? Is that what you mean? Or I'm sorry, I don't understand you. It's probably me. I'm kind of a dingbat sometimes. So no. You're okay, Beth. I appreciate you being here either way. So
On down, he said, when we have 50% of the info on anything, we can never be 100% sure of anything related.
right. And Jesse says, "Oh, I see what you're saying. That is, but it is what they did. That is true. Jesse's right on that part. They called and said that they have a person that's passed out. That's misreporting it. So yes, that I believe. But it is, I'm not saying they did that on purpose. I'm saying that they might. I just don't understand it. I don't understand how they knew that to report it that way. What's up, brother? How you doing today?
Hey, Jesse.
Sorry. Yeah, I just got to turn that off.
You're okay.
Okay.
Morning or evening for you,
Good.
or afternoon.
It's almost midnight where I'm at, but man,
That's what I thought.
I've been dying to talk about this text chain and this 911 call
Yeah,
because it's very frustrating to me to see everybody failing to use common sense. It seems like the guilters, every piece of information that comes out, guilters are seeing it through guilter glasses. A lot of people also try to make excuses for BK. But let's just see things the way they are. And
yeah,
this text chain, like you said, whether or not these roommates were being honest or not, doesn't necessarily mean they did anything really
Right.
terrible.
Right.
But they might. But and I think the Occam's razor explanation to this is they know more than what they're leading on to, and that's why none of this makes. I mean, let's just view things through Occam's razor. They
Right.
admit, and Jeff H was a little bit upset with the terminology I used, but as you said, misreporting a crime was exactly what they did. You can question whether they did it intentionally or not, but they called 911 and reported something that didn't happen. And one thing I'm a little torn up about is why isn't everybody asking what information did they have that led them to believe that she passed out from drinking? I mean, presumably those roommates drank together many times throughout the time they lived together. And were people passing out on a regular basis? Where's the information that would suggest that's a viable conclusion to jump to after everything that went on the night before to suspect that maybe Xana passed out from drinking? That is absolutely flying in the face with common sense for anybody to buy that story.
That's a huge question, Jesse, because according to what we hear in the 911 call, there's a knock on the door. They're calling out to these people. So they're behind a closed door. How do you know she's passed out is my question too.
Right.
So how did you know that to make that call? That was the statement made. And I'm wondering myself, like you just said, where did you get the information that she would be passed out right now? If you weren't on the other side of that door first, okay? That's what I don't understand either. And I agree with you. That has not been talked about at all.
And the call starts with shaking and hello, something happened in our house. I don't know what. And you could and I believe it might be honest emotion, as you mentioned.
Yes.
I mean, surely everybody should be emotional at that time.
Right.
But it's pretty overly emotional to report what you're reporting and to suggest that you don't yet know what's happened, because the reaction fits more with knowing what happened than with not knowing. That
was the point I was trying to make. When you hear Bethany's voice on the phone, it's very shaky. She's crying. She's upset. That's valid. I get that. But why are you that upset if your friend passed out and the neighbor gets on the phone and says that one of the roommates, and she was calm, one of the roommates is, and that's something that triggered me to think about that. Okay. She was very calm and all put together and said, one of the roommates passed out. She was drinking last night, blah, blah, blah. And then you hear in the background, Dylan says, oh yeah, and they saw a guy in their house last night. Okay.
Yeah, and about that, Dago, I think not enough questions are being asked about that, because the story we're meant to believe is that DM and BF contact the neighbors. The neighbors have no idea what happened the night before. They're only told that Xana passed out from drinking. So if you summon the neighbors and you tell them Xana passed out from drinking, and then all of a sudden you start mentioning a guy at 4 a.m, an intruder in your home at 4 a.m, that's not, those two things don't mesh. And as soon as you start injecting something like that, the appropriate reaction from the neighbors should be, what are you talking? What? You didn't tell me that. This
Right.
could be something completely different. Not just,
Exactly.
oh, and not only that, they're not just accepting this story. They're then relaying it to the authorities. They're
Yes.
having this story fed to them, and they're projecting it back to the 911 operator. And like I said, whether you want to claim that they intentionally did this or not, they were misreporting
Yeah.
a very serious incident with information that wasn't correct. And I just believe that both those neighbors, their reaction to not questioning this, oh, 4 a.m. and we saw a guy in the house at 4 a.m. That just isn't the reaction you expect when somebody interjects something like that into what previously was a fairly normal situation.
Right.
And yeah, like I said, this I think flies in the face of Occam's razor, common sense. Yeah,
Agreed.
that's
Agreed.
the
And
way I
Jeff,
feel about that.
to answer what you're saying, Jeff, real quick, that I had up there on the screen, how did they know that her body was blocking the door? Nobody knew that, from our understanding, based on the 911 call, until Hunter goes in, tries to relate, get their attention through the door, maybe knocks, whatever. Nobody knows that from what we're understanding, until after he gets in, and then you hear him saying, "Get out, get out, get out," which is when I'm understanding from what I can hear that he went in the room and realized something happened there. So you can't say that that was something they knew beforehand, unless they did. Okay, you see what point I'm trying to make here? That's what I'm saying as far as that's concerning, Jeff. So yeah, no, it hold on. The 911 call seems to reveal the moment their understanding went from unresponsive friend to dead friend. Agreed. That
I
is
agree.
absolute.
Yeah.
But if we go back to what Jesse was saying, though, the 911 call was made under the assumption that Xana was passed out due to drinking too much the night before, per se. How did they know that is what the problem is, without having any prior knowledge of what was going on?
Maybe it was just the unanswered texts and calls.
And there was an assumption then. So they
Right.
made an assumptive call to 911, which is a misrepresented call, of course, like Jesse said. And I was saying probably not intentional, maybe not intentional, but that's what that statement was all about. And I get that. A tomboy said, listen to the first words of the 911 call. In what sense?
Hello, something happened in our house. We don't know what. Crying, shaking, emotion. Oh, for me, way too over the top if you're reporting a friend being passed out. And also, if we haven't gotten into speculation, and I'm presuming am I allowed to speculate a little bit?
Yeah. You're fine. The only thing I don't want anybody doing, and that's all I'm saying, is we don't victim shame or re-victimize the
No,
victims.
and like I said, there might be a
all.
perfectly reasonable explanation for
Yes.
this behavior. They might know something that they have every right to be very afraid of.
Yes.
And kids sometimes prioritize who they respect and fear a different way than adults do.
Right.
But I find it hard to believe that the text chain stops at 4:30 in the morning and then starts up again at 7:30 in the morning, and that they're going to stay in that house with that smell, with that fear, for that 3-hour period.
Right.
When there's nothing holding them there. They have the opportunity to walk out that door at 4:30, go somewhere that they consider to be much safer. And
Right.
and one of the reasons why I will speculate this is because it makes more sense with the timing of the neighbors coming over and the 911 call and the trigger of the emotion. like you could picture it if they just arrived back and they are meeting the neighbors in the front driveway at that time and immediately calling 911, the emotion would hit them, because how do you conjure that emotion up at 8 hours later, 8 hours after the fact, when you're just saying your friend might have passed out? That doesn't make sense to me.
Agreed. No, I'm with you on that one, Jesse, 100%. Yeah, let me play this real quick, Jesse, if you don't mind, just this beginning part that they asked me. And hold on, guys.
11.
Can you hear that, Mama Bear, when I play it?
Yeah, Jeff said, Dago, you're not going to show my audio enhanced version.
No, I just grabbed one, Jeff. No worries. This one is clean and clear, though. It sounds good.
AM 42, 2nd, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency. Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house.
That, and Jesse's absolutely right, is not the reaction of somebody that is calling because their friends passed out. That is a sheer terrified panic tone in the voice.
Yep.
In my opinion. Hold on, let me put these on too, that way it's easily okay. Something is happening and something happened in our house. Okay, and that's the very first word she says. Hey, Jeff, welcome up on the panel. I appreciate you, bud.
Hey, Dago. Hey, Jesse. Hey, Mama Bear.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
One more time, let me put this back through again.
Something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
Something has happened. Something is happening in our house. We don't know what. She's terrified. Okay. So that tells me you know something bad beyond the fact that your friend's passed out has happened or is happening. That's my opinion on that. Okay. So there, I played the beginning. Tomboy asked to play, and that's what she says. She's right. That's on point what it is, in my opinion. You know, as you were calling 911, finally, something horrible happened. And that's how I take this. Go ahead, guys.
Jeff's the new guy. He's got to have something to say.
Always.
Yeah. No, when you want me to, I'm always
no,
ready.
that's why I said go ahead, Jeff. Anytime you want to say something, go ahead.
Yeah. No, go ahead and play this. I mean, I just want to see the point you guys are on with this. I don't want to jump ahead, but
the beginning is all they wanted to hear, Jeff. And the very first word she said was, again, something's happening or something happened. She's horribly terrified. You can hear it in her voice. She's distraught. That's the point I think everybody wanted to hear.
Yeah, and I mean we don't know what happened just moments before that. In the 15 minutes prior to that. We don't know. All I know is if I saw somebody the night before, assuming they saw her drinking more than usual, and then now the next morning she's not answering her door, she's not responsive at all, she's not responding to anything. Mm-hmm. This could be. Are you telling me you're not going to be fearful that your friend might be dying? Not of what she ended up dying from. When
she's sleeping with her boyfriend, so that would have to be like a simultaneous thing. Her and her boyfriend both getting.
Well, you're kind of assuming that they think they know Ethan's in there because they're not talking about Ethan at all, are they? In the whole time, so they don't. I don't know if they know for sure that Ethan's in there.
No,
or maybe they think something's happened. Something that's happened to both of them. If they do assume that Ethan's in there, and two, if they did climb up that ladder and look in the bedroom window and got a glimpse, I don't know if she had curtains or not. I don't know how much you can see through there, but if you saw, like, you see Ethan in the bed, maybe you don't. The thing is, if you're looking in there, she's on the floor, he's in the bed, but you don't know that they're unalived in the way they were unalived. You might be freaking out. Like, why are these two people, these are friends of mine, they're not responding? And I know we were drinking a lot last night. Well, we better call 911.
Let me go with what you just said, though, Jeff. If they would have climbed that ladder, looked in the window, which I don't see them doing, either one of them, but they would have saw the scene, Jeff. And it would have been way worse than what.
Well, that's why I said curtains. I don't know if there's blinds or curtains, and you're only seeing a little piece. And two, if they're laying on their stomach, I always picture Xana for some reason on her stomach. The wounds are not. They're not visible. She's just laying there. I mean, we said you agreed. This went from them believing this was a unresponsive friend to something much more serious, right? We agree with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, So I don't see any issue with
So
anything
the
with the
principles of
call.
Occam's razor, though, are what in the absence of evidence, the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. Does that sound right to you guys?
Yeah,
Right,
that's what
right.
Occam's razor is, right?
But when Jeff is making his explanation, he's like, well, if this happened and if that happened and if there was curtains to perfectly obscure the view so that you could only, that's a lot of ifs in my opinion. When really everything we're seeing and hearing, to me, without making any assumptions, without, like I said, I said they misreported a serious crime.
Right.
That's not even really an opinion. I mean, they did.
They did.
Well,
opinion,
okay, so it's the implication, or some could misunderstand that you're saying it's intentionally done that way.
No,
I mean, I misreported a green car hitting a blue car. Come to find out, they were both blue.
Well,
Okay, that's a misreporting.
There's also a lot of surrounding information, particularly the adding a new
that we don't know
contact to your.
that we're assuming.
Well, for example, like the PCA says that Dylan awoke at 4 a.m. to noise from upstairs. And then we find out that the texts, she's using her phone at 3:51, adding a new contact to her phone.
Well, they did use that word approximately, though. You can't throw that out. They use the word approximately 4 a.m. in the PCA.
So are you telling me she was awoken by a noise?
3:51 is approximately.
Add a contact into her phone?
Well, the one thing I'm like, how did she know it was around 4 a.m.? Oh, she had some phone activity around 3:51. That's probably how she estimated the time. How, if I wake up in the middle of the night and I don't look at my phone or my clock, I don't know what time it is unless there's a little sun coming through or something. There's nothing to tell me what time it is. And she's saying it's around 4 a.m. That makes sense that it would be not too far from phone activity that she had done.
Well, to me, it suggests that she wasn't sleeping at all.
At all. But what do you think? I mean, what do you think she did? Do you think she's guilty of anything nefarious? Or
No. I mean, before I started speaking, Jeff, I made it very clear. I'm not saying that this means they did anything wrong.
No,
that's good.
What I think, okay. and we don't have the information to start speculating about what they did. I'm only speculating about the information we do know, the listed text chain, the calls that went out, and the the 911 call and the things that were said.
And I apologize because I might be perceiving it as you're criticizing her performance on the 911 call.
Yeah, well,
and I shouldn't be doing that.
That's what a lot of people are looking at. Like only two things can be true. The roommates, if BK is guilty, then everything the roommates did is explained, and it's none of it's suspicious. When me personally, okay, I'll admit if they got the purchase to the K-bar knife, that's certainly damning evidence, and I just don't think the two things are mutually exclusive. I think that BK could be involved. I think that could be. I'm not gonna brand him guilty, right? As a definitive opinion, but I think it's possible that he is involved, and
Looks
the roommates
bad.
are also guilty of misleading the authorities because they're afraid of something, because they know something. I guess what I'm saying is, you can say one guy's guilty for this crime. That does not explain the 8-hour delay. It does not explain the discrepancy in the information. It doesn't explain a lot of things, and the explanations that I've been offered, in my opinion, fly in the face of Occam's razor. A lot of ifs, but if this just went perfectly, we could fit this square peg in this round hole. And the trauma response excuse is another one that I want to debunk right here. The neighbors were summoned, 5 minutes before the 911 call? They were told Xana's passed out. How are they experiencing trauma? There's no trauma for them to have experienced at this point in the beginning of the call. And like
Hunter
I
was
said,
staying at their house, though, right? Wouldn't Hunter? Isn't that what I heard? Hunter was staying at the neighbor's house that you're talking about, the one right next door.
I never heard that. I don't know.
I thought Hunter and Emily were a couple, and they were from next door.
They were nearby. Yeah.
I think
okay, maybe not.
The apartment or the house they lived in, I think, was like right around the corner, from my understanding. That's all I know.
Oh, okay. Wasn't the light bulb camera house? Gotcha.
No. That's where I think the girl that gets on the second girl that gets on the 911 call, the very calm, which is what plays into what Jesse just said, in my opinion, of course, is who lives in the light bulb camera house right next door. That's who that was, in my opinion, based on what I understood. So yeah, there's no trauma there. If you can hear it in her voice, she sounds kind of matter-of-factly.
There's no reason for her to feel any trauma, because she's only been told that somebody got drunk and passed out. And I mean, and so they don't appear to be traumatized. And like I said, there doesn't seem to be any, logical explanation for them to just accept this constant interjecting of, by the way, there was a guy at 4 a.m. This was something that looked very intentional. It felt very intentional that this was attempted to insert this narrative into the 911 call. And for somebody speaking, like if you weren't there at 4 a.m. and you didn't know about this, and you're in the middle of talking, and then all of a sudden you're told to relay this to the operator that there was an intruder in the house at 4 a.m., I think you right away drop the phone and go, what the hell what are you telling me? You know,
Yeah.
It's almost like you went to a wedding and find out you're at a funeral.
Yeah, right. No, I see what you're saying. And she tries to do it more than once, because when Dylan gets on the phone, she says, well, first, and it's cut off because of protocol. First, can I just tell you what happened real quick? And she starts to go into it. At around 4 a.m., she shuts her down.
Because these are probably conversations they had amongst each other before they called 911. Could it have been this? Could it have been that? Could it have been that guy? Do you guys remember was there something about a guy dressed in black? I mean, I had an uncle who committed suicide. That's the story. But there was arguing that was heard by neighbors of two guys arguing. It was just him and his girlfriend that was found. They double suicide. Sadly, she did it after, as the police were coming up the stairs. Boom, double suicide. That's how I lost my uncle. But there was speculation of somebody that would bring him drugs being involved. Maybe was the one that was arguing with him. Maybe money was owed. But is it not possible that, there's a thought like, some of my roommates have friends that bring drugs over, and could the thought cross their minds like, man, Xana was drinking a whole lot last night, and then there was that weird dude. You don't think they did any drugs on top of the drinking they did? Oh my God, this could be a bad situation. Maybe that's why she's not responding. We need to call 911. The thing is, they get criticized for not calling 911 when you think they should have called, but then now that they did, they get criticized too. So they really don't get much grace in this whole case. As Steve G even put out in the most recent interview, that we ought to be giving them a little grace. They've been through hell.
I have to it, but I'm
not saying you're not, Dago. I'm not saying.
Yeah, I'm not condemning them. I'm just questioning, after seeing now, especially all of this social media interaction the whole night. There was no sleeping, which tells me, okay, you stayed awake, obviously because you're terrified or whatever reason. All of this interaction with social media and everybody else that they were talking to, but not one time did they reach out to somebody for help after knowing that she knew something happened, because that's the first thing she said.
But we're wondering how much they knew. I mean, it sounds like somebody's playing with a dog. I should call 911. Sounds like crying and then a voice saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you. Sounds like a relationship issue across the hall. I better call 911. See, it doesn't add up for me as 911 worthy yet, because they don't know. And you can see they don't know still up until it happens during the 911 call. You see when they do know. Before they know, now they know.
Yeah, but the first thing she says, though, it's right here, Jeff, is something is happening in our house, and she's crying.
Yeah. Yeah, we have an unresponsive friend that's not answering the door, that was drinking a lot the night before. I mean, if that isn't... So what you're saying is they shouldn't have called 911 then?
No.
This is just a passed-out friend. Give her a couple hours, she'll answer the door.
No. What I'm saying is if what she should have... Well, and again, these are young kids. I got to give that. But what I would expect, based on what you're saying, is when she gets on the phone for her, yes, she can be upset for her friend. I get that. To say, my friend is passed out. I don't know what's wrong. I'm scared for her. Things like that. That's not what was said. Something happened in my house last night, or something is happening or happened in my house. That's different.
We don't know what. We don't know what.
Something happened in the house. I mean,
we don't know what.
The entire text thread is very obvious that everybody in that house knows that something major just happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. What we thought was a prank, looking back with hindsight, maybe something bad has happened. And that's the way I feel this morning.
They called their dad at 7, and both of them called their fathers.
And their
mother. Right, and I imagine, did they answer?
Well, they called
back.
Do
we know what they said?
We don't know that yet.
But if dad called back and said, hey, you guys are always pranking each other. We're trying to sleep over here. Just everything's fine. Stop freaking out. What have you been drinking? I don't know. I just think there's room for explanation, and it's not necessarily nefarious.
Seems like a lot of work, Jeff, to explain it, though. I mean,
it's Occam's razor as far as the way I'm looking at it. It's the simpler solution. You want them to be involved, like with the text messages. It sounds like, and I can't put it on them just yet.
But in my opinion, the simple solution is their story doesn't make sense, therefore it's not true. And like I said, I'm calling them liars. I guess I'm not calling them killers, or I'm not suggesting they were involved. I'm not calling them criminals. I think they might be innocent girls caught in a bad situation, but I truly believe that it's very, very obvious that they know more than what was relayed on that 911 call. I think the timing of the 911 call is so suspicious, and yes, you can work hard to make explanations for that, but I'm not buying it myself.
Well, so I'm over
really
here making
not.
explanations for it, and you're over there on the other side saying it's obvious this, it's obvious that. So you've figured it out. So that's we just are arriving at a different
Well,
place
I'm just
as we
basically
look at the
giving you
same thing.
parts that aren't fitting together, Jeff. It's like
To you.
all these
'Cause you
facts
don't-
that we know that are true, none of them jive.
What do we know is true that you're talking
Well,
about?
for example, my explanation about the
Partial
neighbors.
text messages.
No,
Okay.
well,
Yeah,
well,
tell me-
let's just start with the neighbors. They're summoned to the house. They have no knowledge.
I'll be
they
right
weren't
back, guys.
involved-
Keep going.
They weren't
It's a small
involved in
neighborhood.
the-
They'll probably just see all the commotion. You know, I mean, but yeah.
I get that, Jeff, but the story is that Xana was drinking and Xana passed out, and then all of a sudden they're introduced to this new narrative that there was a man in the house at 4 a.m. Isn't the appropriate reaction to be quite surprised by that new narrative? Like when that's introduced, like I said, to me it feels like I thought I was at a wedding and now I'm at a funeral. What?
Well, if I see
Xana
somebody
passed
laying
out?
in the road and they're not unresponsive and it doesn't make any sense, my mind is going to think back. Wait, I do remember seeing a car fly by here. Do they have any? Were they hit by a
before
car?
anybody saw anything? This is at the very beginning of the 911 call, just after something happened.
But we
in
know
our
they're
house and we don't know.
unresponsive. They're unresponsive, and it doesn't make any sense. And if they get called out, I mean, I can picture like the neighbors. I don't know how they got summoned, as you said, but I mean, a bunch of people yelling at the outside of the house, Xana, you know, what's wrong? Why are you not answering the door? Somebody get up on that ladder. You know, everybody. It's funny. Everybody talked about the ladder being up and assumed it was like the killer used the ladder, but now few are talking about that it could have been used just to see in the window to try and get a sense of what the heck is going
Jeff,
on here. Why
are
my
you
roommate?
familiar with WSU Kim and Dave?
Yeah, WSU Kim more than Dave. Yeah.
Well, Dave had a bit of a different story, and Dave's story was that basically all the kids on the Snapchat groups knew that something happened in that house, and that several roommates were gone at like 9:30.
And then they watched it live at the grub truck too, right? Is that part of their scenario as well? I mean,
well, I don't know
is it? You paused. I was just kidding.
Why would you say that, Jeff?
Because that's what you have not watched some of the YouTubers that push things like that. That the grub truck is full of people that were involved. They're all involved because they were in proximity.
I've never been interested
If you're in
the grub
20,
truck.
if you're in 20 miles, okay.
But we're not talking about the grub. I'm talking about this. Let's not lose focus.
It's impossible. They wouldn't use a ladder because a ladder wouldn't get you up to the bedroom window.
There's two people, WSU Kim and Dave, and they had these stories about these Snapchat hours before the 911 call, right? And basically all guilters said that they're not credible, they're lying, they're making it up. Now, since these text messages have been released, these things fit Dave and Kim's story to a T, right? And
Agreed.
Dave and Kim's story was that everybody knew what happened at 10, between 9 and 10 in the morning. All the frats and the sororities.
Well, then the Oscar goes to the 911 callers for making us believe they didn't know until the moment of the call. But I mean, it's sure they could be maybe. I don't know. I don't know any details of what WSU mom Kim said, but I know that hindsight is 2020 and
one of the main things was that she came in and said that there were Snapchat test messages, whatever, that they were being sent out around starting around 8, which is shown here now true to be, if that's who Dylan was texting or Snapchatting, that's right there. There it is. So yeah, that part I do definitely say that it points back to her being honest about that part.
It's where it's unfortunate it wasn't sent as text messages because there's no, nobody took a screenshot of any of these text messages. It's all just, it's like Joseph Smith with the plates. Sorry to pick on LDS, but Yeah, these are gold plates, and oh God, took them back. I can't show them to you. You know,
Well, that's
it
another
just
huge
it's
point, though, is this conversation at 4 a.m. between the one that the prosecution released, the one that was
Right.
favorable to their timeline, and
Right.
they omitted all the stuff that wasn't really favorable. This was a old school text, phone to phone text, which, as we can see, that doesn't seem to be the preferred method of communication. And as we know, if you have kids, kids usually use Snapchat, WhatsApp, these various other apps. They don't usually use phone to phone texting.
Right.
We can see that they prefer all the other communication to all their other friends seem to be with Snapchat. So why then are they using their phones to do phone to phone? And I would like to see a subpoena of the last, the last year between Dylan and Bethany. How many phone to phone old school text message chains do they have that go on back and forth, back and forth, back and forth? And if this is the only one, what does that tell you?
It
Like,
says
like,
a
like
lot.
what would that tell you, Jeff? If this was the only time they chose that method of communication, would that say something to you?
Would it make you question it at least?
that they're using regular text messaging instead of Snapchat.
If
Is
they,
that
what
you
he's
mean?
saying is if they were to subpoena that from the year before per se, okay, and they go back and look to see how often text to text was used, regular standardized text to text, as compared to Snapchat, Instagram, or something like that, and for whatever reason, this is the only time you see it in that whole year. Besides that, it's all Snapchat, Instagram stuff. Would that make you question it?
No, I don't know. I mean, it's text messaging.
You don't know. You don't
they're trying
know.
to communicate with each other. You're saying because they chose in the time that they should have been sneaky about something because they might be involved, they should have used Snapchat. That was the moment they didn't. That was the ironic thing. Is that what you're saying? I just see it
What
as
I'm
text
saying is
messages.
this is in the PCA. This sets the timeline. This is used as an alibi, or I shouldn't say alibi because I'm not trying to suggest that they're criminals. I'm trying to suggest that this is establishing a narrative. This
And what part is against the PCA that you're talking about?
well, basically the
Which
fact that
detail?
well, first of all, the PCA says Dylan awoke at approximately 4 a.m. when
Approximately. Thank
it
you.
doesn't appear that Dylan was ever sleeping. It also says that they woke up at noon when
It
they
doesn't
actually woke up.
appear, or you know for sure she wasn't sleeping. I mean, I don't see that. I don't see
Well,
that as damning enough to put on her.
no, that's no,
All I know
exactly.
is but I think the thing is that's important to me is like Xana was posting a TikTok at 4:12. The camera next door picks up a thud and whimper at 4:17. A white car, Elantra, speeding off at 4:20 ish. I mean, those are things that are kind of critical times to me. These conversations here, we have again, whenever we come up with partial information about something, our minds go crazy to fill in whatever we want it to mean, or whatever we think it to mean, and we could be 100% correct, or we could be 100% wrong, or we could be 50%. So I don't know. I don't know. But I'm fine with speculating. I love to speculate just as much as the next person.
Well, and
Well,
it's questioning situations, and that's what it is, because these are the things that has caused, in my opinion, these are the things that have caused the mess that this turned into from the beginning. And even
But we
Steve
don't know what
himself,
they're saying in these text messages. Do we? We don't
that's
have.
that's
Is there?
that's the truth. Yes, of course. But what I'm saying though is even Steve said himself the other day in one of the interviews that he doesn't know why any of this had to be hidden. Now, and if it would never have been hidden, this wouldn't have turned into this per se. But I'm just throwing that out there too. Um, Now going back to this though, the fact is though, and I think that's one of the points that's trying to be made, Jeff. And I'm not, degrading
Sure, and
anything.
I apologize for not really grasping what you're all are trying to convey to me. It's clear that some of it's going over my head, and I apologize for that.
The
Honestly,
biggest part of this part that I think is bothering everybody is that, in my opinion, I think quite a few other people's, they know something horrible happened in that house based on what we heard now. The whole night, as we see here, they
to what
were
level
on
though?
they were on social media. Well, I mean, based on what Bethany's voice sounded like, it seems like a pretty high level, in my opinion, at least. And the fact that they were calling the roommates and texting the roommates the whole night, trying to get a hold of them, makes me feel like they think something happened with them. They're not responding. They're freaking out. They're on social media all night long. The two don't go together to me. That's all I'm saying. I mean, does that make sense how I'm saying that or no?
It sounds like the messages of the non-responsiveness of the roommates to their texts or communications in the middle of the night don't seem to have bothered them as much as the next morning when it's like, okay, she should be answering her door. She's not answering her door. Why is she not responding? Something is clearly wrong here. What's going on? Now start to search your memory for what happened the night before. Anything weird? Anything different? Because usually I knock on her door and say, you want to go to breakfast? And she answers right away. Or Ethan.
I don't think there's any chance they slept a wink, to be honest with you.
I don't think so either.
Particularly in that house with the smell.
So it's that they're guilty because, or not guilty, but they're being torn apart because of the sleeping. If they slept for 1 minute, I sleep for 9 minutes, and that's a sleep for me. Sometimes a 9 minute sleep on the snooze is a great sleep. I mean, but
you're kind of going over the point though. Like you're kind of going above the point, Jeff, is what I'm saying. Like you just kind of said it right there in the beginning.
Well, explain it to me, because I'm still clearly missing it.
They didn't seem to be too bothered about it in the middle of the night.
Because maybe they thought of what did they think it was that they weren't bothered by it? Prank?
Well, let me ask you a
cruel
question.
Prank? You know?
Hold on. And I know that's been talked about because Steve made that statement. It's going to get run like crazy. But, okay, right here, okay? Let me see something right here. I'm going to read this real quick, and I want you to tell me what you take this as. They're talking about whoever Dylan must have saw, okay? And then we get to this point. Bethany, I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. Bethany, so am I. My phone's going to die. Fuck. Bethany says to her, come to my room and run down here. Why is she telling her to run? What are they so freaked out about that you have to run to her room? But then after that,
but I mean, you're not leaving the room open at all to like. I got roommates that like to spray me with the fire hydrant. They're stupid, they're cruel, and especially when they're drunk, we do some stupid pranks to each other, and we apologize the next day, and it's stupid. Is there any possibility there's an explanation like that? I'm not saying that's the explanation, but I'm just saying.
There's a possibility you could fit a square peg in a round hole. You got to push really hard.
But run down here. Run down here. Where are you hiding? I'm hiding down here. Good. This is a scary game of hide and seek. I know, because whoever gets found out, what's his name, has a taser. He's going to tase whoever.
You don't.
I'm just saying.
You don't think that
you
they
can't.
Were
if you can interpret all the emotions in a text message, then you're above me, because sometimes it can be misunderstood, and I think. There's nothing in here that says, I think we're going to get killed. There's nothing,
strange man
I think we can be
causing you to want to run.
Right. This reminds me of when Ethan last month, remember he brought that cousin in here that none of us knew, and it freaked us out. He knew it would freak us out. It's like,
what time was it
possibility
that she
there?
Kaylee and said, Kaylee, please answer. I'm so confused.
Right. Oh. Is this another one of those pranks, Kaylee? Come on, tell your friends to stop. That's what Hunter said to Steve G. Didn't you hear the recent interview? Steve G said Hunter wondered if the girls were being pranked, and he was like, man, my boys got them rolling, I think is the word. He had them convinced that they were being pranked. Just throw that interview out, right? I guess it seems to be. We get these little nuggets of stuff that Steve G is allowed to talk about, I guess, or hopefully he's allowed to talk about, and we don't have the full picture. We got 50% of something, and we're going to say we're 100% correct about it.
Right. One thing I want to put out real quick. I want to say something. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. I just want to clear something real fast, guys. There has never been, and we've had this conversation before. There's never been anything about rugs, okay, portrayed by law enforcement or anybody. So we have to keep that out of this conversation until that is put out by law enforcement, folks. Please, anybody that keeps going to that, I understand your feelings, your thoughts, and your opinions on that. But until we have proof of that, we can't put that in there because I don't want to put out misinformation. So let's stay away from that side of things right now. I'm not saying that that's not a possibility. All I'm saying is that we're not even talking about that right now. We're talking about this situation. So let's just lay off of that stuff for right now, guys. That's all. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I didn't mean to. Go ahead with what you were saying.
I was going to say that Mrs. G went on Wasted Chickens channel and gave an explanation of the hunter forcing the door open, and
Right.
the explanation. Apparently, the story that was conveyed to her that she conveyed to Daniel doesn't jive at all with the tape that we heard. There was the discovery was Ethan and Xana at the very same time, very, very clear what happened to them. No, there was never a thought that it was just somebody drinking and passed out. So these, Jeff, these, you look at one document, you see this chain of texts. There's more than just this one document. There's this entire case for the last 2.5 years, and there's all the things. And if you have got a very good memory, and I do have a very good memory, I'm not a true crime guy by profession, but my profession does involve collating information and sniffing out bullshit. And this, none of this information fits. This information sticks out like a sore thumb. To me, it's just blatantly obvious that there's more to this story, and that's all I'm saying. That there's more.
But you don't hear the door. It sounds to me like they got the door open eventually, and Hunter saw an awful thing and said, "Get out, get out." I mean, that seems to jive with the way you portrayed what Christy said. I don't understand. You just said Christy said a story, and then you explained a little few details of the story, and I thought that sounds like the story. So what? I don't understand what the point you're making with Christy said it sounded like something, and that's what I hear on the 911 call.
Well, that's not what I heard. The story that I heard, the details of the story that I heard on.
See, that's because Dago didn't show my audio enhancement where I turned up with painstaking keyframes to turn up every moment that wasn't the 911 dispatcher.
It seems like you're only looking for information that's going to tell you what you want to hear, to be honest with you.
I feel the exact same way about you, but that is how it works in these things. Republicans and Democrats do the same things. It's one of those things where we have disagreements and we feel strongly and passionately about each side. And you're so far to really accuse them of something nefarious. I can't go that far.
Well, my interest in this case has always been the 8-hour delay, the 911 call, and that not making sense. And
we're getting more and more, aren't we? Of that,
what keeps me up at night is wanting a story that's going to fit, that's going to make sense. And if it happens to be that Kohberger's the guy, so be it. I'm not that. He's not my buddy. I'm not that invested in protecting him. I'm a little bit concerned about the way that the prosecution has investigated the crime. I'm highly concerned about the precedent it might set, that the authorities can just raid all the DNA sites and use whatever DNA they want. That concerns me. But as far as Kohberger himself, I've got nothing invested in protecting that guy. I really just don't think this roommate story makes sense. I think there's more to it. I think they.
So you think maybe you think maybe the roommates hired BK and said, but BK said he was just going to slap him around a little bit, and then oh my gosh, now I've got to sound like
you're missing the whole thing, Jeff. That's nobody is accusing the girls of anything at all. I even said that I do not believe, and I don't believe Jesse believes, that they were involved in the crime itself. Okay, the problem is the reactions that they're having to the situation that night. Okay. The questions are being asked about all of this right here.
I'm just saying that in text messages, my wife could text me and say, help. And I run up like frantically. What's wrong? Dishwasher won't turn on. Oh, you see what I mean? How you can misunderstand the fear or the message conveyed in a text message. And I think that is just part of what's going on. The nice thing is, though, these two are still alive and they'll talk on the stand while Brian sits there silent. So we'll at least be able to figure out this part of the story. We just don't. Sorry, we can't have it right now. We can have a part of it. We got a few pieces of the jigsaw puzzle, and we can sit here and say it's an elephant. No, it's a giraffe. No, it's actually it's a scenic in France or something. But we can't know because we only have part of the puzzle.
Well, we could agree on that.
If the puzzle pieces make you feel like these girls are, there's something fishy about it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe it reminds you of something else from your past, your life experience. But for me, I'm not ready to say these girls are involved in any negative, nefarious way other than just they drinking.
Anything that's that ridiculous, Jeff. But you keep on taking it to that level.
Well, watch the replay. Watch the replay.
you're missing. That's why I said you keep missing the point that's trying to be made here. I don't think they did anything nefarious. Okay, and I don't believe that Jesse does either. But I don't think the girls did anything nefarious. I think that they didn't. I'm trying to figure out how to put this so that it doesn't
But
sound.
just don't phrase it with words like "it's obvious that," "it's obvious." You know, when Jesse uses words like that, it's like, okay, that's
Well, in
basically
what
says
form,
to me,
though?
I'm convinced. Well, again, go watch the replay. So that's the thing that got me when he says it's obvious that this, it's obvious that that. These are just your speculations or conclusions that you've come to, which are yours. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. I'm beating a dead horse.
In that sense, I think so. Yeah, because I don't think it's coming out that way. That's just me, though. You know what I mean? And again, it's nothing negative towards you.
I might be misinterpreting it, and maybe I'm afraid of drunk
I'm going to
turkey.
say
So
this.
the little what you did to a drunk turkey's name maybe hit me.
Say this, and I don't want this to be taken, and I don't mean this in a negative way towards you, Jeff. But I think, and this is my opinion, I think that you have been, in a sense, biased in some way throughout this whole thing. So I think
As we all are. Yep.
In some senses, yeah. And I think as you hear things because of your bias, you're going to take them in that way sometimes, maybe not on purpose, but I think that's how it comes off.
Right.
Because
It's like somebody talking about tattoos, like, oh, they're not painful at all. Well, that's your bias because you've had a bunch. Now, me, I've never had a tattoo. So to me, I perceive what you're saying is like, wow, how can you even say that? So yes, there is bias. And I think it's like what you say doesn't bother you because of your bias and probably the way that you've seen this case for the past, whatever, 2-3 years. You've got this, the little derogatory statement you made towards drunk turkey shows me where you stand on the case. And, obviously because I like drunk turkey shows where I stand on the case. It's really no big deal. I mean, it's just, but yes, if I'm a big boy. I can react less to what you're saying. I'm also a Christian too. So I can.
Who said something derogatory about drunk turkey?
In my opinion.
What did you call drunk turkey show? You called it something turkey.
The reason I use the synonyms there is because some people don't like other content creators mentioned on their show. I know Dago doesn't usually get fussy about that. Some people would get very upset if I started mentioning other content creators. So I try to use language that will let people know who I'm. A lot of people know when you say wasted chicken or something and I call Gray Hughes Gray Goose just so that
okay, well that's cool. That's cool.
So you're not actually saying the name. I get it. Yeah.
To the channel that I'm showing respect to the channel that I'm engaging with by not.
Gotcha. I understand totally. I misunderstood.
A bunch of other channels. Do I think that Drunk Turkey and Gray Hughes are my favorite content creators? Absolutely not. But I generally don't use derogatory language about anybody. I'm usually quite well mannered, and I don't think I make a lot of ridiculous statements.
No.
And you objected to the use of obvious, but you failed to provide the follow up to that. That's what I said was obvious that I shouldn't have said was obvious, because like I said, it's obvious that they misreported the situation. It's just not known whether they intentionally did it or not. I think saying that in that
so. But I think misreported and incorrectly reported have different connotations. I think if you choose the words incorrectly reported, I think I would have had no issue with what you said. It's
Doesn't
misreported.
it mean the same thing though?
Yeah, no, that's the same.
No, one's got intention, and one's got it's accidental. It's like I said the wrong thing versus I meant to say the wrong thing. I concocted this thing to say.
That's okay.
It's getting pretty nitpicky there, Jeff.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but that's
well, there's misinformation and disinformation, right? Are they mean the same thing? No.
Hold on. Go ahead, Mama Bear. Say what you were trying to say. I'm sorry, hon.
So I see how you guys are looking at it, but I see it in kind of a different way because you all three are men. And these are
last
girls.
I checked.
I try to be.
These are girls. And girls and guys react to situations differently, especially when you're 20 years old.
Right.
So that's just my 2 cents.
No, I get it. And that's been talked about too already. So yes. There is a tendency for things to be overreacted with younger people sometimes. I've seen that happen, yes. But I do not. Let me clarify something here one more time for me, okay? And most, I know Mama Bear feels the same way too, and quite a few other people. I do not, by any means whatsoever, think that these two girls had anything to do with the crime that was committed, hands on, hands off, whatever. But I do think that they knew something bad happened in that house as they were in there. When they called 911, very clearly knew something bad happened based on the tone and the words that were used, I guess you could say.
What time do you think they felt they knew that? What time did it come? What time did that realization come to them?
Yeah, right about that
really?
time.
Okay. All right. We can disagree on that.
And that's fine. We can disagree and still be friends, Jeff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. I think we had maybe like an inkling something was wrong, but not fully, what it was until he said, "Run, get out, get out, get out."
Yeah, right.
Well, Mama Bear makes a good point though that women, females will perceive what's going on differently than guys. Like a drunk guy doing a prank to another guy is like, "Oh, dude, stop! What the hell, man? That was cruel. Now I got to clean this up, or you threw something on me." But a drunk guy doing a prank on a woman in the middle of the night in a dorm like that, a woman fears something different than a guy is going to fear, in my opinion.
I will counter that by saying it was 8 hours later. There was two people that weren't involved in the chaos the night before who should have just arrived on the scene and had no reason to be traumatized. One of them was a man, and yeah, 4 different people on that 911 call, perhaps more in the background. So different people react differently to trauma. Some of us rise to the occasion. Some of us get more awake and more focused. Some of us get freeze and everything else. All 4 people on that call seem to be selling the same story. By the way, 4 a.m. I have a real problem with that 4 a.m. time frame being injected. It just seems so deliberate to me. I'm not going to say it's obviously deliberate. Perhaps I did before, but it appears to me, anyways, that there was it was done with intention to inject that It's at 4 a.m. At 4 a.m. Yeah. And how do we know? Why do we know that 4 a.m. is so significant? What do we know that happened at 4 a.m.? It wasn't our roommate wasn't getting drunk at 4 a.m. That's not what happened.
Well, what is different from previous nights, and they're not waking up and answering their door this night? What was different about last night? Oh, well, there was this dude at 4 a.m. Can I tell you about it?
And she really wanted to tell her about it more than once.
And she wanted to say it because, yeah, it's, just like you see somebody laying in the road and you say, well, yeah, there's somebody laying in the road. Can I tell you that the car was, I think it was a Mustang. I think it was green. You want to give some details to help them. This dispatcher clearly wanted to get the right help there as quick as possible. This wasn't the time and the place to hear the details of what they think might have happened. She just wanted to know what is going on right at this moment to get help right away.
I just think the neighbors should have had a lot of questions about that, because if I was a neighbor that was summoned over for a drunk friend, and then all of a sudden I hear about an intruder, everything's completely changed. What do you?
And how long did they discuss it before they dialed the phone?
Well, we don't know that. That's the problem.
Exactly. We don't know that.
Right though, like Jeff, if you went to your neighbor,
but the neighbor knew about it, right? Because the neighbor mentioned the 4 a.m. too, right? Didn't she? Am I wrong about that?
Hold on, though. First off, thank you for joining us, Mom. Mother, thank you for your opinion. I appreciate that, and I agree with you on that, too. It's good to see you, Mother. Thank you for being here. When she went to the neighbors, obviously she said to the neighbor, because that's what the neighbor relied, I think Xana's passed out, whatever. She was drinking last night. I don't know what she did or what's going on, so on and so forth. She's on the phone. She gets on the phone. She tells the operator this, and then in the background, Dylan says, and there was a guy in our house last night. That is a bit of a surprise. Why didn't you tell me that before? That would have been a different piece of conversation that I would have put out there for the 911 operator. I would have said, hey, one of the roommates has passed out, and there was a guy here last night, so we don't know what happened. That would have changed that conversation, in my opinion, Jeff. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of what Jesse was trying to say.
Well, something happened in our house last night. We don't know what. But here's a list of possibilities that I'm thinking of. Here's what they're not answering the door. Maybe it's even weird that the door is closed. and that it's locked. That could be weird too. And they're not responding on the other side of the door. And the last thing I remember is seeing a guy in a mask. That's kind of weird. And he was coming from the direction of that locked door. Could this all? I'm trying to figure it out. I'm on 911 calling now. I'm sure they're not thinking like, gosh, I'm going to be criticized for calling 911 now and not then, But I'm saying I don't think that they knew then that it was 911 worthy. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Well, why? Okay, so you think,
but you guys think they do. You guys think it was 911 worthy to a guy carrying what looked like a vacuum cleaner attachment, and you're drunk and what was 911 worthy at that point? You're assuming that they knew somebody's dead.
What I'm asking you is what you hear in Bethany's voice and her tone as she responds to the operator. You don't think that she feels any kind of...
If they've been trying to get in that door for 15 minutes and there's no response, that tone of her voice is justified as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. That's what I just wanted to ask you. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry.
But we don't know, right? We don't know how long they were trying to get in that door. Well, obviously they probably tried to get in the door. They called friends over. How much time does it take to do that?
Wait a minute, though, because remember on the call when she says, is she breathing? And she says, I don't know. We need to go check. Come on, Bethany. We do need to go check. That tells me
because she's probably like, Hunter is already up there. Maybe he's gotten the door open by now. That
suggests that they have not previously checked.
Right. That's what that tells me, is that they didn't go over there to bother with any of that because now their first time doing it.
Well, because the door's locked. How can they?
I'm just saying that's what I'm saying. They never. How do you know that they attempted? I don't think they did it even attempt.
Well, the assumption, what they could have easily said to the 911 operator is, I'm assuming they're not breathing because they're not. She could have said how long they've been trying to get her to wake up, how long they've been trying to bang on the door, how long they've been trying
four people on that call, for them all to have this weird reaction. I know people do freeze. People have weird reactions. The two neighbors just arrived. There's no reason for them to be traumatized.
Right, and they can see the freak out nature. It's like, here, let me talk to them. You were clearly too freaked out. Let me help.
That's why
I
think the phone was passed. I agree. And I agree with what Mom just said. Trauma response affects everybody differently. We are not the same. And I have seen physically, we all have seen different people react different ways. That is a true and valid statement. So that is very, very, very important too.
But maybe the roommates will get accused of like in the last episode of Seinfeld, they didn't help the person that was being robbed, and so they had to go to jail because they didn't assist. Is that going to happen in this case? That they should have known more what was going on, and they should have called 911.
Maybe there's somebody that they're afraid of. Their reaction, I think, could easily be explained, and I don't have any information to back this up. But all this reaction would be easily explained if there was some particular individual that everybody in town was afraid of, and they were hesitant to speak or implicate that individual or such individual or individuals.
It's possible. But maybe they also, they didn't realize what this person would do. Like I said, that's why I was kind of jokingly say, did they know of somebody, or did they hire somebody to slap them around a bit, and that person went too far?
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at, Jeff, is I'm not getting at they're evil people and they did very bad things, and I'm not trying to shame them. I'm just trying to say that when I look at all this as a whole and combine it with the DoorDash, let's zoom out. We got DoorDashes arriving at 10 after 4. Dylan should be awake at that point, noticing what's going on. That seems that DoorDash doesn't seem to fit in any of this time frame. It would almost appear that DoorDash is whoever was responsible for that might be implicated.
Do we know that did the DoorDasher greet them at the door, hand it over to their hands, or did he put it at the door and take a picture of it like they do over here, and then you get a notification there's food at your door?
Contactless delivery, or they just drop it off and leave.
It's kind of interesting that car at 4:05 sits there for 10 seconds in that back parking lot, showing us a very nice view of the Elantra side windows, right around the time that maybe the DoorDash was sitting there. Maybe as he drove by, he saw the DoorDasher getting out of the vehicle, taking the food up to put in front of the door, and thought, I better sit back here for 10 seconds, let that DoorDash driver get out of here, because he might see me. Again, we're into the realm of speculation on things, but
Did we ever get an answer? I know that this has been swept under the rug, but what did you tell Adam? I told him everything. And I'm not, Jeff's the audio guy. I know that some people have said they're going to get you for this. Has that ever, does that ring a bell to anybody?
you reveal that you don't watch my channel. You reveal it. I've got 2 videos showing that. But
I don't watch
I mean,
your channel. I apologize, Jeff.
what I heard on there was something to the effect. It doesn't make any sense, but it's the sound I hear. It's 10 syllables. Man, I haven't even seen it in a while, so it's been a long time. You're gonna ditch those guys when you're inside. Now, I'm not saying that's what was said, but that is the sound phonetically. You're gonna ditch those guys when you're inside.
This is after, what did you tell Adam? I told him everything?
Nope, before. It's Jack. Everybody assumes it's Jack way in the distance as they're approaching the camera. Which is the other thing too, is like, how are we hearing Jack at a further distance away from the camera saying you're going to ditch those guys when you're inside at the same clarity as the girls when they're close to the camera? Which is why part of me wonders if there isn't somebody standing under the camera that's just leaning up, just hanging out, and he says it, and we've assumed all this time that it was.
So do you think there's
Jack
relevance there,
that.
Jeff? Is this relevant to it at all? Do you, in your opinion?
It's just figuring out what Jack said, you know.
Well, no, I mean, like, I think, and I'm curious about that too, Jeff. Do you think that what was said between the girls, what did you say to Adam? I told him everything. Do you think that has anything to do with, if there's any relevancy whatsoever to what happened with this?
There's no way to tell. Could have everything to do with it. Could have nothing. Could be totally like relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take and you misinterpret what the voice of that male saying at the beginning of the clip as they're going to get you, once you do that, and once you decide that, you've set yourself. You just took an exit off the main highway. Now you're on this road, and it's kind of hard to get back off that road once you've decided that's what was said. But mark my words, I mean, I worked on that for hours. I couldn't even tell what I was hearing until I put it on loop, and I went to the bathroom. I could hear it, and I'm sitting there, and it's like, oh man, that sounds a little like this, and that was my conclusion. It doesn't make sense, but that's what it phonetically sounds like. And the thing is,
I never focused really on what Jack was saying. I was mostly just stuck on what the girls were saying.
But don't you see that if you think Jack says they're going to get you girls for this, which a lot of people are completely convinced. And they don't go to my channel and they don't listen to it. I've got 2 videos showing it without subtitles and showing it with, because I felt the sub.
I'm not Jeff, but no, Dago, do you think they were psychic? What the hell? That's not what I was saying. I didn't say that at all. I asked Jeff if he thought that what they had talked about had anything to do with what may have happened. That's what I was asking. Not that they were. I don't know. That doesn't even relate to what I was saying. So I'm sorry.
Well, certainly there's some friction between them and Adam. Would it be fair to say that's obvious, Jeff?
Well, some friction, or like, I was trying to keep that a secret from Jack D, that I still, have feelings for him. And you went and told Adam. Now, could you describe it as friction? Maybe, but maybe it's just oh my gosh,
I think a lot of
people let the cat out of the bag.
I think a lot of people go to that because of the way Kaylee sounded when she said it to Maddie. She sounded a bit aggravated, like, oh my God, what did you say to him? And she said, I said everything. And that's why I think a lot of people refer to that. And I just wondered if what I was saying was, if, your opinion, Jeff, is if you thought that whatever that conversation piece was about may have had anything to do with what happened that night. That's all I was trying to say. Had nothing to do with.
Right, because Jack D is at the corner club. We see Kaylee and Maddie right there next to him, talking to him. Right. How do we know that Jack isn't leaving there to go to his house to meet up with some other girl, which is why he didn't answer the phone, maybe, and that Adam has had a conversation with Maddie, and it's like, yeah, dude, you'd heard, Kaylee would love to get back together with Jack, and that's all that it's about. I mean, and
it could be that simple. Yes, it could be. I agreed with that before. I think Steve made a comment about that he thought it was just girl stuff. You know what I mean? Between the two. And I agreed. It could be, guys. I don't know. But it is something that comes off as being somewhat sounding somewhat kind of important, maybe because of the aggravation in Kaylee's voice and the matter of factness in Maddie's voice when she responds, in my opinion. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I took it. So
We don't even know if she's being honest. Maybe she didn't tell Adam anything, but she's a little drunk and is like, yeah, I even told him the stuff that you wouldn't tell anybody on this planet, Kaylee.
right. And it
You
could have
know,
been
it's like,
too.
got you. I was just kidding. I didn't say anything to Adam.
Yeah.
You know, we don't hear that part afterwards, but, you know, it's like you get this little glimpse. Again, it's a puzzle. You get the puzzle pieces, you got a couple puzzle pieces, and you just can't know what the final picture really is.
Critical says, a gruesome crime scene made MPD officers puke. The stench of blood. 8 hours later, you know it's more than a drunk person.
After you get that door open. When you get that door open, you do know that's the moment, and we hear it. I think.
I'm still pretty skeptical that they actually stayed in that house
after
the texting run. I don't want to be alone. I'm screwed. Oh, and then the fact that it goes silent. It doesn't appear to me that whether you thought it was a prank or not, it doesn't appear to me that you go through that text frenzy and then all of a sudden you just sleep for 3 hours and you wake up at 7 a.m. That's to me not the way.
It's like, here, you're stressed, Dylan. Just take 2 of these. Let's play some cards.
I kind of thought maybe they went to the neighbor's house, which is how the neighbor got involved. Took off and went to the neighbor's house and said, "Oh my God, something's going on over there. Something may have happened over there. I don't know what to do." And then they're on the phone, talking to people, so on and so forth, maybe trying to figure out what to do at that point. That's kind of what one of my theories was, but they're saying in the one document, law enforcement, that they were in the house the whole time. So I don't know how to take it. You know what I mean?
I mean, if they did leave the house and go talk to more people, it just seems to me that the possibility of the more people you talk to, the more chance you have somebody's going to say, guys, this is 911 worthy.
Somebody has said.
But if they But if they did stay in the house and they didn't share with anybody, it's just the two of them, and they came to the conclusion, it's like, just run down here. This prank will be over. These guys are just jerks. They're always picking on you, Dylan. Sorry.
I don't know about the prank thing, Jeff. Like I said, I know that that's going to get ran all the way out.
Let's put a pin in it. Remember it though. If we find out more, let's come back.
Yeah, no. It's not going to be forgotten. Steve made that statement, and a lot of people are going to carry that for a while. I guarantee you that. But it is a huge possibility that it was thought of that way, but I just can't get past Bethany's tone and Bethany's voice on the phone as she's reacting and saying what she's saying. It sounds, just from my own personal experiences with other people and seeing other people do things, that sounds like she's horrified to me. I can't get past
explained if they left the house and they had just returned, and that emotion you'd get that rush of emotion when you put yourself you put yourself right back into it when you arrive at 11:52 or whatever time that was. That would make a lot of sense to me if that was what happened.
And if you think about, Jesse, that's a good point. Go backwards a little bit, guys, and think about what she says at first. There's something happening, and something happened in my house. So that would tell me in some senses maybe they did leave the house, and she thinks that maybe it's still going on in the house. Okay? Something happening. Unless it was just because she's upset, she just misworded it. But I'm saying if you follow that, that could mean that too. It could be read that way, in my opinion. Wording is a lot, but when somebody is terrified or petrified, they don't always know. And she really, truly sounds like she is beyond horrified to me. Truly. Take care, Leslie. Thank you for listening and being here. We appreciate you so very much. Or they could be hiding out, Donald said, to stay away from the situation because they don't know. But I do truly and honestly think that they felt that there was something bad and horrible that happened. Love you too, Leslie. And I can't let that go. I can't say that I don't believe that ever. Critical says something about a prank doesn't have the stench of death, and you don't have to open a door to smell it. Remember, the blood was on the out. Yeah, it was. There was a lot. Okay, within the rooms. I'm going to say that was probably contained to both rooms.
There must have been noise associated with this as well.
A lot.
And this, especially if you believe the narrative that Brian did this by himself in 8 minutes. I know there are people that believe that. I'm not, I'm not pro Kohberger. That I'm like I said, I'm not invested at all in protecting this guy.
Right.
But I really don't believe that he did it by himself in 8 minutes. I think if he was involved, he wasn't alone. This would have taken more than one person, in my opinion. And if you tried to do it by yourself, and you're not a skill, if you don't have that skill, like like a decorated Marine would have, or somebody with combat experience, or even a hardened criminal, somebody who's been in a lot of fights and lived a violent lifestyle and is comfortable with the sight of gore and everything else. This guy's going to WSU. He's got, he doesn't look like a particularly hard individual.
Yeah.
He doesn't show me, he doesn't appear to me, and we haven't been presented with any information that would suggest to us that he's capable of doing that in that manner. I'm not saying he's not capable of being guilty. I'm saying he's not capable of being a ninja.
No, not in my opinion either. I don't believe that, I don't. That's part of the thing that makes me look at him and go, really? I'm not saying you didn't do it, bud, but how?
And in order for all these text messages to add up, he would have had to be so skillful that you could think it's a prank, or you didn't hear or see, or you know what I mean? Like, that's an awful lot of skill.
And the guy didn't even have, from what we had heard from an interview done, the guy, he worked at a fish market or something where he didn't even do that right. So as far as being able to do certain tasks that were not in relation to like computer work or book work or something like that, the guy's not very handy in that sense. So I can't imagine. Those are the things that have made me doubt this in some ways too, not to mention the factual stuff that's been put out there. Okay. The only thing I could see him being able to accomplish as far as, being good at is running away from the scene, because he's a runner. That's what we know about Brian Kohberger, truly, as far as any kind of skills. Okay. But the way this was handled and done, I have to agree with Jesse on that aspect, that this looks like something that somebody, and I'm not, don't say that I'm saying nobody could do this that didn't have military training. Okay. But in a very quick, again, a friend of mine I spoke to a long time ago, military police officer. He worked as a police officer, was in the military, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Even asked me, he goes, how long did they say? And I told him, he goes, really? 4 people? And I went, yeah. And he goes, that's hard to believe that one person did that in that period of time. And I said, thank you. And, it's not just me. There's many others that look at that and go, how did you do this so fast? And this is the big part, in not make a mess as you're leaving and take anything with you to anywhere. That stumps me to no end. It really does. And again, these are opinions. These aren't anything factual. It can be proven to me during a trial that he did this in 8 minutes, however long it was. It's changed so many times, and he did it and got away with it to a point, and prove it to me. And I'm right there with you. Like, put the man at the pole and fry him if he truly did it. Because I don't care who did it. I want to know. I don't care who did it, who it was per se. There needs to be justice for the victims, period. So we need to find out who did it and be right about it, because again, this man, if he did it, is going to be put to death. That's what
convicting the wrong guy does nobody any good. Not anybody.
It doesn't. Right. And it's not giving true justice to the victims and their families. And that's what my biggest thing with this whole thing has been, why I'm riding the fence with this, because I want to make sure this is the right person. Because if it's not, guys, then that means that person's still out there somewhere. Okay. That's a dangerous and a very scary thought to me, because we don't know who it is. Now, if he did it, then let's pry him. I'll help you flip the switch. Let's do it right now. Okay. That's my point with this. It's about justice for these kids and their families and nothing more, truly. I just don't understand how this is being perceived like this, and how all these things are being put out now that we're seeing, and everybody's still going. Yeah. Now, I will say one thing. If this man bought this knife, that is beyond damning to me. Okay. If he went to Amazon and bought a knife and they found that's damning as hell.
It certainly looks like he did.
It really does. And I got to say, like, damn, okay, there's that. Now you show me Now, at this point, if he went to Amazon and he bought this K-bar knife with the sheath and the sharpener, you tell me how he didn't do this then. Because now I'm looking at that going, wow, okay. You know what I mean?
What I don't get about that new doc drop about the purchasing the K-bar, and as I understand it, they've got him purchasing a K-bar. They've got a K-bar being delivered to his Pennsylvania house 8 months prior. But then there's additional click information suggesting he attempted to buy a replacement. Well, let's give the guy a bit of credit. I know he's got some deficiencies, but if he wanted to buy a replacement, let's assume that he was capable of doing so.
Yes.
What are you trying to insinuate that he attempted? That he, showed interest? That might be a better way to frame it. But I mean, the documents seem to suggest that he attempted. But one of the other things was the time frame.
Maybe that means putting it in the cart. You could do something like that. Like, I mean, I bought a K-bar knife on Amazon. And then when somebody asked me how much you pay for it, I did go, and there would be click history of me looking up in my orders how much I paid for it.
Yeah.
But if I went there and also put it in my cart, that would make someone looking at my click history is like, wait, he put it in his cart. It sure looks like he's thinking about buying another one.
I think the prosecution's going to put this out there for us. They have to do their job, guys. We know that, okay? So, yeah, they're probably going to present it that way and make it, look like that's what he was trying to do. But again, I said this last night, and yeah, Mom, here's my opinion on that real quick to answer that question. Why hasn't another mass murder happened in that town? Well, think about that. We're in the midst of this trial and everything. Who's going to come forward and do that? I mean, maybe they dealt with what they had to deal with. If this was the situation, there was a target, they did it, and they're done. There doesn't need to be another one. You know what I'm saying? Now, if this was a serial killer, then I would say there probably would be, but I don't see it that way. I think this was a target for whatever reason, sadly, and it happened. And they whatever was wanted to be done was accomplished, and now they've moved on, if that's the case. And that's the way I see it that way, which is why nothing else has happened, just because he's been in jail. I don't think it is because they caught the guy and he was going to kill the whole town or anything. I'm just saying the target was achieved and they moved on. That's how
I think it also doesn't help Brian to have it known that he likes to drive around alone at night. I mean, if a person that likes to drive around house shopping and looking at houses in these neighborhoods, you think, oh, they're shopping for a house. They're looking at all kinds of different houses. I'm sorry, but I can't help but wonder, somebody likes to drive around alone at night. The thought that it's like, okay, is he looking for a target? This is the same behavior somebody in a car looking to rob a house would be going down different, through neighborhoods.
Most people don't start with,
it's a weird behavior
with 4, though. You know what I mean? Like you would think, I would be more convinced if you could show me that he's done this before. I mean, it's almost like he's
well, how about 2?
You mean that he only intended for 2?
Could you believe 2 more than 4?
Well, it does seem awful ambitious to me that particular house in that particular neighborhood, there was high traffic with six people inside, and you might say, well, he doesn't know that there's 6 people inside, but it seems like there was plenty of information to suggest that there was going to be quite a few people. There was cars out front. It was a known party house. It doesn't look like the ideal target for somebody who has that urge, like Mind of Monsters said. I mean, if you have that, or I don't have that.
But maybe for somebody that doesn't care about getting caught, though.
See, I don't think it's that way, though. I think this was a target, and it wasn't just like a serial killer that this is what they
there's
have
no reason
to do.
for him to be targeting. I mean,
the house is a perfect target, though. The setup and layout of the house is a perfect target. The back parking lot where you can sit there in the dark and
it could be
just watch.
Definitely.
I mean, the house is perfect. It makes me wonder: is there other houses? How would you know if there are other houses that are possibilities unless you like to drive around alone at night and look at them?
Well, plus, we're also supposed to think, though, that 8 months before he purchased this knife and premeditated this without a target at that point, and waited until he got here and put this all together and then did what he did. I mean, that's something I do question, too. But I don't look at this, going back to what Mom had said, I don't look at this as in like BTK or Bundy or something like that. I don't see him that way. If he did this,
or
I think,
Dexter.
or yeah, well, that's a whole different story. But I don't see it that way. As in, like, like she's saying, they take breaks and this and the urge to kill and stuff. I don't see this that way. I see this as that there was a reason, and it was targeted. It was handled. It was done. And I don't know what that reason is. I get that part. I don't understand what that would be, but I don't see this as something where I have that urge, I have to do this again type thing. It doesn't come off to me that way. And not
But is
whether
it,
it's right or
is
not.
it his, I mean, I don't know enough about autism and things like that, but is there any possibility that if can there be a person that when they do a research survey questions and they get some responses from people that have done crimes, that doesn't get the mind thinking about, wow, it's like you did this crime, you got caught because of that, but now you've told me that, now I kind of know how to do a similar crime and get away with it because you've just taught me, and I've talked to all these others. And then God forbid that you try to get and maybe he all along really felt, I'm going to college, I'm going to help law enforcement figure crimes out. And then he went all the way across the country to be a big fish in a little pond, and the little pond said, no, we don't have anything for you right now. We're not hiring right now. We're not hiring you. And that irritated him to no end. And he's like, okay, I'm going to give you a crime that you won't be able to figure out. I could figure it out, but you won't be able to figure this crime out. I've thought about
Make
this
a good
a
script
lot.
for a movie, Jeff.
Yes,
Yeah,
it would.
right.
And bringing up movies, I mean, he saw his sister do a movie where these women were slashed with a knife. I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know how old he was when that happened, but I know younger teenagers can be very impressionable, and a
Jeff,
thought like that can be in the brain.
can you explain for people that don't get this, the whole autism, why that's being said? I haven't got to cover the document on any of that net, but can you explain that real quick to people that don't get it?
I mean, I don't know why it's in there. That's Ann Taylor bringing that up, right?
Yeah.
I know
I
a
mean,
little bit about it.
is it basically to say he's got autism, so the death penalty shouldn't apply to him?
Yes.
Let's give him a break.
Okay.
Yes,
That's,
they're trying to suggest that if you have his mental condition would prevent you from being able to give him the death penalty. But on top of that, they're also speculating that he has coordination and dexterity issues from his condition that would make him less likely to be able to. And that, Jeff, I'll hand this to you. That could be just bullshit. It sounds a little bit like bullshittery, but I think even if his coordination and dexterity is 100% perfect, it's still quite a stretch to be able to do what was said that
he's a runner.
did. But
I mean, and also the killer coming in at 4 a.m. at night has the advantage over anybody that they come in encounter. Because the first thing you think, you see a figure in the dark at night, a guy in a party house. The first thing, you're not putting your fists up to like, you're here to kill me, aren't you? That thought doesn't cross your mind, but that thought is ready to go in the killer's mind. So the advantage of the element of surprise is definitely
kind of
with the
blows
killer.
the idea of having a sheath in one hand, though.
Yeah.
We've been.
Well, where would you put
talked
the
about
sheath,
this
though?
Extensively. Well,
Where would
I
you put
just
the
don't know
sheath?
why you even want. Why do you want a sheath?
Okay,
Unless
you should
it's
buy
attached
you
to
should
your
buy a
belt.
K-bar sheath. I got it right here on my desk, right next to me. I just patted the top of the box. I
And
am
if this
not
is
going to handle that
premeditated,
sheath
why
without
would you take the sheath with you anyway?
Yeah, but there's no
because the
business for
sheath.
to be in the
No,
house.
because you can cut yourself with this knife so easily, and you want it back in the sheath. And I'm sure when he realized he had dropped it somewhere upstairs on the third floor, he was probably wishing he had it. So
Why
what did he
wasn't
do?
it
He probably wrapped it in something to be safe walking out, and that ended up looking like a vacuum cleaner attachment because it was probably bulged bigger because it's bigger than the knife.
Holy square peg, round hole theory.
Yeah, I can tell you. I can also tell you haven't looked at my channel, Jesse, because I took a picture of my vacuum cleaner attachment next to my K-bar, same shape, same length. You could easily, in the middle of the night, mistake that. There you go. See,
I just think if you go into a house with 6 people in it, there's at no point do you want that knife in a sheath. You need that knife on the ready at all times.
but I think if you want it in the sheath to protect yourself from cutting you, and if you put it on your side and you've got to twist in the dark and try and get it in the sheath, you're going to stab yourself in the side. So being like kind kind of like a samurai does. They hold it in front of them. It's safer to take it out of the sheath that way, and it's safer to put it back in the sheath that way. And I'm only a guy talking with the K-bar knife sheath right here next to me.
Here's my thing with that, and this is not a K-bar, guys. This is just, I've always used this because it's all I have, okay? If you're going in with the presumption to do what you're going to do, okay, you have two hands. You have to use them both, possibly to restrain the situation that you're going to be attacking. The other hand is used with the weapon, right? To sit here and do this doesn't make sense for somebody that has thought this out.
Well, if you've thought it out, though, it does keep that one hand from touching the victims and getting and interacting too much. You want to just interact with the victims with the blade only.
So now he's done it in 8 minutes, one-handed. Wow.
What about the fighting back, though, Jeff? The defensive.
Well, okay, you're forgetting too that the K-bar on the butt end of is a hammer. The damn thing can hammer nails, right?
No.
So he's actually, it's one-handed, but he's kind of got two weapons in his hand. He's got a hammer to hit him in the head, knock him, stun him, keep him quiet, basically do what Ted Bundy did, right? You know what Ted Bundy did, Jesse, to his four victims. What did he do?
Ted Bundy kicked over a lamp,
he hit them in the head with what?
And had to run out of the house, and he got caught like 8 hours later.
What did he hit them in the head with?
A big hunk of wood, I think.
There you go. So yeah, a unconscious victim is a quiet victim, and you can stay out of the way of the blood spray. And it's just a theory. But the moment I talked to a Marine who said that they're trained to use the hammer end of the knife as a Tom Van, he's got great information on this kind of thing.
So let me follow up on this Ted Bundy. I'm glad you brought this up, because at the time that Bundy did this, he was a veteran. I mean, he had offed like 20 people at this point. He was very skilled in his craft. He'd been doing it for years, and he goes into a sorority house or whatever, tries to pull off what has been pulled off here, fails miserably, kicks over a lamp. People wake up, people survive. He at his peak of being a serial unaliver, failed miserably, and then got caught almost immediately after this. So it doesn't really bode well for BK on his first attempt.
Well, maybe BK studied the house for 8 months, and Ted Bundy went in a little too early and didn't, tripped over things that he should have known was, the floor plan of the house. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, we know there was no stalking, though.
Yeah, surveilling maybe, but no stalking.
Well,
you guys remember when he got pulled over in Indiana, and the first thing that came out of his mouth when he was talking to the police officers? I'm not sure if it was him or his dad that brought it up.
His dad.
You guys remember that?
Yes, It was the first thing that was said from his father is that there was a
we coming from WSU.
Officer involved.
Coming from WSU, there was a
officer involved
because he was talking about where they came from, how long were they driving, and they probably were like, man, we meant to get on the road earlier, but it was all that commotion with the. Although I did a study of that, the time that the phone call about the Kopaka situation happened, and I don't see there's like 2 or maybe more exits out of Kohberger's development. It's not like that situation would have impacted his getting on the road at any certain time or any traffic that I see.
I know that if I get pulled over in Indiana, I'm not going to be talking about serious officer involved shootings.
Well, if you're nervous as heck, you're gonna just the first thing comes to mind. When you say, "Where are you guys headed on this cross country trip?" We're going to get some Thai food. We're going to get Thai food.
Top of mind?
What my son means to say by the Thai food is that we're going to Pennsylvania. Brian, what's wrong with you?
Where'd his dad be nervous though? That's the thing.
No, not his dad. His dad's not nervous, but his dad would be like, "Brian, why are you saying Thai food? We're not going." The officer's asking where we're headed, not like where we're headed. Now that could be an autism thing. Maybe it's a little simpler thinking. Maybe I will
say that with my son, he does do things like that. He's autistic, so that could be it. But I'm not saying that that's what that is, you guys. I'm just that's a thing. Where are you headed right now? Well, maybe he was meaning. I'll tell you one thing, that with my son, everything is direct, and it's very what's the word I'm thinking of here? There's no room for it's got to be exactly what it is. Does that make sense? Like, where are you going right now? Well, right this moment, I'm going to the bathroom. because that's what he's doing at that right at that moment. So
Right,
it's
right.
very literal, very literal. There it is. Okay.
Right, right.
I'm not
Thank
saying
you,
that
Phil.
that he's autistic or that's what that was, but maybe that could
But
explain
there's no
why.
way to know that the conversation they were having just before they were pulled over was about that. Maybe they're monitoring the situation on the iPhone. Check out what's his current story with that situation that we saw as we left. And that was just what was on their mind. So when they said, "Yeah, we're coming from WSU," what's WSU? The officer asked him, "What's WSU?" So, what better way than to say to an officer, maybe you know WSU by this story that's going on right now with the SWAT team or something. Again, speculation.
Or maybe he
know.
related to the fact that it's a police officer and it's a police situation, and he put the two together and said, "Hey, that's something else that could be too." Thank you very much, Phil. I can't tell who grabbed that, but very generous and wonderful. Rochelle, okay. Welcome to the sauce, Rochelle. Thank you so very much, Phil, and that is so very generous of you. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Yeah, that's there's different ways you could see and feel that, in my opinion, and feel that
Also,
out.
too, I give Brian a little benefit of the doubt too. When I watch that video, I see him constantly looking down the road ahead. Like almost like that's where I want to be. I want to get out of this situation. I don't want to be talking to this cop any longer. But that could be autism related too. That he keeps looking forward, like down the road.
Trying to get somewhere. Maybe they were hungry. That's why he got pulled over twice for tailgating, because they were really hungry and they wanted to get to the restaurant or something. Yeah.
Now I even did. There's a restaurant. There's a Thai restaurant that is at the next exit that they would have come to called Zap Thai restaurant.
Zap Thai.
So if you look it up, yeah. So I mean, it's possible. Maybe he stopped at that Thai restaurant. I almost picked up the phone and called them and asked him. I thought they don't want to be bothered with, like, you ever seen this guy before? Is this a regular customer?
Here's where you would question that, Jeff. If he said that and they never stopped to get Thai food, that's where you question that whole thing right there. You know what I mean?
Right.
If that was a statement that was made and it never happened, I have a question for you now. Like, if there's a statement that they did stop for Thai, and the dad was like, "Why do you always bring your trash with you into the car? We're in the restaurant. The trash can's right there." It's like, you seem to be kind of overly concerned about your trash. If he
you ever
did
seen
that
movie?
yeah.
You ever seen that movie Gattaca?
Yes. What's his name?
Ethan Hawke.
Ethan Hawke. There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've seen that about 50 times. I love that movie.
Interesting for sure. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up with you guys in chat. I'm not ignoring you, I promise. There's a lot going on. I'm just trying to keep it on. So you don't have any. Let me go back to something here, Jeff. You do not have any questions or issues with these text messages whatsoever, then?
Not really, and I'll look at them. I'll look at them more. We've got a lot of documents that dropped, so there's a lot to. There's even new Elantra photos and things in one of the documents, and stuff that they were considering. I will say that when you look at that new photo from the light bulb camera, I see the shape of the Elantra window on the side window. I see the curve, like what do you call it? The curved molding or bulge, the smoothness of the side body, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of there's got to be a name for that because it's very popular in a lot of sedans and cars nowadays. So I see that, and Twizzle will love that I give him credit for it. Twizzle pointed out the shark fin antenna that you can see on the back of the car. Because I had to actually, when he mentioned that, I thought, oh yeah, let me go check out the Indiana traffic stop. Yep, there's a shark fin antenna on the back of the car. So
relating to the fact that it's the same type vehicle, at least.
Yeah, and also too, if you look closely at that shot, from the light bulb camera, even on the first one, because I overlaid the two of them together to make sure there wasn't any stretching or reshaping of the camera. They match, they fall right on top of each other. But the whole camera looks like it's squished top to bottom. Like if you look at the truck in the background, it looks like it's not as tall as it should be. So I think the view we're getting from that light bulb camera is squashed top to bottom. So when I tried to overlay an Elantra picture on top of it and it looked bulgier, the moment I squished it down, there. Now it looks like a match to what you see on that.
Same thing they did with the bridge guy photo. Yes, I know what you're talking about it being squished together.
But I think it could very well be just that it's the lens of the camera, or that like the what do you call it? The sensor of the camera records more image than the shape of the rectangle that it's presented in, so they squish it down to make it all fit. So you get the top of the image and the bottom that would have normally been cropped off. They squeezed it down because you're not shooting a Hollywood movie with this camera. You want to see a criminal or doing something outside your house, or something like that.
Right.
But I guess I'm saying all that to say that I am convinced that is an Elantra in that frame that is coming, into the neighborhood.
Well, you've heard about the fact that there was more than one of those cars driving around that night too, right?
You mean
the Elantra?
Not the same car, or
separate, two different cars, but they look almost identical.
Did they say they identified them as separate cars, or they noting that they saw a white Elantra here, they saw a white Elantra there?
What I understand is that there have been two vehicles seen in different places in the same area that night. Two different spots. You know what I'm saying? Not like one was here and one was there.
I'd need to know more specifics, because I've only heard that, I know Ann Taylor is trying to suggest this can't be his because he's going in the wrong direction.
Well, there's that.
But once the phone turns off, I mean, I think there's a steering wheel in that car. You can turn it around, head back the way you came.
That can happen.
But I mean, you say of course, and I agree. Like that's ridiculous. That's such a simple thing, but they actually bring it up in court, right? They actually had to have their little spat about it. It's like, well, a car heading in a direction will stay heading in that direction. Wait, it's like a physics statement in it. Like,
what document has that picture you're
force?
Talking about? Do you know which one it was, Jeff, that has the document that has that picture?
From the light bulb camera?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I used to have them on my desktop, and I cleaned up.
They've dropped like 75 in 2 days. I'm just saying. Jesus, the 17th, there was such a dump. And then the 19th and the 18th. There was one on the 18th, and the rest is 17th and 19th. And I can't... The 911 call, hold on here. I wish they would put things a little bit easier to read in here. Hold on. Inconclusive data redacted.
No, I do have a picture of it on my community post from 2 weeks ago, but I understand if you don't want to.
Well, no. I just went to your page, and I didn't know it was on your community post, though. So hold on.
There's also I put on there the Photoshop job that they did with Dylan with the machete. You can see the actual photo of her like in a car, going down the road. That's the photo they actually used to overlay it over top of a girl with a machete.
Oh, that one, yeah. I always thought that was bullshit that they tried to use that. But anyway, anybody did, yes. Okay, so we're talking about the black and white photo you're talking about? There it is.
Right. Yeah, and that was a quick overlay that I put. I just grabbed an Elantra of 2015 and put it on top. And at the time I did that, I wasn't thinking about the squashing nature of the camera photo top to bottom. And then I started doing a little more research, trying to look at the aspect ratio of the pumpkins. Like, do the pumpkins look squashed? Because if the pumpkins are squashed down shorter than they actually were in the photo of the freaked out girl, with talking to the police officer, pumpkins, I compared it to that to see if there was. It's really difficult to tell the squash factor, how much there would have been. But if you look at that, I mean, see that side shadow on the overlay that runs along the length of the side of the car? I mean, I see
that's sculpting, the sculpting on the side.
Sculpting, thank you.
Body sculpting, that's what it's called, yes.
I see that. I see the window. The unique thing for me about an Elantra window is that the underside of the side window curves smoothly up to a point where it ends at the rear. I only see that in Teslas and maybe a Porsche one time I saw, but every other car you see, that is not a smooth curve. It's like a hard angle. That's what you see in most sedans. So that's the giveaway for me that this is an Elantra. It's an underside curve of the side back window.
No. I agree. And as I'm looking at this, hopefully it's not too big, you guys. I'm trying to get it up so we can all see it good. I see everything you're seeing. The only differences that I see is that the windshield on the overlay looks bigger. And then that sculpting on the side seems like it on the overlay, it goes straight to the headlight or the tail light. This one has a tendency to curve down a little bit to the left under the tail light.
Well, that little black mark where you're pointing at right now, I think is like an artifact, and there's one right at the point of the window because there's no See how it's or on the actual car itself from the light bulb camera.
Oh
There's
yeah.
There's two little marks. It's almost like you took two horizontal lines and shifted the top
And
one
right
to the
there,
right.
there's one there
you
and
know.
there. I see it now. Okay.
Yeah, and see that could be like when the camera is making the image for you without the car, and then now the car is there, and now it's giving you new pixels and new information. Because the way cameras like this work, I believe, I'm no expert in this, but I've worked with anyway, the camera, it's most efficient if nothing in the picture changes, that the next frame and the next frame and the next frame don't give you brand new frames. It just uses the pixels from the previous because nothing has changed. So it's giving you new pixel information only in the areas where something new has presented itself. And that's the car. The car wasn't there. Now it is there. So you get little artifacts like that. And then YouTubers, I won't name names, they zoom into it and they see all kinds of stuff.
Well, here's the thing I have with this. Let me ask this question to both of you and everybody else. Knowing the knowledge that this kid has, he's got a PhD in something, I can't remember exactly what, but he's worked in criminal forensics, and that's what he's going to school for, and all this other stuff. This guy drives to the house, pulls up in the driveway, gets out of the car, goes in the house, and murders 4 people, leaving this car in broad daylight with a license plate and everything on it, gets back in the car and leaves. That just doesn't make logical sense to me that anybody that has the knowledge that he has, the common sense that he should have, does something like this too.
But doesn't that fall into what we were just talking about with autism and some of the answers that you would give and the thought process, that you're thinking simply and you're thinking, I could do this. I could do this. All this stuff that I've learned in school, I could do that. I could do that. I could do that. And if you combine that with any anger that is associated with either not getting a job that you thought you were more than qualified for and you're pissed off.
Why did you choose these 4 to do this to then?
Well, I don't think it's there, the target. I think the house is the target. I think liking to drive around at night all by yourself, and there's a house that's a possibility. There's a house. No, this one, I see a camera there,
Let me go with that, Jeff. What you just said, that's a big thing to me, because guess what? If he had been staking out the house, we'll just say, he's going to know that this house is always busy and always full of people. Why would you choose a house like that, knowing that there could be multiple people in that house?
Right. Maybe that's why he drove around it 5 times. And that 5th time, he's driving at a much faster speed than the previous 4. I think he's like, I can't believe this house that has always been busy every other time I've come over here and checked it out. There's nobody here. This is the time. I'm going to miss this opportunity. Yeah, but he can see. He can probably see through the windows.
Was back in town for one night. She wasn't even supposed to be there. It was the last time that anybody was going to catch Kaylee there. Not perhaps not significant at all, but just another interesting.
It's another point. Yeah,
it is interesting, but it could be wrong place at the wrong time. It doesn't necessarily mean it's connected. It just happened to be there at the time that. And he just happened to walk past a girl who likes to draw eyes and eyebrows. And so, of course, bad luck for him too, right? What's she going to notice? She's going to notice that more than anybody because she draws. Like if he was carrying a guitar and he walked past me, I'd be able to say, oh, 59 Les Paul. Did you see that? He was holding a 59 Les Paul. He walked past the wrong person. I can identify that.
I think it's a lot more than bad luck, though. I mean, driving your own car, bringing your cell phone, as a criminology student with the knowledge he would have had, trying to bring your phone and turn it off. But
what did Jody Arias do? What vehicle did Jody Arias? What vehicle did Jody Arias use?
I'm not familiar with.
It was a rental car. She drove all the way to Arizona, killed that guy, had extra gas cans so she wouldn't have to stop at gas stations and be seen on camera, and she returned that rental car. Had they not washed it, they probably would have, found the information or something to get her. I think a rental car is dangerous. I think borrowing a car is dangerous. The best thing you can do, especially if you're confident that you're going to get away with this, is to use your own car. There's nothing illegal about driving through this neighborhood.
He's going to get away with this using something he purchased on Amazon.
I think he was just as confident.
Cell phone.
Yeah, let me go to what you're saying, Jesse, real quick. Here's my theory. If Brian Kohberger did this, he did it under the pretenses of being caught for it because he made so many mistakes with his knowledge of this stuff. He went knowing that if I go to Amazon and buy this, they definitely can track this. They're going to know I bought this. There's that. He went in his own car, with his own license plate on it, parked right in front of the house. He took the knife sheaths and left that there too. He turned his phone off. He did all these stupid things that somebody that has the knowledge that he has, not that he's smart, but you have this knowledge and you know these things. You wanted to get caught. That's the only way I can look at that.
But if he hadn't dropped that knife sheath, he did nothing illegal. He drove through a neighborhood 5 times. He drove around. There's nothing illegal about that. Whatever he did on Amazon, nothing illegal about that. Turning his phone off, nothing illegal about that. It's that knife sheath, and you'd know he didn't plan on leaving the knife sheath. That can't be, unless he really did want to get caught and just end up in the next Catherine Ramsland book, and he actually has achieved exactly what he wanted to have happen. There's that possibility, but I don't think he would have wanted to get caught. He just, in the same confidence he had that he was going to be exonerated, I think he had the same confidence that I can get away with this. I can do this. All I got to do is not leave anything or do anything stupid like these criminals do. The Oklahoma bomber, he had a license plate hanging off by one screw, and that's why he got pulled over. These criminals do these little stupid things, and it's what gives them away. Why? Because law enforcement is pretty awesome, and they I think take their job very seriously, and they can figure out a mystery. They want to figure out this mystery as much as we do, and look at what we do. We do this. We think about this and talk about it every damn day on YouTube. So you imagine being passionate. People call me a Fed and everything. It's like, man, I wish I was getting paid to do this kind of stuff. This would be awesome. And who knows, if anybody's listening, I know Jennifer Koffendorfer was looking for a video editor, and I've been meaning to send her a message.
Jesus, Jeff.
But,
Jesus.
So I might still do that, because that would be awesome.
Plug.
Jennifer, if you're watching, I got some edit time free next week.
I'm pretty sure Jennifer's not watching, but
yeah,
you should play that song that they go, I got friends in.
Right, yeah. Jennifer don't like me, Jeff. That ain't gonna happen, buddy. Sorry.
You're likable, Dago. Everybody likes you.
I try, but she don't like me. She blocked me all over the place, so it's okay. Mom says maybe he thought he committed the perfect crime. But see, that goes against what I was just saying, though, Mom. If he did, he wouldn't have made those mistakes, in my opinion. You know what I mean? I know that you're going to make, like Jeff said, the little mistakes that happen here or there. But if you premeditated this situation as far back as 8 months before the crime was committed to buy the weapon, blah, 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 you're going to cover your stuff every step of the way. And he didn't. He didn't even try to hide the fact, if he did it, that he bought one. First off.
Why did he take his phone with him?
But first and foremost, Mama Bear, the main thing, the weapon that committed the crime, is out for the whole world to find out that you bought it. There's the number one problem right there with this whole thing. The man that is in.
But even if he had not left the sheath there and still was a suspect and bought a K-bar on Amazon, we found out about it. I mean, probably just like he's looking for a replacement, possibly, of the K-bar. If he's thinking that this will solve this problem, all I got to do is present this K-bar and say, no, I bought a K-bar. It's right here. No worries, no problem. And they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess we got the wrong guy. Everybody's got a K-bar. Let's go talk to Jeff H. Jeff H has a K-bar. Maybe it's him.
Maybe. Mom just said she's got your back, Jeff. Jen likes her, so there you go. You're all set now.
Awesome. Awesome.
Thanks, Mom. But yeah,
Thank you, Mom.
I don't know. I don't know that he was looking to buy one. A secondary one, but that could make sense. I get you on that, but I just don't know, you guys. The dude studied all of this stuff. He knows what he's supposed to do and not to do, so on and so forth. So if you're gonna go commit the perfect crime to get it, that's your motive. You really screwed that up, dude.
I mean, you think about like Chad Daybell. He, buried the kids in his backyard. I mean, I think sometimes criminals they have these amazing lofty plans, but they don't think it all the way through. Especially if they're thinking they're not going to get caught. I mean, to actually have the guts to try and do something like this shows that you probably don't think you're going to get caught. Otherwise, anybody that's a regular person is thinking, I would never do that. I'd surely get caught.
Again, with the square pegs and round holes, though, I totally agree with Dago that, if he's trying to commit the perfect crime, he's made so many really stupid mistakes. But also, if according to the PCA and the theory of law enforcement, he's done so many things that were incredible that most people, no DNA in the car, home, or office. That's that's pretty unachievable for most regular humans.
Unbelievably, yes, that's
Even
incredible.
even really capable, sharp.
But how much time did he
individuals are-
have? How much time did he have to clean? And I can almost say with the newest shower curtain photo, there's a shower curtain there in that photo 6 hours after, but then there was no shower curtain in his apartment afterwards. Is the
You still
implication
have
that
to
he
admit,
thought like,
Jeff,
oh, I
though,
better get rid of that?
He was very proficient apparently at certain things, and then just a complete moron at other things.
Right.
And do those two things jive? Because to me, they don't really.
I mean, if he didn't do this crime, he should open up a car wash because he's got that skill. Definitely, I would take my car there.
Possibly, yeah. I mean,
But when you say mistakes, what are the first that come to mind, though?
Well,
with
own
what he
car,
did?
telephone, purchasing the knife.
Wait,
on
one at a
Amazon.
time, though. One at a time, because I don't see them necessarily as mistakes,
Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry.
except in hindsight.
Yeah. Go
Well,
ahead, Jeff.
certainly driving your own car.
Okay, I think that's a good idea myself. So what else you got?
Well, not only that, circling the neighbor, like you could just take your own car, get within half a mile, park it, lurk through the shadows so that you're not circling the house over and over again.
He did a show for him. He went around in circles 5 times. That's a whole, like, here I am, come get me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, making a spectacle of yourself.
Right.
Yeah, probably not wise. I'll give you that one, but it also could show the extreme confidence, and he realizes that there's nothing illegal about driving anywhere in a neighborhood.
I mean, it's really easy to pick up a weapon, pay for cash at a pawn shop or a hardware store or anything, rather than use something that you've purchased online that's traceable.
What I think
that
he
makes
would have,
no sense.
going along with Jesse, though, what he should have done if he was trying to commit the perfect crime is park the car quite a distance away from the house and then walk to the house to do this so that they don't see your car 15 times before you go in and do this. That's what I'm saying.
Have his phone on TikTok on a constant loop, showing that he's watching videos on his phone somewhere in a faraway location.
Yes.
There's and he appears to be sharp enough to know all this stuff, but then he appears to be stupid enough to make all these. The phone, possessing his phone, seems to be something that's inexcusable. Everybody knows that you can't take.
He
your
does.
phone.
That's what he does, guys. Jesse, that's what he goes to school for, is that type of stuff right there. So that's the dumbest, not to mention the biggest, leaving the sheath behind, of course, but taking your phone, that's what he studies, you guys. You would think that would be the first thing he wouldn't do. So yeah, I agree with that. There were many other mistakes if they're true, okay? But those are the big ones. That leaving the knife sheath behind is the number one thing that somebody that was going to purposely do this wouldn't do. But Mom was right about certain things when she said about, in the midst of this, the quadruple homicide, all that, there's going to be a lot of like adrenaline. You're going to be moving fast. You're going to be doing things. Plus, maybe not anticipating the defense from the victims. That can get the adrenaline going as well. Okay. So I will give that. But at the same time, if this is premeditated, you should have pre-planned for all of these things, in my opinion, of course, and looked ahead to what could have happened, what could be the situation, what you need to do.
But I like what 12 Gauge brought up, that he could have easily said he was doing a research on a case about a K-bar. All these things that I just did a video shoot where it was a 4-camera shoot, and I did it all by myself. Shouldn't have never taken on something so big, but it went well. But I tried to think of every possible thing that could go wrong. And the one thing I did not think of, because it was involving a brand new piece of equipment that threw the audio out of sync, that's what went wrong. So you can think you've thought of everything and considered everything that could possibly go wrong. And then there's that one thing, especially if you're confident. And I'm going into this thinking something will go wrong. I know it. But if you're confident and you're like, oh, I could do this, I got this, then you got an arrogance, and I think your chances are increased that you're going to make a mistake.
Well, he certainly made his fair share of them.
Yeah. If he did it, he did make a lot of them. And like, proof positive, Brian, this ain't your line of work, bro.
But I think the lack of mistakes, though, shows to me that I'm like, I've never gone down it was a drunk frat brother that did this, because I just don't. I see this as being done by somebody that knew what they were doing and had really did think it through. They managed to go in there, do something that messy, and not take that mess with them, across the floor, across the outside of the house, or into their vehicle. Or if they did take it into the vehicle, they had plenty of time to clean it. So I see this as being done by somebody that almost got away with it.
Do you think that somebody is that good that they can clean every single aspect and speck of possible DNA? Because I don't think that that's even possible.
Well, I think you're probably picturing it as a lot of blood all over the car. But I picture it as like he puts everything that's bloody that he's wearing into a plastic bin in the trunk. And then when he gets into the driver's seat, maybe he's got a little blood on his face. All he's got to do is just don't touch your face.
And you think
he's
he
used gloves. Yeah, I think so.
I struggle with that, Jeff. I do. I mean, and that's
I mean, how long does it take to, especially if you park your car behind the house and you put the plastic bin on the ground next to the car? I mean, there's nothing illegal about that. Somebody might look at it and say that's odd, but clearly nobody saw that, so it wasn't
going to be looking at that at 4 a.m. either. But
somebody walking by. Again, or like in the beginning, I thought it was the shower curtain. Maybe put it down. He stripped down in it, wrapped it up like a satchel, put it in the trunk. But I've always thought that he got into the car without getting too much in the car at all. And then he had months and months to clean what little that he may have gotten in the car. It sounds like he was cleaning it. They observed him cleaning it. So even if it was just a little, he sounds like he went to the effort of cleaning the car.
I thought that was debunked, and it was only a few weeks. But and Mom, that right there, maybe someone that was studying crimes went, you know what? When Brian was first arrested and they talked about who he was, that was my exact theory right there as to what the motive would be. And I agree with her on that. That if somebody was doing that, that would be it right there. Some of these people get involved in what they're studying for schooling and this and that, and method actors per se, going into acting, method actors, they act in that sense and they do that kind of thing. Maybe that's what it was. That's what I thought at the beginning when I truly said, okay, they arrested the guy, good, great, before we looked at all the PCA and everything else and it started questioning things. That was my motive right there. So yeah, that does make some sense. But at this point though, I have many issues that I can't, and many questions that I cannot force myself to say, okay, he did it. Yeah.
Seems a little bit too ambitious for me. I mean, it makes sense that somebody studying crimes wants to feel that is a good fit for motive. But again, I'm not people bring up Bundy or some of the other greats that we've heard of in the past. They don't start out this ambitious. It usually starts with one and it escalates and it builds. To go from 0 to 100 like that, it just that doesn't really fit.
Yeah, like me. Typically you would have thought he would have started killing animals and then maybe hurt somebody slightly, this and that, and then you go boom. No, he came out of the gate full force, 100% with the big one, and that's like whoa. I feel the way you do on that one too. That's a lot to overtake it the first time, in my opinion.
I mean, you don't know if you're capable of it or how you're going to handle it until you do it once. So, I would think that before you want to try 4, you should try 1.
That's what I would. And a lot of times you would, from what I understood, a lot of things I've read on this stuff, that's usually what happens. They build that confidence based on what their experiences are. Okay. Dahmer, when he was doing what he did, and I'm not saying that they're all serial killers. I'm just saying Dahmer was killing animals and doing this and doing that, so on and so forth, and slowly grew to the point that he did where he was doing this on a regular basis. I can't imagine anybody that has any knowledge of this too. That's the other thing, is the knowledge that he would have had towards this, just going full force into a quadruple homicide like that. That does not make sense to me. It just doesn't. It's a hard thing to process. I'll say that much. Because
you wouldn't say it's impossible that it's him though, right? You say that it's possible.
I've never said that anything's possible.
I respect that you're on the fence, but I think I can respect being on the fence, but I can also respect anyone says I'm on the fence, but I'm leaning this way on the fence, because we can't know for sure. Otherwise, we would lean all the way and say I'm on this side of the fence.
Exactly.
Right? Nobody says that. Nobody says that. But I think it's some people see it as like, oh, you're so wrong to be able to say you're leaning this way, or you're a guilter. You think he's
No.
guilty. It's like, well, yeah, it looks like a duck, sounds like a duck. Sorry, I've concluded it's a duck. For now, that's
where
based
I
on what
don't
I hear.
understand that, right? And I agree with you on that. I've always been on the fence, and I actually did lean more towards guilty at one point. Now with all this new stuff, here I go the other direction a little bit more now, because we don't know, and that's what I get confused with. Like and I'm not saying you're wrong, but the whole walks like a duck, talks like a duck. So I don't see that. That's why I can't go that way like that. You know what I'm saying? There are people that he did it from the day one. Just because the police said he did. We can't do that, you guys. Because the police arrest somebody and put him in jail, said that he committed the crime, that does not mean that that's what it is. You can't just base it on that because you want to.
Right, they've still got to prove it. They've still got to prove it, but they're a large group of people that are experienced, talented, and I've often said I believe in a professional law enforcement before a professional YouTuber, because the experience is vastly different, but I believe that he is presumed innocent until proven guilty, and law enforcement is presumed competent until proven otherwise. And a lot of people throw law enforcement right under the bus initially, and they say, and at the same time they say, well, it couldn't be him. So I think that it's just a matter of showing your bias very clearly. Not you, I'm just saying in general.
I've always said that he may be involved, he may be guilty, he may be part of this, but it's always been a little bit too much for me to think that he did it by himself.
But if he slips and says, we're going for Thai food, he's going to slip and say, well, but Fred told me that this was a good idea and we get away with it. I just see it being more like that. And I think it's easier to keep a secret when you're the only one that knows it.
And you know what? And that's true. But with what Mom just said here, his DNA's at the crime scene. In the very beginning, I said, okay, that has to make it real. But I started seeing things that changed my mind, Mom, because of that. And I respect how you feel on that, because that would make you think, okay, there it is. Until I looked at that story.
DNA is at the crime scene.
That's right. There's other DNA there. That's a fact now. Okay, so we have 2 or 3 other DNAs involved now. Let's go back to this, this is just transfer DNA, mind you. We've talked about that for a year.
But it is closest in proximity to a person who's unalived, and it happens to connect with an Elantra that's seen, and happens to be somebody that's studied this, happens to have bushy eyebrows like the witness saw. There's a lot of happens to be. This is a happens to be case.
That's understandable.
There's also and he can be victim.
Fingernails.
He can be victim of a coincidence, I guess, but after the other.
Why didn't he show up under the fingernails, but somebody else did?
Yeah, I imagine Maddie herself is under her own fingernails, Kaylee possibly, and then a third person. I mean, but the one that they chose to go after happened to lead to the guy who happens to be this, happens to be that, happens to be this.
He's been why did they not go after the DNA under the fingernails? I mean, a mixture of 3 people, and I would presume that they already have Kaylee's DNA, so they could identify if it was her.
Of course.
What if there's a guy at the grub truck that remembers, like, oh man, Kaylee or Maddie ran up to me, hugged me, and she's so drunk, it's so funny. She scratched me. She scratched me as she hugged me. Is that not possible?
Jeff. If you're going to use that to explain that DNA, then use that to explain the stuff on the sheath too. Then
right.
The stuff under the button snap.
You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Right, no, is it? But sure. You can look for any kind of explanation. I'm looking for an explanation though to explain the 3 DNA on stuff that I don't know enough information about.
I would say,
but we do know that
is far more significant than transfer DNA on a sheath that we don't even know for sure is the weapon that was actually used, or the only weapon that was used. It might be one of several. It might not even be. There was some discussion from Mabbitt that, and from Steve G, that the wounds didn't match out of Steve G's mouth.
Right, but my dad was a meat cutter with Safeway, and when we use the same knife on the same Thanksgiving turkey, I make it look like hell. So all I'm saying is that wounds don't have to match from the same weapon. Also, too, is it possible that it's what did we say earlier? The K-bar is also a hammer. So these wounds don't match. This one looks like somebody was hit with a hammer. Oh, this one looks like a knife slice. This one looks like a knife slice when somebody's running away. This one looks like a knife slice when they're not moving at all because they're asleep as it happens.
I guess what I was getting at is it's far more easy for me to believe that he's involved somehow. It's his DNA. There's other people involved. Their DNA is underneath Maddie's fingernails. And it's not a one-person crime. I mean, yes, theoretically, you could use the K-bar as a hammer and as a knife, but in 8 minutes as a ninja to get in and out without with no signs of forced entry, without alarming the neighborhood to what's going on. It's to me that's just a real.
Look, but clearly, Jesse. Okay, I said earlier you haven't watched any of my channel, which you admitted to. You haven't watched 12 Gauge's channel too, where he shows a guy gets sliced in the neck in a mall, and that guy goes down within seconds, and it's over.
Oh yeah, sure.
It can happen. The slice at the right spot. That guy didn't expect that knife to be coming across his neck at that point. Neither did any of these victims. And even the person in the mall, I don't think the person in the mall even planned what was going to happen that day. It just kind of happened. This killer had a plan. This killer went in there with a K-bar and was ready to use it, I believe.
But from what we've heard from Mabbott and Steve G, we're not talking about one single wound to the neck and that's it for that person. We're talking about absolute gore, unrecognizable, continuous beating, and several wounds to various different individuals.
But the quietness of it tells you that it was approached probably like the way Bundy did. Knock him unconscious. That way there's no screaming. You take him out quickly, and then if you want to go at it crazily more after that, I guess so. But I'm just saying if it was truly, if I just imagine somebody doing that to somebody in the bed right above me, and my description of the sounds of it all is sounds like somebody playing, maybe roughhousing with the dog on the bed. This killer managed to do this to prevent screaming, to prevent yelling, and
how?
Well, again, nobody likes to think about this K-bar as a hammer. You smack somebody in the head, they're unconscious, they're not going to scream, and then you do the other part with the sharp side. And if you do it one at a time, and if it's true, my theory is that Kaylee came into the room afterwards, he's dealing with these victims one at a time, one head at a time, knocked unconscious and then sliced one at a time.
I'll say this much. Let me say this real quick. I think, and I've always thought Maddie was sleeping. So I don't think that Maddie struggled, and I hope that she didn't have to, thank God. But I think that Kaylee, because the dog, I think, was in the room with her, the dog got a little weird because of the noise going on, possibly, or just hearing somebody.
Smell of blood, yeah.
Maybe, and she goes in to check and interacts, and that's where this happens. And I know she defended herself. Steve already claimed that. So there's a struggle there. Now, he has to be able to get to her to hit her in the head if she's backing up and moving around and dancing to defend herself. At some point, she ends up backed up into the corner on the bed, trying to get away from him, obviously. And the way that her wounds are, you can tell that she was fighting him because they're all over the place, okay?
And she's a Goncalves, so I assume that if she comes into the room and sees somebody that's attacking Maddie or has just finished attacking Maddie, or just a guy in Maddie's room, she's going to try to help. And then, boom, I'm sure she probably doesn't see the knife at first. And then, again, hammer to the head, and you're falling back onto the bed, and you're trying your best to get out of the way of all that's happening to you. And
But I don't know that happened like that because she had wounds on her, the side, back, lacerated kidney, liver, things like that. So there was a lot of movement there, Jeff, in my opinion. And then she finally ends up in the back corner like she's getting away from somebody. That took some time. I think there was a dance that went on there as she's defending her friend and herself. Meanwhile, right below her is Dylan that's hearing whatever she's hearing. That sounds like more than somebody playing with the dog to me, is what I'm saying.
Well, but you weren't there, and you weren't drunk, and you weren't wondering what the sounds were.
In my opinion.
That's how she described it. And why would she describe it any other way unless she's like, we don't want to imply that she's involved and she's like, I guess Kaylee's turn now. This is what they said they would do. They would do, this one first and then this one right about this time, and this.
So
I'm just going to say it sounded
unconscious. How did she get DNA under her nails?
Yeah, I don't think like fully unconscious where you can't move, you can't, You can't move around. The thing is like we don't know when that stuff got under her fingernails. Could have been at the grub truck. Could have been in the ride home. The guy she hugged at the grub truck.
This theory requires the perfect amount of energy and time to take care of the 4 victims proficiently, quietly, efficiently, but you only have enough skill and energy to take care of those 4.
Exactly. So who's harder to kill? Somebody unconscious or somebody conscious fighting back? Well, somebody knocked unconscious is tipsy. It's going to be easier to kill.
So you used up all your skill and all your energy. You come across Dylan and you're like, oh, I've had enough. I've got nothing left. It seems rather convenient.
Well, if he saw Dylan, if she's looking through the crack in her door and he's blinded by this good vibes light in his face and he's looking for the exit, he probably doesn't see her. He's got a light in his face. I'm a photographer. I know. I actually have 13 stitches I got over my eye because I was standing on a set that was lit by bright lights, and I went over into this shelf to get a piece of lighting equipment, and there's this metal rod sticking out of the shelf, and I didn't see it because it's in the dark. It's a very similar situation. Your eyes are adjusted to the bright light, and then something sitting there in the dark is not going to be seen. Just my opinion.
What part are you talking about with that, Jeff? Say that again.
That the good vibes light is a bright light in his face, and if she's got her door open a crack, she's in the dark and she's looking out her door at a man lit like as if it's like almost like a photographer. I put that light right at that spot to see his face, and he walks by. How long does it take for the eyes to adjust? When I took my son on a camping trip with these, part of the school trip, it was an overnight trip, they took all the flashlights away from the kids before we went on a night hike. I was like, why are you taking the flashlights away? How are the kids going to see? It takes 28 minutes. After 28 minutes, your irises open up as far as they're going to open, and you have what they call night vision. Now you can see at night by the moonlight.
Of course.
Somebody hits you with a flashlight just once, and it's going to take another 28 minutes for your irises to open back up. So they take that away because they know kids are going to shine each other in the face, and they're going to have a bunch of blind kids tripping over rocks and snakes and stuff. On this nature hike.
To speak to what you just said, though, think about what you said. That the good vibe sign it's a bright sign. Okay. If Dylan saw him the way she saw him as he's approaching her, coming from, we'll say, Xana's room, that hallway. That light is going to be to the backside of him. It's going to be illuminating the back of him. It's not going to be in his face. It's coming from behind him, okay? That's going to light up, and you're a photographer and stuff. You know that. That's going to put an aura around him, so in turn, it's going to probably blind her more than him, okay?
But I think when you look out at Dylan's door, you see part of the railing for the stairs that go down to the first floor, right? So as he's coming around, I think you're going to see that light hitting the front of his face, and if he should turn, the light from the good vibes is going to be lighting the wall behind him. And so therefore, a silhouette of his big Herman Munster bushy eyebrows is going to be visible.
To an extent, yeah. But if she sees him as he's turning the corner, coming out of that hallway, right by that sign to head towards Dylan's room, depending on when she sees him. Okay, let me put it that way. If he's closer to her or if he's back by that hallway, then yeah, it's going to change the look. I agree with you on that. But I'm just
if he's not, we don't know that he's just in continuous motion. We don't know if he's like stopping for a moment. It's like, wait, do I have everything? Frick, where's the sheath? The sheath is not in my pocket. I thought I put it in my pocket. I got to get out of here. So maybe there was actually a little time to see more than just a passing by of a person. I don't know.
Critical said that's only true if the hanging lights weren't on in the good vibes room. And we know that they were on in the good vibes room in the kitchen. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just trying to speak to what the good vibes thing was talked about there. But and she said he looked right at her and moved right past her because he's going around a corner.
Which document does she say that he looked right at her? Is that a new document?
I've never heard that either, so I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I heard somebody mention that today, and
it must be in one of the documents that were just dropped. Maybe I don't know. Which we haven't looked at yet, so we will have to. Again, I'm not saying that I don't believe, and I don't want that to be misinterpreted, folks. I'm not saying I don't believe Brian did this or could have done this. All I'm saying is that in my opinion, the way it's been seen, the way it's been presented to me, I don't see enough information to say that he did this at this point. That's all I'm saying. Because
Right.
most of
I
the
can respect
information,
that. I can
most
respect
of the information we've been given to prove that he did it has been taken back away from us now at this point to an extent. So it's like, well, wait a minute. Okay. So that's why I was been on the fence, but now I'm more leaning towards the innocent because everything that we're getting that proves that he did it is being taken back. The ping stuff is all bullshit now. A lot of what's in the PCA has been retracted because it's not true now. So how do you look at this and still say, okay, he still did it to me? Because now
Didn't
these
Bill
things
Thompson call the PCA irrelevant?
Yes.
And it's stuff like that when you see. I don't think there's much excuse for the way that the PCA is written because a lot of this stuff, they would have had the information. And it's quite clear that some of the things they put in the PCA were intentionally there to mislead. Also, the grand jury at this point, it would appear that if they were honest at the grand jury, if it had went to a preliminary trial instead of a grand jury should be illegal in my opinion. The fact that you don't get any representation, the fact that you're so secretive, the fact that they could convict, just the fact that they convict ham sandwiches. I know that's just a saying, but that doesn't jive with justice and the rights that we should have as individuals. And if it had gone to a preliminary hearing with the way it was presented in the PCA, I don't think it would have been enough for him to be indicted. And yeah,
no, the PCA is a snapshot of that moment in time. I mean, the investigation continues, and when you learn more, you know more, and then you understand more. Mm-hmm. And I think that
you can elaborate on the PCA, but when
and time is of the essence. When the report is due tomorrow, you're writing very quickly, right? And I have a feeling that Payne is probably. This is Idaho. When was the last murder? 7 years ago?
He wasn't
even there. He wasn't writing the PCA 7 years ago for this little town in Idaho.
Well, here's the
Nobody in that whole town probably has a knack for writing a perfect PCA. But time is of the essence, and he's trying to move quick. The slower he moves, the slower the Bearcat gets out there in Pennsylvania out on the front lawn.
With that because there was a gag order. Bill Thompson tells everybody, refer to the PCA. We're not going to tell you anything. We can't tell you anything. They know that this is going to be a media circus. It's on every channel, and they're like, "Oh, the PCA." Every News Nation and Coffin Daffer and all the mainstream media harping on the piece. This is the way it happened, and now later we're told it's irrelevant and it's all bullshit. And all this information that's coming out proves that. I mean, they had this information the entire time. They had those text messages. They had all this. They had the 911 call the entire time, and the way all that information was presented in the PCA, in my humble opinion, was misleading on purpose because they didn't have the goods.
I agree with that too. That's the only other reason it makes sense to do that. And going along it's a fluid investigation when info was first put out, but it does not change his DNA is at the scene, and everybody does go back to that. And I'm going to tell you something. I believed that too until I read the story of the paramedic that picked up a man that had committed a crime and transported him to the hospital. Okay. I'm going to screw this up. I know I am because I don't have it in front of me.
Lucas Anderson.
Excuse me?
His name was Lucas Anderson.
Thank you. So you know what I'm talking about. The DNA was transferred from the gurney, okay, to another person, and that person looked to be the same person, just like Brian Kohberger. It's transferred DNA, folks. It is very possible. That is why I do not believe now, and I question. I shouldn't say don't believe. I don't want to say do not believe, but question DNA at the scene now because this can happen. And it's a very odd situation, but life is odd, folks, and these things happen all the time. Lucas Anderson, thank you.
It is, and it is possible, yes. But it's also like it's possible to get a bad plate of spaghetti if I assume that the next plate of spaghetti is going to be bad, and the one after that, hey, I've worked it into meatballs. You can't assume that all restaurants are going to be bad. So you shared a case. It maybe has some similarities, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be that was a bad plate of spaghetti, so therefore this one must be a bad plate of spaghetti.
When I'm following a case and I see behavior from the law enforcement and the prosecution that seems shady, and I see things presented in a certain way that appear to be intentionally misleading, that makes me more skeptical of these things, though. So
especially when prosecutorial misconduct gets brought into the situation. You have to ask that question. Why? Where?
So it's like if the spaghetti smells bad, Jeff, maybe it is bad.
Or if you got big city crime in a small town, they've never done this before. Payne was even concerned that what they put into CODIS would, like if they didn't do it right, that they would lose what they just put into CODIS. There's no time for mess ups. It's kind of like me with, I can only relate it to like video work. It's like, I think that one copy of that file that we just shot is on this backup hard drive, but I'm not sure. It would be better to just wait, don't use those hard drives, don't use those cards, because we could mess this up because we're a small town. We've never done this before. This is how many of you guys have dealt with CODIS recently? It's been a while. Let's check. So they're trying to figure this out. It's big time crime, big town crime in a small town, and they're trying to do their best. And they're also at the same time, I think, trying to not let's share with the public everything we know. Well, doesn't that share it with the criminal too? Oh yeah, we better not do that. I often wondered if they were saying it was a 2011 to 2013 because they had a notion that it might be a 15. If we just say 11 to 13, we still get the same number of tips from the public. But if by not saying it's a 15, we lead the killer to think, oh, they're not onto me. They're looking at the wrong vehicle. I got away with it.
There's another vehicle too involved, possibly though, that's been in that town. Though is what I'm saying. That could have been an easy mistake to make if they saw multiple vehicles. That's what I'm saying.
I really think like this photo that you're showing on the screen right now, that's one frame out of that video. Why they chose that frame? A lot of people were saying, well, Ann Taylor chose that frame because it's a crappy, when it's, but I don't think that's the case. But I think when we get to see the rest of the frames, I mean, those headlights are pointing, off at us, off to our right.
Yeah, they're pointing
When he's coming down the road, it's pointing down King Road. We're going to get a good shot of the side of the car. He makes the turn. This is all assuming this isn't the very first frame of the video. That would suck if it's motion censored and this is the first frame. But the way my camera works, which is I bought one that's one model number off of the Linda Lane camera just because I wanted to know. But that one is recording before it's actually triggered. So there's a triggering that causes a recording, but it takes into account, it's got a buffer. It shows you in the recording a couple seconds prior, and you can set the length of the buffer. Like the dog walking into the shot triggers the video, but I want the 1-2 seconds before that dog triggered it too. And that's how you set up the recording.
And I want to see a video, Jeff, if you're right, and I believe you, if they show this car, okay, coming down the road and they can zoom in enough and show this man driving this car, I'm done. That's it. That'll give me almost enough to say he did this at this point, or even to see him pull in the driveway and get out of the car. Here we go. Let's do this. Okay. That's what I'm waiting. And I'm sure that if they have that, it'll come out in the trial.
And maybe that's coming. This purchasing of the K-Bar has had many people make a statement, just like you said. If I saw this, then I would believe this. You tell me for sure he bought the K-Bar, then you've changed my mind,
And those are the things.
I still want explanations to the 911 call, the 8-hour delay.
Of course.
And all the other things around this case, the destruction of the house, the way that law enforcement has behaved.
There's a lot.
Misleading information that's been released. There's a lot of and the story that we're being fed now that he did it by himself fails to explain any of that stuff. And it's almost like, don't even ask those questions. That's what we get. And I don't know if you're one of those people, Jeff, but a lot of people get really frustrated with me. Oh, you're shaming the victims. Oh, how would you know? You've never dealt with trauma before. And it's trying to shut down asking questions about this. And I'm not done asking questions. I want the explanations to this. I don't
think there's anything wrong with questions. I think for me, I'm not bothered as long as it's not couched in like, well, we know that, and this is proven. It's one thing to speculate on something or to phrase it like, could this be a possibility? Could this be a possibility?
It just seems to me that the official narrative is never mind about all that other stuff.
Yeah,
If he did it, quit asking questions. Just he's the bad guy. Focus
And
on him.
that's what happens,
and
Jeff.
don't
And
ask
that's
questions
why,
about anything
yeah.
else.
No, and it shouldn't be that way. People
No.
shouldn't be blocked either from channels because they have a different opinion. When somebody blocks me, I picture in my head they have hit the block button, they put their head in the sand, and they put their head in the sand to that opinion that I was trying to share. And that's why I have never blocked anyone in the entire time I've been on YouTube. I don't believe in it unless somebody is really coming out and being like violent or threatening somebody like I was earlier, like and that's not here, in another show, I think.
Not here.
Yeah. It was what's his name show. Yeah.
You don't do that.
In
You've never
the
done that
comment,
here.
even the guy, doing that show had to say, it's like, there's no reason to be threatening Jeff H here. I've watched you and you come in here and you're threatening to people and this is your pattern, but I've never seen that from Jeff H. So don't be doing that. So
The only
but as
thing
long
that
as
you
it's not
ever-
that, you don't need to be. Nobody needs to be blocked. You can be ignored. Just ignore the comment going by you. These they're just letters. They won't hurt you. They won't
I
hurt
wish
Yeah,
you.
Diego,
people could
I
do that,
actually
Jeff.
challenged Jeff H. to a debate on this subject in a previous show before we both jumped in here. And I guess Jeff saw that I was on your panel and he jumped up to accept the challenge. Isn't that right, Jeff?
It was partly that. Yeah, when I saw you there, I thought, yeah.
Well,
I can't
Jeff
remember
has
what
never-
the challenge was for, but
Jeff has never been violent. He's never been threatening to anybody, so on and so forth. He may have his opinion others don't like, and so on and so. And see, that's the problem. It goes both ways, guys. Jesse and myself and quite a few other people, all we want are to ask questions to the things that we're seeing. And as soon as we start to do that, like Jesse said, we're shut down. He's guilty. Leave it alone. You love him. You're a pro-burger. You're this, you're that. That's ridiculous. But at the same time, I've also seen people that believe that Brian is 100% innocent, that as soon as anybody says he's guilty, they go for the throat.
they behave the same way, right?
You can't be that. We don't need to do that, you guys. We're all adults. You should be able to sit here and have a conversation and debate a situation, have different opinions, talk through that, and still shake your hands and walk away at the end of the day, okay? That's
I
what
like this.
told-
I've always said all the way back to when our detective friend was on.
Whose friend? Who's
well,
friend?
Sorry,
like that?
my friend. Diego, sorry.
Sergeant Friday?
But everybody's no. We'll just leave it at that. I've always said your enemy today can be your friend tomorrow.
Yes,
Leave
you
the
have.
door open to that. And the reason I say that is because you can be saying awful things in disagreement about me, about my awful things about my mother. I still look at you and say there's a possibility of being a friend tomorrow. We don't, even if we still disagree tomorrow. Because why? Because the good book says that's the way we should behave, and why not? It doesn't
I've
cost
always
anything
been
to
that
be
way.
nice. Love your enemies ain't easy, but it really comes with rewards that you'd be amazed.
I have
Because the
always
person
been that way.
the person who's receiving the love doesn't think they deserve it from you because of what they're saying to you and how they're treating you, and it puzzles them to no end. It's like
They get
they are
angrier.
still showing me love. Why? What
They
is
get
it about this
angrier.
guy?
That's right.
Yeah.
You fill 'em with
The
kindness.
Bible says that too. It pours hot coals on their head because they're confounded. They're like, why? Why is this person being nice to me? I don't deserve it. I've just been ripping them apart. And
To me,
they-
being asked to accept that Brian did this by himself and case closed is kind of like asking me to accept that Oswald killed Kennedy
Case
by
closed.
himself.
No.
Case closed.
Yep.
And that brings me to the question. I don't want to go off topic, but does anybody know? I mean, they released all these files.
I'm gonna be-
Is there a there?
I'm going to be doing a show on that because of all there's so many files. But yeah, I don't know. I've heard now that there's
I've
three
sort of been
shooters?
told that they released all the files and there's nothing there, and it's almost like we're getting told just accept it. Oswald killed Kennedy, and that's not good enough for me.
It's never been good.
Hey
enough.
guys, I hate to be rude, but I just looked at the time. I got to be in Richmond in 1 hour, and it looks like I'm going to be there in 1 hour and 2 minutes, according to my GPS. So I
Get
got to
on
fly.
the road, brother. Be careful.
Thank you for having me. Great conversation. Good to see you, Jesse. Thank you, Dago. Thank you, Mama
Absolutely.
Bear. Everybody. Bye.
Take care. Be careful out there. Anyway, yeah, Jesse, I didn't expect anything less than a severely redacted more group of documents from this. They're not going to give us what we want. You know that. Not with the JFK ever. It's never going to. I don't think it'll ever come until somebody walks out and says, "Here's the truth," and then they either drop over because they're on their deathbed or somebody takes it. That's what's going to happen, in my opinion. But there could be something there to look at, but I'm hearing things already that there's 3 shooters now. I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that. I'm like, I don't know what to think. So I do want to do a show on it though, because I've always been very, very heavily into the JFK situation. So that will be coming at some point, but there could be. I haven't got to look at it yet. Anybody else maybe has an opinion? I don't know. Hold on 1 minute, Mama Bear. I'll be right back.
Well, that was an interesting conversation with Mr. Jeff H. I do feel that while he's a respectable guy, I'm sometimes surprised at how willing he is to take extra steps to get to the direction he wants to go. And I know he says that I do the same thing, but
Be right there. It's my wife.
I'm not particularly invested in protecting Brian Kohberger. I'm asking for a story that makes sense to me, and the one that I'm being given so far, it's just not jive. And those 911, and I'm waiting for somebody to do a timeline to put together all the texts, all the Snapchats, all the 911 calls, along with the DoorDash and all the other, along with the PCA and all the times, and how it just, I don't think it comes together. I really don't. I think there's just too many conflicts in those texts and those calls and those communications for that to be the truth. And I think the truth probably will come out, particularly, we always suspected that there was a lot of communication prior to the 911 call, and we were always told that that's ridiculous. We were really scolded for even suggesting that
Yes.
they were communicating with people before that 911 call. They woke up and they called 911. That's what happened. We were told that, and we were really firmly. And now
Very
it's
much.
come out that a lot of the stuff that we were hearing and speculating on has come to the truth. And I'm pretty confident that it probably eventually will come out that Dave's story about people actually knowing, because also it's not just Dave's story. And that's the reason I was sticking up for WSU Kim and Dave, is just their story was fitting. That, like I said, it has to fit, right? It has to all fit with everything else in the big picture. And their story was actually fitting with other things that we knew.
And it wasn't going with what the narrative was needed to be at that time. I agree with you.
The Chronicles of Olivia interview with the family in the very, very beginning, in the early days before they had a suspect, the family was saying that they were getting calls at 10 in the morning from cousins and stuff, right? Yep. That people were shot in the house.
Yep.
And this is 2 hours before the 911 call. And then Dave came out and all this stuff. And now it all makes sense. And I think we will get confirmation that basically all those kids knew what happened at 8, 9, 10 in the morning.
And then taking what you just said there, Jesse, how did they know? And now that we're seeing these text messages, this is telling me, this is why I was arguing with Jeff about that. They knew something. Whether exactly they knew exactly what it was, they were sending Instagrams and Snapchats, Dylan was, all night long to other people, unknown at this point, but it was very widely known something went on in that house.
How about when you said to Jeff H., hey, Jeff H., if they take the phone records for a year and they find out that the only time they ever communicated using phone-to-phone texts was that night, does that mean anything to you? And he says, well, what do you mean? Why? I mean, to me, that would be extremely damning evidence if they never communicate in that method. And the only time they did was that night. And I strongly suspect that information probably exists.
It probably does. I agree with you. And that's why I thought for sure that he would react and go, oh, well, okay, I could see. Nope. He didn't even touch that. So that's a huge red flag, folks. If somebody never used text-to-text on a regular standardized phone service, and all of a sudden, one night in this horrible night, they do it. There's
and it appears in the PCA to support the timeline.
Yeah.
And Bill Thompson tells News Nation everything you need to know is in that document. Refer to the PCA.
Yep. And then we're not supposed to ask questions. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Guys, that's why we all have the questions we have. Not because we don't want Brian to be guilty, not because we love Brian, not because of anything other than the fact that this doesn't make sense. You're telling us one story and showing us these things, or trying to show us these things, and 2 years later, guess what? Here's the truth, and it doesn't match what you told me 2 years ago. We're supposed to ask questions when those things happen. This is our judicial system. This is our law enforcement that we're supposed to trust in, that we're supposed to support. Well, I'm sorry, but if this is what's going on with this, I can't trust in that. All as much as I want to, I can't. And that bothers me, okay? What if I decided to go on a trip to Idaho? I'm afraid to. Who knows what's going to happen? Do you know what I'm saying? I know that's an exaggeration, guys. I'm just saying that's what this is about. Wow. Okay, Kim, I'll have to check that out too. And that's why these questions are being asked, everybody. It's not because everybody is pro-burger. This is so ridiculous that people think these things. That oh, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't. Come on. This is America. Okay, we're American people. We have a constitution that upholds the laws. When you think or see that that's not happening, you're gonna question it. We have 4 people that lost their lives, as horrible as that is. Unbelievably horrible, okay? And we have a man that has been taken into custody as being a suspect of that. This man is looking at being killed himself for committing the crime. So why is it such a stretch or such a big deal for us to make sure he's the right one? I do not believe.
And I'm not saying anything inflammatory like lock those kids up or anything like that. I'm simply saying I want to hear what they know. I want somebody to put a little bit of pressure on them and say, listen, what do you guys know? So you guys know something. For them to all be getting these Snapchat messages, for the Goncalves family to be getting called at 10 a.m. and told that somebody's been shot, somebody knows something. Somebody damn well knows something, and we're not getting that information. And until we do, the case is not closed. Whether Kohberger was involved or whether he did it is that's not good enough for me.
That's absolutely true, guys. And that's what this is all about. And I will not just say, I'm not going to just bow down and falter to the fact that law enforcement is law enforcement and say, okay, they arrested him. That means he's dead. I'm turning around and walking away now. That's part of the problem with our country right now, because people just accept too much. And there's corruption that goes on. And we've seen it. I'm not saying that that's in Moscow, but it's everywhere. Everywhere. Things happen. Not everybody's to be trusted just because they wear a badge. Okay, not everybody's to be trusted just because they have a medical license. Not everybody's to be trusted just because they work in the White House. And I'm not going political, so don't go there. But I'm just saying we have the right as American people and as human beings to question things that we see going on around us. And I think that if we don't do it, that makes this world such a bad place. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Dago, Mama Bear, I gotta go and watch basketball. It is my job. I got to do my work now. I got to go to work.
March Madness, my friend. Yes, sir.
But I thank you for having me on. I've been dying to get this stuff off my chest because it's really been bothering me the way people are trying to spin this stuff. Before I go, I do have a question. If you're still there yet. Are you allowed to play Turkey Guy's videos on your show? Are you allowed to pull them up and play them, or does he strike?
If I'm reviewing it, Daniel, I've never had issues with Daniel. As far as I know, he's never had issues with me. And if I'm reviewing it, of course I can. Yeah.
Well, I was just gonna suggest it might be worthwhile in a future show in the coming days to go over the WSU Kim stuff, the Dave stuff, and the one that we spoke about with Jeff was Mrs. Goncalves giving us the rundown of exactly what happened with the 911 call and the discrepancy between the two, right?
In fact, I've actually done that in the past with when Daniel played the call with him and Christy and that. So yeah, we could cover a show like that. Absolutely.
Just like I say, I'm just going off my memory. It's been a while since I heard that, but to me, the actual 911 call and the story seems to have changed an awful lot from the prying the door open, and the girls had been trying to open it, so they weren't strong enough. They were there, they were pushing on it, but then they had to call Hunter over for him to try and open it. Well, none of that seemed to jive with what actually happened.
Mhm.
So I'd be curious to see
In
that
fact,
explode a little
in
bit more.
I can agree with you. In fact, I haven't talked to Daniel in a long time, life and stuff like that, but I'd like to get a hold of him and see if maybe he'd want to join me or vice versa and get his take on everything at this point now and just talk about it in that sense. We've always had a mutual respect for each other. There's never been issues, whether we agree or disagree. It is what it is. But um, I'd like to hear his take on things now and what he believes with all this stuff. You know what I mean? That's a good idea. And yes, I
I
do
think I
believe
have a pretty good idea what he believes.
I do
He's
too.
very he has apparently lost a lot of objectivity, and he's pretty firm in his beliefs, and
And
they
that's
seem to
okay.
line up. They seem to line up with Jeff's beliefs more than my own, anyways.
Agreed.
Which is fine. But when I watch his show now, he's not. He used to make a strong attempt to be objective about the whole thing. He seems more like for example, he's one of the guys that says if you ask the roommates any questions, you're a horrible monster and stuff. And I think that kind of I don't think of myself as a horrible monster. Let's put it that way.
I don't either.
No.
Don't at all. Not at all. That's what we're supposed to do, in my opinion. But hey, everybody has their thoughts and feelings, I guess.
Well, thank you for having me on, guys. And like I say,
Anytime. I'd love to see you back.
I'd love to see those old tapes reviewed, just to if I'm going on my memories from 2 years ago, just imagine what kind of inconsistencies will pop up if you actually pull them up and pick them apart.
I think that's a great idea, Jesse, and a great show that we should have here coming up soon. So if you see me and doing it, you're always welcome here. So come on back in and let's do it.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
You too, brother. Have a great night. And enjoy your March Madness. That was nice. I haven't seen him in over a year, I think. It was a good conversation. Good conversation. I didn't expect this to go this way, but I kind of did. You know how this goes. It takes over when it happens, but
yeah,
it's still a good conversation. These are good questions, got good thoughts, good theories, good feelings on these things, and everybody I think was pretty well behaved, so that's good. I'm gonna have to do this again soon, of course. What about the family member on MSM stating the roommate texted it sounded like they're being killed? I've never heard that. Where did you hear that at, Simply?
I never heard that either.
That's new to me. Interesting. I'd love to hear that, actually, because I've never heard it. And I have a feeling, you guys, and we're going to do maybe this afternoon, because I haven't got to go over these other documents with the autism thing. A lot of the other documents, we've been kind of stuck on this whole the text messages and which is, it's still important. Don't get me wrong. But maybe a review of the other stuff too would be a good idea, to pull some of that other stuff into it. And I think he's got a good idea going back to Daniel's shows that he covered that kind of stuff on too. It may be a good idea to review that and see what matches up and what doesn't. Nothing against him. It's not his fault, but things that were talked about, and see what goes where. So we could do a review on that. I think that'd be another good show.
Yeah.
I'm going to look into that. I already wrote it all down. I'm not leaving right this second, but we're going to be shutting down here soon. Sounds like Mom Bear's having dinner.
Ice cream.
A snack. Sorry. What are your thoughts thus far with this, Mama Bear? It's a lot. It is a lot, you guys. It's a lot.
It is. It's a lot. Are y'all still alive, or am I just in the aftermath? We're still here, Beth.
We made it. We made it through it, Beth. We're good.
I still stick with, I don't think, if Brian did it, I don't think he did it alone.
A lot of people have that feeling.
In
fact, hold on here. Keep talking. Go ahead.
Like I said, with the 911 call, I don't know why they would have called so late. That boggles my mind. But being a 20-year-old and a female, and if that's your first time living outside of your parents' house, it's going to be a lot more scary. And if you just heard all of the screaming and banging and whatever going on upstairs, that's going to freak you out even more. So I don't know.
I
Maybe
know.
maybe they were waiting for somebody to show up. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why they didn't just call 911.
I don't think anybody can process that. Knowing now what we know. By the way, I just put a poll up, guys. If Brian committed this
Jeff.
crime, did he do it alone? That's another. I'm curious what you guys all think on that. What a great show today, but that Jeff guy, he is a nut, but we like Jeff. Don't worry about
Yep.
that. Sir. We do. Imperfections or not, we like Jeff. I'm just kidding. There's no imperfections. I think Jeff is a smart guy. He's very talented. He's a great videographer. He's a hell of a guitar player. There's a lot to have there, guys. I mean, just because you disagree with his opinions in some ways, you know, I've always liked Jeff. He was one of my first ever, especially in the Idaho case, subscribers that came in on that. So I've never had issues with Jeff. The only time Jeff has ever been blocked in here, truly and honestly, is to avoid argumentation. That's all, because there was a lot of it being caused, and we blocked other people right along with him. They're not even blocked. I'm going to say timed out just to avoid that confrontation for a while, to cool down.
And Bombshell keeps saying, and you know, I kind of forgot about this, that with Greek life, you're not allowed to call 911 or the cops.
That is something we talked about a couple years back. That you're supposed to contact the head of the fraternity or sorority and find out what they want you to do. Okay, I understand that, but did they do that? And at what point do you take that to the side and go, wait a minute, piss on this? These are my friends. Something needs to happen here. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that is something you're right, Bombshell. That we talked about that a year or so ago. I do agree. Kelly Coker, great show today, Mom. But I really enjoyed Jesse, and those girls need to answer why. Yes, that's been the
big
that's the biggest issue with this whole thing. If there is a clear-cut, honest, validated situational answer to that one question, I think it would change a lot of people's minds, and a lot of understanding would be brought into this. Okay. I'm just saying, you know, I'm saying, I think that would back things down in some senses.
Peggy, the Greek, it's the fraternity that they were in. Allegedly, the rules are you're not allowed to call 911. You're to call the head of your fraternity, and
Or
they
anything.
take care of it or whatever. Yeah.
And I don't know. I'll tell you this, Peggy. I know that sounds ridiculous because she says even when someone is killed, you would think that there would be a bit of a, okay, don't do this unless, you know, with somebody's life being taken, you would think that would void that. I would think. Peggy, I have found out by researching this for almost 3 years now that we've been looking at this stuff, that these fraternities and sororities are to be taken very seriously in their minds. They don't play around. So they had that. They probably threatened this into the kids' minds about things, and they don't know what to do.
Yeah. Critical said Casper West covered Greek life rules.
Yes, he did. And I actually reviewed that in here. Yeah.
Kind of vaguely remember that.
I enjoyed having you here, Jesse. I'd love to see you more, brother. Anytime we're available, you're available and we're here. I'd love to see you. I've always loved your insight and your thoughts and feelings on this and in other cases. So please know my door's always open to you, no matter what time of day or night it is. I know we're on different hours. Jesse's in Thailand, I do believe, unless you moved. So we're on opposite sides of the world, guys. It's hard to catch up sometimes. Yeah, Bombshell. That's what I'm saying. It's drilled into their heads. I can't remember who it was that we were talking to that was here, part of this community at one point in time, saying that she was in a sorority, that they don't play around with this, that you can be kicked from the sorority because of not following the rules and all that crazy stuff. So yeah, that does make sense.
Alicia, we don't know, because we don't know who the head is. Did we ever? I know we looked
That's
into some of that, but I don't know that we ever figured out.
I know that there's one specific person that stands in for that. Well, is that who she contacted through Snapchat or Instagram or made that one call to or text
Right.
message to?
It's
Is that
the
who that was? And did they say, hey, go ahead and call 911 now? Or we don't know. And that'll probably come out in the trial. But at one point, you got to wonder that. Okay. Like, I don't give a shit about a fraternity or sorority. If I think somebody has harmed one of my friends, you can piss off. I'm calling the cops, period. End of story. Moving on. Not everybody thinks that way.
yeah,
Yeah.
what is it? The house mother or house mom?
For the sororities, yes. I do believe that's who it is.
It's in
And
their
it doesn't.
pledge.
It doesn't show anything unless it, like I said, Alicia, unless it's that one call that was made right before that was just a call. It doesn't say to who or we don't know. You know what I mean?
Right.
They do. They take their pledges very seriously. I have a couple friends that were frat brothers. And it is no joke. They take that shit for real to heart. Well, I'm sorry, but life or death is a little bit more important than a stupid boys club or whatever you want to. I don't know whatever you
Seriously.
guys look at. You know what I'm saying? You got to be real. I mean that could be get your story straight. It took 8 hours. I don't know. All I know is that they did not sleep. They were on social media throughout the whole night. And they never reached out to anybody for help until 8 hours later. I don't understand that because I know that during that 911 call, the first words spoken were frantically spoken by Bethany stating something happened or is happening in my house and we don't know what. That's a problem for me. I don't understand the basis of how that could be. That's all. Yeah, 100%, Charlotte. Rules are meant to be broken, and when it comes to somebody's life or death situation, you break those rules. I'm sorry. And I've thought about that too, Jesse. I really do think that they may have gone to the neighbors and stayed over there trying to figure out what to do. I think maybe the phone calls to mom and dad may have been what pushed them to call 911. You know, as a parent, I would have been like, what the hell are you doing? Why haven't you called 911 yet? If one of my kids called, I don't know. These are the issues that we're questioning, and it by no means is that slamming these other roommates, guys. I feel horrible that they had to go through what they've been through. It's a bad situation. It's never going to go away. I pray that they never actually physically saw the victims because that's something else that you can't get rid of. Agreed. That's my thing, dude. And I used to do this for a living, and I wouldn't want to sit in there. It's just not a thing, you know. So I've always thought that same thing, Jesse. Is the audio real? The E and X between 1 and 2, and K and M between 159 and 3. What are you referring to, Kim? I'm a little lost there, hon.
I would think so, Cass, with the amount of blood, whether the door was open or not.
I mean, okay. I've only been on a couple scenes that have that much blood, okay, as a first responder. Now, I'm going to tell you now, walking into a house that has all that much, it's going to hit you, especially if it's putrid already, okay, meaning that it's been there for a period of time. Doors closed or not, there's going to be an odor that it's a very sick, spoiled, coppery type smell that's going to come at you hard. And there's other things that happen too, guys, not to be disrespectful to the victims by any means, but they evacuate. Okay. That's there too. And we have 4 victims. It's a lot. So yes, there would be, in my opinion, a smell that would start to procure the scene, the situation, the house. And my understanding is that both doors were wide open. Was that done on purpose to air the house out, maybe? Or what, you know, think about that for a minute because it's such a bad smell. Or was that just done because of the situation? Somebody came in both doors or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, and then when it starts to completely rot, yes, that's true. It turns a gross sweet smell, right? So I think Bombshell has been around this before because I know I have, and that's exactly right. Sassy said, I know that heat AC factors into things, but how long until it starts to get really bad? I mean, with 4 victims, Cassie,
And
give it
in
an
the
hour.
wintertime with the heat on, that's
That's
gonna
bad. Yeah. Give it an hour. In an hour, you'll start to get some bad. Okay. So 8 hours. Just saying.
that would be like
A lot.
gut wrenching.
A lot. Yes. I mean, it's bad. Hey, Tommy, good to see you again, my friend.
Sorry
Doors
to
were
put it
left
that way,
open so someone else could find them. It's possible. It's a good point, Tommy. It's a good point. Agreed. Yeah, it like I said, an hour as things start to get bad. Give it 2, you're into the mix. 8 hours, it's bad. Okay, it's really bad. So that would be a good reason to leave that house for sure. I will never forget this. No, it doesn't go away. I'm smelling it right now as I'm talking. Every time I bring it up to talk about it, I can smell it. It's the same with a deceased body. It's the same thing. Once you get it, it stays with you forever. Honestly, with 4 people, Alicia, I would think probably 2 hours max is all it's going to take before it's really going to overtake everything.
Yeah, Jeff, I noticed that too. Cassie, nobody mentioned anything about blood or smell.
You're
Um,
not.
Nothing was mentioned in the text either. I think it might have been Critical that said something earlier about the
Maybe.
DoorDash. Texting to order DoorDash or whatever. There was nothing in the text about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
That's true too. That is true.
check
There's
to
nothing in
heat.
there about Xana. Well, no, that wouldn't be in there. I was going to say about Xana being on TikTok, but no, that's not there either. But it shouldn't be. Maybe that's true, Jeff. I was going to say that too. Maybe because the door was shut, that did protect it to some extent. And if Kaylee's door was shut too, sure, which I believe it was at this point. So yeah, that kind of keeps that contained. So that would probably bring it down a bit. Now, if the front door's wide open and the back slider's wide open, on top of those doors being shut, absolutely, that's going to condense things. I agree.
Sorry, Tomboy.
What happened? Oh, it's okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just realized some people can't handle that. Hold on.
Trigger warning.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a good point too, Alicia. If you've ever been to a hospital or nursing home, those smells don't stay behind closed doors.
No, but it could deafen it a little bit if that makes any sense, you guys. Condense it is what I'm trying to say. Not as bad, but if the doors are wide open, no way. That's bad.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's true, Bombshell. I forgot about that too.
You know, I've got to wonder if that was that maybe there was a droplet of blood, or there was a footprint, or there was dirt, or there was something that they were stepping over, trying not to contaminate. That's all I can think of. But hearing the 911 call, I cannot believe, I do not believe at this point that there was anybody outside of her room, in Xana's room. The way that Hunter was trying to get their attention, knocking and yelling, no.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
No
they would have came.
hallway.
Right, they'd have came up on it and immediately reacted. Okay, so that kills that whole thought to me.
Kim, I've been there many times, but I can't. I'm too invested now.
There's no walking away. No,
Yeah.
we can't. Well, I mean, for me, I'm just saying, because I am so invested. It's been almost 3 years, you guys, and I want to know the truth. That's all I want, and I want to see real justice for the victims and their families. I know that the families will never have full closure on this. This is their loved ones are gone. Their children are gone. You'll never get closure. That just doesn't happen, okay? But they deserve something, and I want to see them get that. We've started from the day one on this, and I want to follow this all the way through to make sure that whoever it is, even if it's Brian, then so be it, or if it's not, that those kids get the justice they deserve to the full hilt, and that their families get that too. The thoughts of these things, Jesse, still bother the hell out of me. I agree with you. Same with the Sebastian Rogers case. It just doesn't go away. So I don't believe anybody was there, but there was something there. They took pics and swabs. Right. There was something for sure. I agree. I don't think it was a person. I just think it could have been droplets of blood or something, maybe. I don't know. And that's why I get so frustrating when some personalities get. Oh, yes, sir. Misinformation has been such a huge hindrance in this case. It's ridiculous. Let me see here.
You know, part of me kind of, I don't want to say hopes that he did it. But if he didn't, his life's ruined anyway.
I've said the same thing, that I hope at this point that they can prove that he's the one that did this, because with everything that the families have gone through, to take him off the table now is going to be horrible for the families.
Yeah.
1, 2, Brian's family has been put through hell, obviously, to an extent, as well as himself.
Yep.
If he didn't do this. Now, if he did do this, I could give shit less what he's gone through, but his family,
Right.
I still feel bad for his family.
Exactly.
So there's been a lot of people affected by this on top of the victims themselves. So at this point, I hope that they're right. I'll say it that way. And if they're not, then wow, that's a big mistake to make. Okay.
Yeah. And I think that's what keeps me on the fence.
Yes, me too. Exactly, me too. I'm not willing or even able to look at a case, any case, and just say, okay, after hearing what I'm heard, what we're told by the news, I like to look into it. I like to know all the details. I like to understand, because every time we look, just like Delphi, just like Kylie Rodney, just like Deborah Collier, all of the cases that I've covered, what was their name over in the UK? I just lost it.
Nicola Bully.
Nicola Bully. Guys, there's so many questions that if we just say, okay, do you know how much injustice is out there because people just say, okay? It's not okay to do that, guys. We have to stand up for each other and support each other, whether it be on the victim side or the either side. We have to ensure that things are happening the way they're supposed to happen, that the victims really do get real judged. Because truly, if the wrong person is, Jeff said this earlier, if the wrong person is convicted of this, that doesn't help anybody. That's not giving the victims justice. And we're taking another life.
Yep.
Kim just said, Jeff said that the audio was real on Linda Lane. I'm saying the times that I think they were ambushed. I'm not 100% sure what you mean, Kim. I'm a little lost on that one. I think a lot of people misconstrued, and Jeff was here and we explained this, which I've always known this, but a lot of people don't get it. The audio that we're hearing on Linda Lane is from Linda Lane. It's not from Kings Road. You're not hearing anything on Linda Lane from King Road.
Right.
There's no way that those microphones could pick up, first off, a conversation on King Road from Linda Lane. That's not going to happen, okay? They're not like super mics. Also, you're not going to, if somebody screams or yells at King, you may pick up a slight sound. That's all. But not a conversation, not a thump from inside the King Road house. None of that. That's not going to be picked up on the microphones at Linda Lane. It's not possible. Okay? It's just not. So a lot of people were misunderstood that. And I think, Jeff explained that to people. Guys, no. The sounds you're hearing on Linda Lane are happening right here on Linda Lane, right around that camera. That's just fact. And Jeff has gone through and he's done demonstrations with that. He's explained that. He's shown all that stuff so people will get that, because there was a lot of craziness being put out there that I heard the thump. No, you didn't. Come on. I heard them say something to him. No, you didn't. Come on. We got to be real with this, guys. And we can't put out weird things like that, because then it leads people in other directions that they don't need to go. When you're on the fence, there's nothing at all wrong with swaying in the wind of the current information we're presented with. Of course not. That's why it's there.
Yep.
And that's where I'm at too, Jeff. I used to think that West Memphis 3 was a one-off. Now it feels more like a mom or like the norm. It's becoming the norm. It's definitely a screwy case. It's definitely not what it is. But yeah, it's starting to be the real thing. Between that one, we got Delphi. We got this case. I mean, oh my God, you guys! I just do not understand why these things cannot be so much easier. You know, it's sad. Tommy says the seized videos from businesses around town that the police conveniently lost is telling. That's a good point. Trying to convict an innocent. I love your channeling of words. I told you guys, Jeff's not a bad guy. But Dylan said she woke up and see here we go. These are the things that I'm bothered by because we're told and it's shoved down our throats to follow the PCA. Okay, Bill, I'll do it. And we did it. And I made sure that anybody that came in here that wasn't following it, I said to them, refer to the PCA. That's the only thing that I'm telling you to look at because that's the factual information. No, it's not. No, it's not. There's so many. It's been said, like Jesse said, they threw that out, guys. It doesn't stand anymore. The legs have been cut off at the knee on the PCA. There's no legs for it to stand on because the first thing that we learn is that Dylan was awake.
Yep.
So that's gone. Why was that ever put out? This is the type of stuff that makes these questions exist, okay? As to why we're asking these questions. And I'm not going to go right directly into the whole it's corruption. I'm not going to do that. I'm not saying it's not true. But I like to give things a minute to stand on and say, hey, let's look into this. Let's see what this could be instead of screaming corruption right away. But I'm not saying there ain't no corruption, folks, because I've been showing it to you guys for years now. 3 years I've been showing you corruption in different places. It's real. It happens. I don't know if it's here, but it's real and it happens all over the place.
Bye, Kim. Sorry, your blood pressure's running high.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kim. Understood. Get that down and come back soon. We appreciate you being here. You guys can't let these cases bother you that way either. I promise you, it's not worth it. It's not.
Right.
We can't do anything to change any of this. All we want to know are the true facts and the truth about this, and to be able to see some justice for the victims. So don't let it affect you health wise or any of that, because I've allowed for that to happen to me as well. I get it.
Jeff said Linda Lane audio is 100 yards away from the murder house with a big old apartment building in between the murder house and the camera. So yeah.
Yeah, that's it too. Jeff is right. He uses the $1,500 microphones. The Linda Lane cameras are under $100, guys. Think about that. It's not possible to pick up the sounds from Linda from clear over there. You can't. You just can't. And I think Kane even put out there and told Jeff the type of equipment he was using, and it just doesn't make sense. So, just saying.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like 100 yards would be that far, but it's further than what you think.
It really is. Fine then, Tomboy. Leave. You don't like me? Do your thing.
Bye, Tomboy. Behave.
I'm just kidding. She tells us to behave, but she's the one that's the poker.
Mm-hmm. You cannot, tomboy. That's not us. Oh, goodness, Peggy.
What did she say?
Tomboy. She said, I can still hear you. LOL.
Who?
Tomboy. Can still hear you.
Hear me how?
Guess she's got it playing on her phone or something.
You're a liar. Not saying anything.
Don't know.
Let's see. The Hillwood Howe made sound travel down. Not interior, not stuff that's going on inside the house, though. Critical. Jeff proved that already. And the only thing that could be is like if there's people on the outside of the house, it's going to make sound travel because it's like a tunnel. Rory went to the house and we tried that, okay, because I was live and CJ was live, and Rory was there and he was yelling from place to place and doing different things to test this out. It's very, very doubtful that anything could be heard unless they were screaming and yelling on the exterior of the house. That will carry probably between those buildings, and it was like a fishbowl. Okay, so yeah, there's going to be that. But anything that was going on in the interior of the King Road house, you're not going to hear that.
No.
You're just not. I was not talking smack about you. I will if you want me to.
Probably did it too.
What'd you say?
SRB said, I think Lana did it too. And I said, I think she did too.
She did. She absolutely did. For reasons, because a lot of us were questioning it, wanting to know, and there's the proof of it. So at that point, then you have to take it into effect that the noises that were heard were people that were standing right outside the Linda Lane door, apartments there, closing doors, having conversations, going in and out of the building, coughing, things like that. That's what you're hearing. There's nothing more there, in my opinion. Now a dog barking, yeah, that's gonna travel, and you may hear a sound. You're not gonna hear it like it's right in your face, but you're gonna hear that it's happening. You giving me a finger again for nothing. She just doesn't like me. That's all there is to it. Jeff said there's 2 balconies directly above the Linda Lane cameras, as well as the second and third floor right. Yeah, like I said, next time he's not busy, we can have Jeff join us and he can explain all that stuff to you guys again, and then show you the demos like he explained it before. And it really makes sense, guys, because there's a lot of people that came out here that were claiming that they were hearing the murder happen inside the house from Linda, and I'm going, no, you can't. You can hear dogs barking. You could probably hear screaming if that's happening, but it's not going to be like it's right in front of your face. It's going to be at a distance. You know what I mean?
Last night, Thomas? No.
Miss
was
Charlotte, was he there again? Hold on, let me see. I know we covered the other interviews he did with News Nation. Oh, whoa, that's big. Hold on. Forgot to shrink that down. Jesus. Right in my face, too. Let me see.
He's going to check it out, Eller.
I see one from 5:13. Oh. Okay. 16 hours ago. I guess this is probably part of what Ashley was doing. The one we watched earlier, this is probably like a second part to it. So, okay. Because it's her and Brian. And then it shows Steve. So here we go.
And now, Steve. I want to bring in now Steve Goncalves. Steve lost his daughter, Kaylee, that tragic morning. We've talked a lot, Steve, over the course of this last 2.5 years, and it's been hard on you more than anybody, just with the gag order and hearing things that make you think there was a chance that maybe Brian Kohberger could beat the rap. You saw what I saw. You saw what Brian Enton just laid out. There is a knife purchase. There is a sheath purchase, a sharpener, and that selfie and that map. Tell me your thoughts as you see all this new evidence come out.
We've been sitting on this one a little while. I'm glad. I mean, finally, I've always felt like anything coming out of the court that any of the fact finders are going to have to see is the safest thing in the world to show. You know, what could mess this up is a jury hearing all these YouTube people that, like, you know, just make up stuff and call speculation. Speculation is just another word for lying, creative lying, or storytelling. But these are facts. So I don't know why we're 2.5 years into this trial or into this process that we're finally letting out the facts. But man, it feels good. It feels good to see the true fact and all the work and everything that these guys have done. I just wish we didn't have to wait 2.5 years to see it.
The detail is remarkable, and the photograph of Brian Kohberger in front of the shower at 10:31 a.m., seemingly very proud. When was the first time you saw that?
Just a few hours ago. You know, that's an FU to Idaho. I just went into your state. I just killed your kids in their beds, and you're not going to catch me. I'm just going to shower up here, clean off the last bit of the evidence, probably take the shower curtain. Who knows where that's at? But yeah, that's a challenge to Idaho. So I hope everyone from Idaho is paying attention, and we need to bring everything at this guy.
Were you at all made aware that this massive document dump was about to happen tonight, and that we'd see the map, how many times the white Elantra was seen in front of your daughter's house, that we'd see that photograph, that we'd see the evidence, the purchase order for the K-bar knife sheath and the sharpener? Did you know this was coming?
I didn't know when it was coming, but I've seen some of this footage before. I would suspect even the officer's seen some of the stuff. So I know how powerful it is. I know how good it is. I had no clue who I was looking at. I had no clue what I was looking at. I just seen cars. I seen a white Elantra. I seen it come and go. I didn't know what I was looking at. I didn't even know what the time of the crime line was, you know, but it's just hard to sit on the truth for so many years and be told that you need to do everything to help the person who killed your daughter. You're supposed to help him. And it's like, yeah, it's very frustrating because I just want the truth out, and I want people to see what the truth is. Stop listening to these idiots that think, you know, speculation is evidence. It's not. It's absolutely not. What's coming out of the courtroom right now is evidence. And the fact finders, they'll decide if it's one way or the other, but it's still facts.
I'll go one further. This is some of the strongest evidence I've seen yet since they found the sheath and since they found the DNA on the sheath matched Brian Kohberger. I thought of you immediately, Steve. I thought, man, this is going to be good news for him, because all you want is a case that's strong. Am I wrong in what I imagined you'd feel like?
Yeah. We were torn when this all happened, but I really wanted to embrace and love the community that I'm a part of. I wanted to say that we did everything right and we got the right guy. But then we just, you know, this whole process, and I don't understand it, guys. I'm just a dad trying to like rage through this to figure out how to get justice for his daughter. No, nothing holding me back. No rules, no nothing. I'm just trying to get the evidence and the truth for my daughter. So that's what I was doing. But now, you know, 2.5 years later, I've learned there's an order of things and all this stuff, but it feels good to show and highlight all the hard work that the FBI did and Moscow Police Department. It feels good to see that, and it's just a little puzzling why we.
By what exactly? SRB, which part? Critical says, Dago, do you see where the car is at 4:01? Kind of debunks DMs. I saw a guy at 4 a.m. Yeah, I remember somebody else said that too, Critical. And that's something else we're going to get to too. The embracing the community. I think it's just the people that maybe the Facebook community that he's part of, maybe, I don't know. Maybe. My whole theory on Papa Rogers was he was Ellie undercover looking for it. Maybe. Could be. Could be. That's a good point, Cap. I never thought of that.
We had to wait so long, but it feels like we're finally getting there, and some of these trolls can go find the bridge that they came from and return to it.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
That was interesting. I will say, absolutely with nothing but pure respect, I slightly disagree with a little bit of what he said there because of that photograph, guys. I just can't. I don't think that's how. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe that that's what that picture is. Okay, I just don't. I think that's a bit of a reach. Let me see here. That's just my opinion, of course. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It is what it is.
News. There's new information tonight about the Idaho murders. Prosecutors say Brian Kohberger's Amazon click history proves he purchased a knife like the one used in the crime. Thanks for joining us. I'm Sabir Rayford.
And I'm David Rose. Meanwhile, a selfie of Kohberger taken just hours after the killings shows him having the bushy eyebrows described by the victim's surviving housemate. The revelations were among the 40 new court filings released today by the judge overseeing the case. Kohberger is accused of murdering 4 University of Idaho students in 2022. Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogan, and Xander Kernodle. Investigators found a military knife sheath under one of the victims, and they used a small DNA sample found on the sheath to narrow their search for a suspect to Kohberger. The knife itself is still missing, but in a filing released today, prosecutors say Kohberger bought a K-bar knife 8 months before the killings. The evidence turned up in a search warrant, which directed law enforcement to seize Brian Kohberger's customer click activity pertaining to knives and accessories from Amazon. The defense also wants the judge to exclude the partial description given by a surviving housemate of a tall, masked man with bushy eyebrows walking past her the night of the murders.
They argue that bushy eyebrows by itself is not of a description to qualify as evidence. Prosecutors say they want a jury to decide for itself if the bushy eyebrows description is accurate, in part by showing them this picture posted on X by New York Times reporter Mike Baker. Prosecutors say the selfie was taken from Kohberger's phone on November 13th, 2022, only hours after the homicides. At 10:31 a.m., showing his eyebrows. They also introduced Kohberger's driver's license showing his height to be 6 feet. Kohberger's next scheduled court appearance is April 9th. For another motion hearing, the trial is expected to begin in August. Prosecutors have said they will seek the death penalty if Kohberger is found guilty.
Wow. I mean, yeah, guys, anything could be possible that's what he was doing if he did it, but who really? That seems a bit ballsy for me. I don't know. And he doesn't seem. I can't. I don't get that. You know what I mean? Are they going to tell us what he did with the picture? Probably not. And it's probably a picture that, like I said, it was sent to mom or dad. Whatever, saying hi or whatever, and they're turning it, in my opinion, into something that it shouldn't be. That it wasn't. That's all I'm saying. Excuse me. I don't know, guys. A little crazy. He does look sick. That's what I was saying. Like, he just looks so pale and sick. Truly.
I mean,
I
it
don't
really
know.
does. But
Maybe he was going to church, Thomas or Charlotte, because it was Sunday, I believe, wasn't it? Sunday morning.
I'm not sure.
I believe it was. Not that he went. I don't know that he went to church or not, but he could have been. I can agree that it could be. I just think that's an overreach, Jeff. I do. If that's his demeanor 6 hours after committing a quadruple homicide and he didn't, then he definitely needs to be locked away forever. Because that tells me that there's a bunch of screws that need to be screwed back in. Which it could be. I've never said that I didn't think it was, but I think it's a reach on this one because they're needing to have that. You know what I mean? It goes into that whole propaganda pit again. Bombshell says, I just can't look at the photo and think that he took it. Like, hell yeah. Right. See, come on. That's just a little too cocky to me, but you never know. Guys, please make sure that if you have not yet to click that. Oh, shoot. Hold on. 1 minute, please. 1 minute. Everybody's turned out to be a really good show today. I did not expect it to go this way, but it's good. Hold on here, guys. Oh, let me check this real quick first. I'm going to end the poll. At this point, everybody has said, if Brian committed this crime, was he alone? 69% said nope. 30% said yes. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. 1 minute here. Please, if you will, if you have not yet, click on the link pinned at the top of the chat. That's Mama Bear's channel. Jump over there, hit the like button, subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you have not. Please, it just takes a matter of seconds. I would greatly appreciate it. I'll even smile for you all. If you would. And Mama Bear will be very happy.
I would very much appreciate it.
It took him less time to clean himself up and hide evidence than it did for them to call 911. That's true.
That is true.
That's highly true. Good point, Alicia. All right, guys, we've been here 5 hours, and I want to come back in here this afternoon, or early evening, something. I want to come back in here again. So, I probably should say that's enough.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you guys joining us today. Mama Bear, it's been wonderful as always to have your amazing voice up here with me.
Yep.
I really appreciate you joining me. Jeff H., Jesse Schul, wonderful to have you both here with us today. Anybody else that joined us in the chat, guys, that we haven't seen for a while, welcome back. It's wonderful to have you here. For all of you that use Yins, is what your name would say. All Yins. Everybody that's been here, guys, I really appreciate you guys joining us today. It's been amazing. I appreciate this community so very much. Thank you. Bombshell. Yes, we can keep doing these shows with all you guys if you show up for me, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that too, buddy. Always good conversation when you're here, sir. So, guys, if you will, please make sure to hit the like button on both sides before you head out. Share it out. Hit subscribe and hit the notification bell if you haven't on either side as well, guys. Look forward to it because we're going to be back here shortly. I will be, at least. At some point, just to have an all-around open discussion, and whatever it turns into, it will. I think that's about it. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you guys. That'll do it, guys. You guys are amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change nothing. This is why. You guys are the beautiful people, and we will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye, guys. Thank you, and I will see you later.
Life's a journey, let's make every moment shine. Together we share, our hearts so intertwined. Each time you tune in, we're dancing in sync. With every story told, just let your soul think. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. Kick back, take a breath, leave your worries behind. This podcast is magic, a treasure you'll find. With every moment shared, we light up the way. Join us next time for more laughs and play. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. A little laughter, some love, we're flying high. As we wrap up this episode, it's not goodbye. News on the airwaves, spreading joy and cheer. Thanks for being with us, we'll see you right here. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So hit that subscribe, keep the vibe alive. We're riding this wave and it's set to thrive. With smiles all around, let's seize the day. In this podcast family, worries drift away. So gather round friends, it's time to reflect. In this joyful moment, what's next to connect? Let's cherish the laughter, the joy that we spread. Together we'll thrive until our hearts are fed. See you next time with stories anew. Can't wait to share more with all of you. See you next time with stories anew.